reborn in Brazil as a financial tycoon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Suicide Attack. 3 hours was not a long time. Fang Lang soon heard the report from the War Situation Center that a large number of aircraft groups from the direction of Okinawa entered the radar detection range. When the group of aircraft groups approached the sky above the house, the War Situation Center found that more than 20 aircraft had taken off in Shanghai. Fang Lang directly reported the situation to the aircraft formation. He also ordered all anti-aircraft firepower to be on guard for possible attacks, but it was obvious that in the eyes of the Japanese, the house was just a minor problem. Now the Japanese command was fully engaged in dealing with the USS strikes and had no time to pay attention to the house. Fang Lang was also happy to be idle, just in time to watch the fireworks. However, the Japanese army only had more than 20 aircraft, and they wanted to stop the huge American fleet. This was a bit like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The air battle broke out soon. Fang Lang could clearly see from the telescope that 5 flying squadrons of about 50 fighters flew out of the US fleet and directly met the Japanese fighter planes. This made Fang Lang feel that it was too much. Wouldn't it be enough for 4 squadrons to fight 2 against 1? It would be a bit bullying if you came with 5 squadrons. Thinking about it, it's not right. 4 squadrons seem to be a bit bullying. Alas. Since it's bullying, why don't you just send out 6 squadrons? It's not generous at all. Just when Fang Lang wanted to ask his adjutant Kikingshan to prepare popcorn, he saw a plane starting to fall down with black smoke. Fang Lang had already instructed the deputy captain Amarina to bring the house to a falling plane as soon as he found one and rescue both American and Japanese pilots. Fang Lang didn't save the Japanese pilots for humanitarian spirit. Fang Lang mainly wanted to try out the interrogation skills he learned from TV. Planes would fall from time to time, and the house alone would definitely not be enough for rescue. He could only lower the transport boat on the ship to help with the search and rescue. Just when Fang Lang was watching the excitement with great pleasure, suddenly, he felt a palpitation and quickly turned the telescope to the direction of the warning in his heart. He saw a plane emitting black smoke swaying towards the house. Due to the distance, only a small black dot can be seen, and the logo on the plane cannot be seen clearly. But Fang Lang does not need to see the logo clearly. As long as he feels hostile, whether you are Japanese or American, you will not be polite. He directly ordered Azimuth 106, an enemy plane. After entering the range, anti-aircraft firepower is free to fire. Following Fang Lang's order, whether it was seen or not, they began to execute the order reflexively, and soon the anti-aircraft artillery found the target. The twin 40mm Bofors machine guns and the single 20mm Oerlikon machine guns on the house locked on the target and fired. Although the enemy plane was shaking all the time and dragging a long black smoke column, but because it was a high altitude dive, the speed of the plane was actually very fast. The anti-aircraft artillery continued to explode in the sky, and the low levels still rushed towards the house firmly. Looking at the gradually approaching enemy planes, Fang Lang understood the other party's intention very well. This was obviously the same as the Devil's Kamikaze Special Forces, wanting to drive the plane directly into the house and die together. As the enemy plane got closer and closer, Fang Lang finally saw the appearance of the enemy plane. It was a Zero fighter, and the bright red menstrual flag on its wings was clearly visible. Fang Lang did not order the warship to turn to avoid it, because the speed of the warship could not be as fast as the plane. Although the enemy plane rushed straight from the side of the house, the entire side of the warship was exposed to the enemy plane. However, the Zero fighter came here for air combat. From the fact that he was able to maintain the stability of the fuselage after being injured, it can be seen that his load was not large and there must be no bombs. As long as it does not hit below the waterline, it will definitely not cause too much damage to the house. But Fang Lang did not want to be hit by this dog. As the enemy plane continued to approach, the firepower network on the house became denser and denser. Finally, when the enemy plane was about 200 meters close to the house, it was directly hit by an anti-aircraft gun. A huge fireball exploded instantly, and the entire plane was directly blown into pieces in the air and hit the house. Everyone dodged, and only heard the clinking sound like hail on the ship. Fortunately, everyone found a nearby shelter to hide, except for an anti-aircraft soldier, who was burned by the hot debris. There were no other casualties. Fang Lang couldn't help but pay more attention to the advantages of aircraft attacking warships. Today's warships have no anti-aircraft missiles, and no automated radar locking and aiming devices. If you want to rely on anti-aircraft firepower to hit approaching aircraft, you have to take your chances. It's really frustrating to fight such a war. The enemy's warships are hundreds or thousands of kilometers away. They sent planes to hammer at me, and I can only passively defend. And even if I'm now driving the advanced Fletcher-class destroyer of the US military, in front of me is the coast of Shanghai, but I can only watch. The artillery is only 127mm in caliber, and has a range of 22 kilometers. It looks very far. However, compared with the 50-kilometer coastal defense artillery, it is a bit useless. If I want to get close to Shanghai, I have to withstand the enemy's coastal defense artillery for 28 kilometers before I can start to fight back. What's the point of this? What other weapons are left on the ship? Torpedoes, for dealing with enemy warships. If the enemy has an aircraft carrier, what's the use of torpedoes when you can't even find them? Depth charges can only bomb submarines hiding in the water, and have no effect otherwise. Anti-aircraft artillery can only be used for defense. This experience made Fang Lang deeply understand that a navy without an aircraft carrier is a joke, and he made up his mind to have his own aircraft carrier. Even if there is no aircraft carrier, you must have your own aircraft. Fortunately, the Brazilian Navy also hopes to have its own aircraft carrier, and everyone agrees on this point. In addition, the Brazilian Navy has also equipped itself with 10 aircraft, and after returning, you must focus on the Air Force. Fang Lang remembers that Brazil's aviation industry was very developed later. It seems that Brazil has room to develop the aviation industry. Why can't I get involved? Selling aircraft is not a small business. Now Boeing and Airbus have not yet risen, and I still have a chance to get involved. Unconsciously, Fang Lang's thoughts drifted far away, and he sneered at his plan to lead the house to attack the Japanese transportation line this time. Just as Fang Lang's thoughts were flying, the air battle above had ended. All the Japanese fighter planes were shot down. American bombers had begun to break into the Japanese anti-aircraft firepower network and began to attack ships in the port. For some reason, Fang Lang felt very depressed. The war started not far away from him, but he couldn't participate at all. This was completely different from what he imagined. Isn't this a case of having energy, but nowhere to use it? Not even a single Japanese was killed. What kind of fight is this? It's embarrassing to talk about it. After landing in Japan, will there be a retaliatory massacre? I don't know if the soldiers under my command will obey orders. The Americans won't allow it. The more Fang Lang thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. It seemed that there was an inexplicable anger in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. As if seeing Fang Lang in urgent need of venting, the signalman reported, "Sir, we rescued 5 Japanese pilots and 2 American pilots. What should we do? Take the Japanese pilots to the front deck and send the American pilots to the lounge to rest. Don't let them come out. I want to have a good chat with the Japanese." Fang Lang's eyes were a little red, and he didn't pay any attention to his own state. The signalman felt that Fang Lang had a sense of keeping strangers away, which was completely different from when they usually saw him. The current Fang Lang made him feel a little scared. He quickly replied, "Yes, sir." After saying that, he ran down without looking back. Fang Lang returned to his lounge and took his pistol. He went directly to the front deck. 5 Japanese pilots tied up with ropes were standing on the deck with a nervous look on their faces, facing more than a dozen Navy soldiers with live ammunition at a loss. Soon, the soldiers made way for a passage, and a young officer with red eyes and a Browning M1911 pistol in his hand walked over quickly. When several people saw the officer in front of them, they felt that the weather was hot, and after being soaked in the seawater and blown by the sea breeze, they felt very cool, but they shivered for no reason. Everyone knew that this was not an illusion, nor was it cold, but the murderer saw it coming from the young officer. The young officer did not speak, and they did not dare to speak. They just looked at each other quietly, and the atmosphere instantly became a little weird. The hot sun in the sky could not make several people feel the heat at all. In this depressing atmosphere, several people felt a chill in their hearts. Slowly, the highest ranking Japanese pilot could not stand this depressing atmosphere and forced himself to calm down and said loudly in English, according to the Geneva Convention. Before he could finish, the young officer directly stuffed the muzzle of the gun into his mouth, blocking his voice. He said in a cold tone, "Are Japanese qualified to talk about the Geneva Convention? Have you ever abided by it?" After speaking, he did not wait for an answer and pulled the trigger directly. The hot bullet passed through the mouth and directly passed through the brain, blowing off the top of the head. The faces of several Japanese around changed drastically. The Navy soldiers standing on guard at the back did not expect Fang Lang to kill people so directly, and they were all shocked. He pointed his gun at the remaining Japanese pilots, as if he was ready to kill them at the command. But how could Fang Lang let others do his job? He glanced at the body of the Japanese pilot lying on the deck, spat on him, and turned to look at the remaining people. Seeing Fang Lang's eyes looking over, two Japanese pilots hurriedly lowered their heads to avoid Fang Lang's gaze. One of them simply closed his eyes, looking like he was ready to be killed. Only one person's eyes were wide open. His eyes were spitting fire, as if he wanted to kill Fang Lang. Fang Lang met his gaze and shot him directly in the middle of his eyebrows. After the gunshot, Fang Lang's cold voice was heard. "I don't like the look in your eyes." The two Japanese pilots who bowed their heads lowered their heads even lower. Their legs were trembling, and their bodies were unable to support themselves, and wanted to fall down. The Japanese pilot, who had his eyes closed, trembled all over when the gunshot sounded, and then turned his body slightly, perhaps to confirm whether he was shot. It was not until he heard the sound of a heavy object falling next to him that he was sure that he was not shot, and closed his eyes even tighter. Chapter 102 New Business Partner. The two Japanese pilots who bowed their heads lowered their heads even lower. Their legs were trembling, and their bodies were about to fall down. The Japanese pilots who closed their eyes trembled all over when the gunshot sounded, and then they turned their bodies slightly, perhaps to confirm whether they were shot. It was not until the sound of a heavy object falling next to them that they were sure that they were not shot, and they closed their eyes tighter. Looking at the Japanese pilots in front of him, Fang Lang suddenly felt a little bored. Just now, the two of them were a little tougher, so Fang Lang shot and killed them without hesitation. If these three people could also be a little tougher, Fang Lang would definitely shoot them without hesitation to vent his emotions. But now seeing their performance, it seems that he is bullying them with his strength. It makes him a little bored. At this time, the gunshots on the bow deck also attracted the attention of the guests on the ship. QIUZEN walked over quickly with anxious faces accompanied by the boatswain of the house. He kept shouting, "Captain Fang, spare their lives. Spare their lives." Behind him were two armed soldiers, who were obviously ordered to monitor them. Seeing the Navy soldiers who were surrounded by the remaining three Japanese soldiers blocking their way, Fang Lang looked cold and puzzled at the two men and said, "What's the matter, you two? Do you have any objections to killing a few Japanese?" Looking at Fang Lang's cold face, Qiuze waved his hands and said, "Captain Fang, that's not what I meant. I wonder if we can interrogate them first. After the interrogation, you can do whatever you want." Fang Lang wanted to interrogate these Japanese and torture them at the same time. However, the nameless anger that suddenly arose just now directly destroyed the mood of torturing them. He just wanted to kill them and calm down his emotions. However, after killing an officer who was shouting about the Geneva Convention and idiot, the nameless anger in his heart had gradually subsided. He felt that killing prisoners was really boring, so it was better to fight them on the battlefield with real swords and guns. Killing them like this would relieve the hatred in my heart, but unfortunately there was no chance now. I couldn't rush to the land with a boatload of people and kill them without a care. This was not killing the enemy at all, but sending them to their deaths, because they had no way of breaking through the shore defense firepower. I didn't have anything to ask if I wanted to interrogate them. Since the two military commanders wanted it, just give it to them. Fang Lang raised his hand to signal the soldiers to make way and said to the two, "There are 3 more. I'll send you off. You can do whatever you want after the interrogation. You can contact your people and they will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. We are also going back to Okinawa." Hearing Fang Lang's words, Zongze said with surprise, "Really? Thank you so much. We will definitely report to our superiors and thank the Allied forces for their selfless help. Don't just say thank you. If you really want to thank me, after you are done here, come find me in the evening. I have a business to discuss with you." Looking at the two only Kuomintang personnel he had contact with, Fang Lang remembered the plan he was about to implement. Who else is more suitable to be a human trafficker than a military intelligence officer? No, not a human trafficker, but a labor agent. His eyes lit up, and he spoke directly. When Zongze heard Fang Lang ask him to find him in the evening, he didn't know why he suddenly felt his anus tighten. But he could only bite the bullet and agree. Fang Lang didn't care about the reactions of the two, and turned around and left. After watching Fang Lang leave, Zongze and the others both breathed a sigh of relief. They always felt that their compatriots' emotions were a little wrong, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. What the two didn't know was that the crew of the house, who had been on alert around them, also breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Lang's performance today really made everyone a little frightened. The look of killing people like killing chickens left an indelible impression on everyone. Although the crew of the house were all soldiers and had experienced naval battles. However, this was the first time they saw Fang Lang casually shoot two enemies in the head at close range face to face. When the skull was opened and red and white things flowed out, several naval soldiers almost vomited. At that time, the momentum emanating from Fang Lang made not only several Japanese prisoners uneasy, but also the soldiers who experienced this scene for the first time had trembling legs. They forced themselves to remain calm for fear that Fang Lang would shoot them. The sequelae of this incident was that all the crew members of the house began to be a little afraid when they saw Fang Lang later. Later, the entire First Fleet and even the entire Brazilian Navy knew about this incident. Fang Lang, the officer who seemed to be very easy to talk to, was actually an out-and-out butcher, killing people as casually as killing chickens. Although some people thought that Fang Lang was slaughtering prisoners, no one dared to make any comments in public. Although Fang Lang's reputation could not stop children from crying at night, it also made the entire Brazilian Navy fear him. Zongze and the other two people's interrogation of the 3 Japanese became extremely smooth. The guy who had been closing his eyes seemed to say nothing. In addition, the two of them were like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, answering whatever was asked. There was even a phenomenon of rushing to answer, which made Zongze and the other two people very uncomfortable. When did the Japanese become so honest? And the Japanese pilot who had been closing his eyes saw that the two had said everything and seemed to be a little worried that he would be dragged to shoot if he didn't say anything. Slowly joined in. Maybe this is what people often say about the herd mentality. Of course, Fang Lang no longer cared about what happened here. Now his mind returned to the bombing of the US military, although he could not see the effect of the bombing. However, after seeing the first wave of aircraft turning back, the second wave of aircraft soon came. Fang Lang knew that the Japanese cargo ships and warships in Shanghai could not be saved. Perhaps after this wave of bombing, it would take an unknown amount of time for the ports in Shanghai to be put back into use. After all, so many cargo ships sank in the port, and it was unknown how long it would take to clean them up. Fang Lang, who suddenly felt bored, shook his head, left the matter to the deputy captain Rihanna, and went back to the captain's room to rest. After dinner, Zhang Zhen Qiuie came to Fang Lang's captain's room accompanied by the adjutant Qi Qingshan. Looking at the two people standing in front of him who were a little uneasy, Fang Lang was not polite and said directly, "I know that you are from the Military Control Commission and have great power in the government. I have a business that I want to discuss with you or your superiors." When Zhang heard this, he hurriedly said in a slightly flattering tone, "Commander, please tell me what you want. Whatever you need us to do, we will definitely do it for you." If we can't do it, we will report to our superiors and we will definitely help you do it. Fang Lang smiled, picked up the cigar on the ashtray, took a big puff, exhaled the smoke and said, in fact, it's not a big deal. It's actually very simple for your military control commission. I have some industries in Brazil and want to recruit some Chinese workers to work there. I have already contacted the hangmen in the United States. As soon as the war is over, they will start to help me recruit people. I need more manpower. Tens of thousands are not too few, and hundreds of thousands are not too many. Since we know each other, I will give you this kind of wealth. This time Zhang Ze didn't speak, but Qiuyuye, who had rarely spoken since his identity was exposed, spoke. Sir, I seem to have heard brothers in the sect mention this matter. So this is your business. You are really generous. He gave a thumbs up. Fang Lang didn't expect that Qiuyuye was also a member of the hangmen. He couldn't help but smile and said, I didn't expect that brother Qiyu was actually a member of the hangmen. Has this thing started to work now? I wonder how effective it is. Hearing Fang Lang actually call him brother Qiyu, Qiuyuye was so happy that he almost lost his mind. He waved his hands and said, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Sir Fang is too kind. Now this matter has spread throughout the hangmen, and all the halls are ready to go. After all, introducing a laborer is $5, which is a huge sum of money. I guess they will fight for it by then. I didn't expect that the American hangman would quote $5 to the domestic market. The commission of this intermediary is really fucking ruthless. But Fang Lang didn't mind. He smiled and said, this is a private act after all. You two are also public officials. Talking about money? It's a bit inappropriate. My opinion is to exchange it with penicillin. When the two heard Fang Lang's words, their eyes suddenly lit up. Penicillin is a good thing. Because of the Japanese blockade, the price of penicillin in China is sky high. It is worth $200 a bottle in the United States, and the price in China has at least tripled. The reason why Fang Lang proposed to exchange penicillin is because he was unwilling to give money and be used by the government to buy arms and weapons to fight the civil war. And if penicillin is given, even if the government officials wrestle it, it will definitely be kept in the country for use, and it will definitely be used to treat the Chinese. In this way, at least many Chinese people can die less, leaving more seeds for the nation. This is also the original intention of Fang Lang to build a penicillin factory. The output of the factory in the next 4 to 5 years will be sent to the country. Even if the war is over, it is prepared to transport these life-saving drugs through Hong Kong. At this time, Zhang Ze spoke. Do you take Chief Fang's words seriously? I wonder how much you want each bottle of penicillin to cost. Fang Lang smiled and said, we are all compatriots, don't worry. I will give you a bottle of penicillin at the factory price of $200. That is, for every 40 workers you introduce to me, I will give you a bottle of penicillin. At first glance, 40 people to exchange for a bottle of penicillin seems too much. However, if the government were to purchase at this price, it would not be able to purchase it at all. Fang Lang was even a little worried that the government would directly capture the population of the entire village for this drug. They really could do such a thing, but even if they did so, Fang Lang would not mind. After all, human life in the country during this period was worth less than a dog's. Although they had to leave their homes, at least it was a way to survive. Chapter 103 Before landing. When the two heard the price Fang Lang said, they just stayed where they were. This was obviously much lower than the price they knew. Zhang Ze said without hesitation, Commander Fang, I wonder if it is convenient for us to use the radio. I want to report it directly to the higher-ups now. He knew that the higher-ups would definitely agree to this matter. However, this kind of thing was obviously not something he could make the final decision on. Fang Lang waved his hand and said indifferently, of course, no problem. I don't need you to answer me immediately. Thinking about the future fate of the National Army, he said again, I not only recruit laborers, but if there are any rich people who want to immigrate, buy a large farm, or want to go abroad to open a factory, we can help them. Brazil is vast and sparsely populated, and the land price is very cheap. I very much welcome my compatriots to settle down there. You don't have to worry about safety at all. I'm your safety guarantee. Although Zhang Ze didn't understand why Fang Lang said this, he nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. Fang Lang also ordered Qi Qingshan to take Zhang Ze to the telecommunications room and let him contact his superiors. The result of the matter is obvious. How could Mr. Day from the Military Control Commission miss such an opportunity to make a fortune? He agreed almost without hesitation. Fang Lang no longer participated in the following matters, but directly arranged for Qi Qingshan to connect with them. When Zhang Ze and the other two took 3 Japanese prisoners to leave the house early the next morning, Fang Lang could feel the joy of the two from a distance. However, Fang Lang no longer cared about these. He was no longer interested in staying here to attack the Japanese army's transportation lines. What he wanted more was to see if he could go to Okinawa to steal some skills. If he couldn't learn on an aircraft carrier, he could learn about large-scale fleet dispatch at the airport. As far as Fang Lang knew, the Americans seemed to have a rule that the captain of an aircraft carrier must be a pilot. Others must have their reasons for having this rule. There happened to be 2 American pilot guests on his ship. How could he not take this opportunity to build a good relationship with them and learn some relevant knowledge? Then Fang Lang began to return in the name of escorting 2 American pilots back to Okinawa. General Clark, who was far away in Okinawa, heard that Fang Lang, who was clamoring to teach the Japanese a lesson, actually returned to the Okinawa base just to escort 2 American pilots. He didn't quite believe it for a while, but thinking that the house had been sailing for a few days, he didn't refuse and agreed to the house's return application. Since Fang Lang was promoted to the commander of the First Fleet, he has been training Rainer as the new captain of the house. Therefore, Rainer was in command of the house most of the time. Fang Lang had a lot of time to waste, and soon Fang Lang became familiar with the 2 American pilots. Of course, this was Fang Lang's own statement. As an adjutant, Qi Qingshan felt that the 2 American pilots might be more scared of being drunk. 3 meals a day, every meal was drunk. It would be strange if they didn't have a good relationship. When the house returned to Okinawa at 10 o'clock in the evening on July 17th, Fang Lang insisted on driving the 2 back to the base in person. The 2 were moved to the extreme. A colonel officer was humbled to their 2 lieutenants. In other words, Americans don't like to swear brotherhood, otherwise they would have to have a sworn brotherhood. When the jeep drove into the US Air Force Base, Fang Lang even expressed his intention to praise the 2 men's bravery to their superiors. He went straight to Colonel Gale Amir of the US Air Force Base and praised the 2 men to the sky, making the 2 American pilots who were confident that they were the best in the world blush. Colonel Mir was even more confused. If they were so powerful, they would have flown out of the solar system directly. How could they be defeated? However, when others praise your subordinates for being powerful, isn't that a disguised way of praising yourself? Unconsciously, Colonel Mir was also a little flattered. When Fang Lang expressed his desire to learn from the heroic US Air Force, he patted his chest and agreed without hesitation. When Fang Lang brought his luggage and found Colonel Mir early the next morning to express his intention to stay at the Air Force Base to learn advanced experience, Colonel Mir finally reacted. But he had already agreed last night, so he couldn't say much, so he had to arrange a place for him to stay. Next, Fang Lang began his journey of stealing skills from the masters at the US Air Force Base. He learned how to fly a plane, how to maintain a plane, how to use aircraft tactics, and how to dispatch a flight. He learned everything that was available at the US Air Force Base, regardless of the type of aircraft, whether it was a fighter or a transport aircraft. He even pestered and said that he wanted to transfer his 10 fighter planes and pilots to participate in the war, but Colonel Mir persuaded him to stop. Although Colonel Mir felt that he had fallen into a big pit, he had to admire Fang Lang's enthusiasm and initiative in learning. At first, at 8 o'clock every morning, Fang Lang's subordinates would send the situation of the fleet and some things that needed to be handled by Fang Lang for Fang Lang to handle. Later, Fang Lang found that after handling these, he could not stop Colonel Mir, so he directly changed the reporting time to lunchtime. In the morning, he followed Colonel Mir to learn. At lunch, after finishing his own work, he went to other places to learn about the work of other positions. This made Colonel Mir also seriously impart the knowledge he knew to Fang language. Apart from the work that needed to be kept secret under orders, Colonel Mir was basically unreserved about other things. Of course, this had nothing to do with Fang Lang's frequent sending of small gifts and local specialties. This was purely Colonel Mir's heartfelt appreciation for Fang Lang's eagerness to learn. During this period, Fang Lang certainly did not do nothing but study. For example, around July 30th, he specifically contacted his family in Brazil and asked them to arrange for ships to go to China to implement the immigration plan as planned. He also asked his father Fang Xinshan to personally lead a ship and at least 2 crew members who could drive the ships to accompany the fleet when the ship set off. In addition to bringing the urgently needed food in China, it was also necessary to bring as much penicillin as it had just been officially put into production. After unloading the supplies at home, he led an empty ship and crew members who could drive 2 ships to wait for his notice. Most importantly, he had to bring a teacher who had carefully studied the ideological education materials compiled by Fang Lang, which integrated the knowledge of success and MLM, and had a strong sense of identity with Chinese civilization. He needed to carry out brainwashing education for all immigrants on the ship. The time spent studying passed very quickly. Since he went to Shanghai, Fang Lang has not been out to sea again. The house went out to perform missions according to the orders of the US Navy. In fact, during the learning process, Fang Lang still held an expectation and focused on the bombers taking off from Okinawa on August 6th and August 9th. He hoped to witness the historic moment of mounting nuclear bombs with his own eyes. As a result, he was disappointed. Although the US military also had flight missions in these 2 days, and there were planes taking off and landing continuously, it was a pity that the nuclear bombs did not take off from Okinawa at all. It was not until many years later that the US military decrypted, and he knew that the plane that dropped the nuclear bomb took off from Tinian Island in the northern Mariana Islands. On the evening of August 8th, the Soviet Union also officially notified Japan. The Soviet Union will be loyal to its alliance obligations, tear up the Soviet-Japanese non-aggression treaty and formally declare war on Japan on August 9th. The next day, the same day, when the second atomic bomb was dropped, the Soviet Union's 1.5 million troops launched an attack on the 700,000 Kwantung army in the northeast. On August 10th, Japan sent a surrender note to the Soviet Union, the United States, Britain, and China through neutral countries Switzerland and Sweden. Therefore, historians have 2 estimates for the reasons for Japan's surrender. Some say it was because of the American atomic bomb, and some say it was because the Soviet Union attacked the northeast, which cut off the mainland retreat reserved by Japan for itself. But no matter what the reason is, since Japan sent a surrender note, it means that Japan's surrender has entered the countdown, so the US military has already begun to allocate the order of troops to enter Japan in the occupied areas. The Brazilian Expeditionary Force was once excluded, which made Fang Lang unbearable. I came thousands of miles just to set foot on the Japanese mainland as an occupying force. Now you tell me that it has nothing to do with the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. It's just that my uncle can't stand it, but my aunt can't stand it. Fang Lang directly blocked General Clark in the office from being allies and coming thousands of miles to help in the war. His historical mission as a Chinese, etc. He had repeated communications for more than 3 hours. Finally, he said that his subordinates found 10 dark and thin Okinawan old women in a corner of Okinawa. If he could not participate in the operation of landing on the Japanese mainland, then he would get his good brother John drunk and lock him in the same room with these old women. As for what happened in the room at that time, Fang Lang would not be responsible. In the end, General Clark agreed to come forward to coordinate and let Fang Lang land on the Japanese mainland as an occupation force. However, there was no need to think about Tokyo, and he could only choose other cities. Fang Lang readily chose Osaka. As for why he chose Osaka, Fang Lang certainly had his own reasons. In fact, everyone knew very well that the so-called occupation force, landing and occupation was only external, and the real purpose was to gain benefits after occupation. The Brazilian Expeditionary Force led by Fang Lang was very weak, because it only had 1 Fletcher-class destroyer and a submarine captured from Germany, and its contribution to the Pacific War was almost zero. The United States regarded Japan as its own land, and it was certain that it was unwilling to let Brazil, which had little contribution, participate in the distribution of benefits. Finally, considering the relationship between allies, the entire Brazilian Expeditionary Force had only 500 Marines, and was not able to gain much benefit in Japan. After repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, it was agreed that the Brazilian Expeditionary Force would participate in the operation of occupying Japan. As for whether the Brazilian Expeditionary Force would mess up, after landing in Japan, the Americans were not worried. There were more than 500 Marines, and only about 700 naval crew members. How much trouble could they cause? Moreover, Osaka, as the second largest city in Japan during World War II, has always been the focus of bombing by the US military. As of July 24, 1945, Osaka City was hit by 30 air raids by the US military. In the multiple air raids on Osaka by the US military, a total of 10,388 Osaka citizens were burned to death, and the affected population reached 1,135,140 people. 310,955 houses were burned down. Osaka's most prosperous downtown commercial district was completely burned down, and industrial production capacity basically collapsed. Even if the Brazilian Expeditionary Force can really search in the city of Osaka, that has been bombed into ruins, what good treasures can they find? The US military's main focus is on Japan's large military industrial enterprises. Although there is an Osaka artillery factory in Osaka, it has long been bombed. The factory buildings have disappeared on the ground, so what treasures can be left for the Expeditionary Force? Even if there are still treasures, they are just some leftovers for the powerful United States, so it doesn't matter if they are awarded to the little brother. Chapter 104 Impression of Osaka. At noon on August 15, 1945, the Japanese country Xinjiang, which had been living a good life, officially announced its unconditional surrender. Fang Lang waited in front of the radio early to witness this historic moment. After listening to the speech of the devil Xinjiang on the radio, Fang Lang looked at his homeland in the west of Okinawa Island for a long time without saying a word. Although the United States had agreed to the Brazilian Expeditionary Force to participate in the occupation of Japan, Fang Lang was very clear at the time that what the Americans wanted was to control Japan alone, instead of having the Allies occupy parts separately like Germany. Therefore, the United States had already clearly stipulated that the United States had the main responsibility for providing occupation forces, and the commander-in-chief of the occupation forces and the main commanders of his subordinates should be Americans. After Japan announced its surrender, the US government directly appointed MacArthur as a supreme commander of the Allied forces in Japan. This order made the Soviet Union very angry and demanded that this position should be jointly held by Vasilevsky and MacArthur. It was directly rejected by the United States, and it was clearly stipulated that Germany's multinational occupation policy would not be implemented in Japan. In fact, it clarified the policy of Japan being occupied by the United States alone. However, in order to make it look less ugly, the US government also agreed that the Allies could send troops to Japan, but they must obey the unified command of MacArthur, the supreme commander of the Allied forces in Japan. Such a request is of course irrelevant to a little brother like the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. As the main force of the Allies, the Soviet Union is absolutely unacceptable. Knowing that the Americans just want to bring people in to share the military expenses of the garrison, they cannot implement the management of the occupied areas. This thankless task was directly rejected by the Soviet government. Of course, the British government has long handed over the command of the Pacific Fleet to the United States, so it doesn't matter. As the main force against Japan, although the national government was also invited by the United States to station troops in Japan, the national government was busy seizing territory in the country at this time, so it had no time to pay attention. In the later period, in order to reduce the economic pressure of stationing troops in Japan, the United States also repeatedly asked the national government to station troops in Japan. Unfortunately, the national government has no ability to transport troops to Japan. It also has no ability to bear the military expenses of the troops stationed in Japan. The US government is unwilling to bear the burden, and later it became an endless wrangling. It was not until the United States agreed to provide equipment and supplies for the garrison that Chiang Kai-shek agreed to send the Honorable 2nd Division, which had participated in the Yunnan-Burma War, to Japan in August 1946. However, due to the civil war provoked by Chiang Kai-shek, this unit was unable to go and was finally destroyed in the Hualahai battlefield. From the beginning to the end, Fang Lang never thought about really stationing troops in Japan for a long time. He came here to make a fortune, not to seize territory. Therefore, the interests that big countries need to consider have nothing to do with him. He also did not want to really station troops in Japan to work for the Americans like Australia and New Zealand. On August 28th, the first batch of US Marines landed in Yokosuka, and then 150,000 US troops occupied the entire territory of Japan and began to occupy Japan in the name of the Allied Occupation Forces. At 9 AM on September 2nd, Japan officially signed the surrender agreement, and World War II was officially declared over. On September 5th, Fang Lang received an order from the Supreme Command of the Allied Forces in Japan to station in Osaka. At this time, more than 20 days had passed since Japan announced its surrender. A week had passed since the US military actually landed in Japan. From this, it can be seen that the so-called joint occupation of Japan by the allies of the United States is simply a joke. In a week's time, the good things have already been divided up by you Americans. After 2 days of sailing, Fang Lang led the House and Hope, as well as the 2 supply ships, to Osaka. When Fang Lang got off the ship and stepped onto the land of Osaka, Fang Lang's heart was mixed with mixed feelings, which was simply indescribable. In later generations, Fang Lang had set foot in Osaka countless times, and even knew many of Osaka's custom areas, scenic areas. But this time, when he landed in Japan with the army, it was a completely different mood. Standing in place and looking at the dilapidated Osaka, which was almost like scorched earth, Fang Lang suddenly laughed. He laughed for more than 3 minutes, and finally shouted after tears came out of his laughter, "Damn little Japan, are you ready? I'm coming." After that, in front of a group of inexplicable subordinates, he strode forward and entered the city of Osaka. At this time, Osaka was a real ruin, and it was basically difficult to see complete buildings. There were ragged Japanese people everywhere. Unfortunately, Fang Lang could not feel even a trace of pity. If it were not for the war they started, how could there be the consequences today? At this time, many places in the country were more difficult than them, and the people were more pitiful than them. Fang Lang was in no mood to care about their lives. As they went deeper and deeper into the city of Osaka, they finally began to see some reinforced concrete buildings occasionally. Japan is a country on the volcanic belt, so earthquakes are very frequent. Most of Japan's buildings are low-rise wooden buildings, and wooden buildings are prone to fire, so they basically cannot survive after bombing. As long as this kind of reinforced concrete building is not directly hit, there is basically no need to worry about damage, so it can exist strongly. Originally, the US military asked the Brazilian Expeditionary Force to be stationed with the US military, but Fang Lang refused. He came to make a fortune. How could he make a fortune under the eyes of you Americans all day long? Soon, the advance team in front of him came to report that they had found a suitable place to be stationed. This is a school that is still well preserved. When Fang Lang and his men arrived here, a group of students were blocking the door and not letting the advance team in. Fang Lang took a walk outside the school. It was indeed an ideal place to stay. The school had a complete wall. He only needed to set up a sentry box at the school gate. Inside was a closed space with a playground for training. The classrooms and dormitories were basically intact. What else could be said? It was tailor-made. He no longer had to live in a tent. If he had come earlier, he might have to accept the surrender, and maybe he could have lived in the Japanese military camp. But the US military had entered Osaka a week ago to accept the surrender. The military camp was where the American soldiers were stationed. Fang Lang didn't want to be stationed with them, so of course he needed to find another place to stay. Since he thought the place was good, Fang Lang walked directly to the gate, blocked by the students. A group of unarmed students were confronting the soldiers of the Brazilian Marines advance team. Obviously, everyone was not allowed to requisition the school. Fang Lang smiled. These students were a little ignorant of the times. but it was understandable after thinking about it. After all, the Japanese people today have been educated by Japanese militarism for many years, and it was normal that they could not accept the fact of surrender. Thinking about what the Japanese soldiers did in China, Fang Lang's face darkened. He asked Zhuang Xinshan, the second lieutenant platoon leader of the advance team, what's going on? Zhuang Xinshan was another brother who participated in the expedition with him. Because he liked the frontline troops, when he and Qi Qingshan were assigned to the 1st Fleet, he chose to join the Marine Corps. Now he is a second lieutenant platoon leader in the Marine Corps. Report to the commander, these students blocked our way and prevented us from entering the school. Fang Lang asked casually, what did they say? Did they reveal their identities? Zhuang Xinshan was stunned and said awkwardly, report to the commander, we don't understand what they said. Fang Lang glared and cursed, don't understand? If you don't understand, how do you know they are students? Damn, didn't you see that they are wearing uniforms? They are the resistance army, arrest them all. The Japanese school uniforms of this period were uniform shirts, trousers, and jackets, which were actually somewhat similar to the dress uniforms of the Japanese army. Fang Lang certainly knew that they were students, but he would not indulge their bad habits. Hearing Fang Lang's words, all the expeditionary soldiers rushed up without hesitation to arrest these students. Of course, the students would not surrender. Then a fierce conflict broke out. For the Japanese who dared to resist, these soldiers would not be soft. They directly greeted them with bayonets and rifle butts. These students were all junior high school students, although they were not opponents of Brazilian soldiers. But everyone knows that young people are easily impulsive and fight without restraint. Soon, students rushed into the classroom and took out the guns used in the school's militarism education. Seeing that these students actually had guns, Fang Lang was also stunned. He didn't expect that there were guns in the school. But when both sides of the conflict had guns in their hands, they thought that the conflict would escalate. Sure enough, before Fang Lang could say anything, the soldiers of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force opened fire, and the students who took the guns at the first time were shot dead one after another. The students who were still fighting at the door stopped when they heard the gunshots. The expeditionary soldiers who had originally only greeted with rifle butts and bayonets all loaded their bullets and opened to safety. Any movement would lead to a massacre. Although Fang Lang hated the Japanese, he had never thought of killing these students. He was just ready to teach them a lesson. Unexpectedly, there were guns in the school. Facing the black muzzles of guns, the students finally calmed down. Fang Lang noticed a middle-aged man in his 40s limping out of the school. Looking at his legs, Fang Lang immediately judged that this was a retired wounded soldier. This damn bastard had been hiding behind and watching a group of junior high school students clashing with the army in front, and he didn't come out to stop it. Now that students were injured or killed, he limped and barked with anger on his face. Seeing this situation, Fang Lang's anger rose directly, and he raised his hand without thinking and shot. The lame middle-aged man who was still screaming just now covered his chest with one hand, looked at Fang Lang with an expression of disbelief, and slowly knelt on the ground. Then, with a thud, he fell face down, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. The students gathered at the door started to stir again. However, this time, they did not resist, but took a step back together. Chapter 105, The Resistance. The gunshots at the school gate soon attracted the American patrolmen who had entered Osaka earlier. After the war, all Japanese military and police were disarmed, so at this time, the public security in Japan was completely the responsibility of the US military. It was not until 1950 that the Korean War broke out, and the US military was transferred to Korea. There were only a few thousand US troops in Japan, which could not guarantee the public security in Japan. MacArthur ordered the Japanese government to set up a police department again. Originally, the landing of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force should have been arranged by the US military. However, the United States had only occupied Osaka for a week, and there were so many things that they had not figured out the direction. There was no time to pay attention to the Brazilian Expeditionary Force, so they just kept in touch with the communication and did not send anyone to greet them. As a result, this happened. A jeep stopped at the school gate. There were 2 American soldiers and a US lieutenant sitting in the car. When they saw the cobra with a cigar in the armband of the Expeditionary Force, they knew that it was the Brazilian Expeditionary Force that had just landed. Everyone was an allied force. The Brazilian Expeditionary Force was originally equipped with all American equipment, and the uniforms and ranks were exactly the same, except for the difference in the armband. They did not ask what happened, but saw Fang Lang's colonel rank in the crowd, and came directly to Fang Lang and saluted. The person with a high rank is naturally the superior, there is nothing to say. So, seeing a colonel officer here, he must come over to salute. Fang Lang did not put on airs, and stood at attention, and saluted in return. The second lieutenant asked, "Sir, do you need help?" Yes. He did not ask what happened, but just came to ask if he needed help. Fang Lang smiled, and shook his head and said, "No need for help. Originally, we had chosen this place as a base. I didn't expect that there were rebels hiding here." The second lieutenant did not expect that Fang Lang would actually say that there were rebels here. This was no small matter. Turning his head to look at the campus, he saw about 5 or 6 students lying on the ground, holding rifles that were longer than them. "Aren't these rebels?" The second lieutenant said directly, "Sir, since they are the rebels, we will directly wipe them out according to the wartime management regulations. I will report the situation here to my superiors." Fang Lang did not expect that the second lieutenant would be so straightforward. It seems that he has dealt with many such things. Although Fang Lang thinks that the Japanese are beasts, however, he still cannot shoot at unarmed civilians. Of course, the obviously disabled retired soldier just now does not count. After all, Fang Lang can see at a glance that this matter is obviously fueled by this dog day. "I will report to the Allied command after I deal with the things here. Maybe I should get a copy of the wartime management regulations and study it carefully. Do you need me to lead the way for you, sir?" The American second lieutenant was very enthusiastic and asked proactively. "No, second lieutenant, I will settle down first, and then go over. After all, this mess needs to be dealt with." Fang Lang pointed to the school gate. The second lieutenant did not say much, nodded and jumped into the jeep directly. Fang Lang looked at the other party's jeep, and wondered if it would be a bad idea to ask for his jeep now. Then he shook his head. After all, this was someone else's patrol equipment. It would be better to wait until the US military base reports, and then ask the Americans for it directly. If that doesn't work, requisition the Japanese. Seeing that the second lieutenant had left, Fang Lang said directly to the Marines, "Catch all the rebels. If they resist, kill them without mercy." "Yes, sir." After the order was given, what else could be said? All the Marines started to arrest people directly. The school gate, which had finally been quiet for a while, became chaotic again. Fortunately, no one dared to resist with weapons this time. These soldiers of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force were also selected from the participating troops, so everyone had a life on hand, and it was natural for them to let go and deal with a group of students. Perhaps they were frightened by the direct shooting just now, and soon everyone was controlled. Since the matter at the gate had been resolved, the only thing left was inside. In view of the armed resistance, the Marines no longer had the ease and comfort of traveling at the beginning, and began to advance towards the campus according to the tactical actions of street fighting. Half an hour later, all the campuses were swept by the soldiers, and more than 300 students and more than 50 faculty members were arrested. Fang Lang didn't understand why there were only so few students, but thinking that the outside was already a ruin, he didn't pay attention. What surprised Fang Lang the most was that he found more than 500 new rifles that had not been unsealed in the school's warehouse. This is just an ordinary junior high school, not a military school. Why should weapons be prepared? Even if everyone is a soldier to defend the homeland, a group of junior high school students should not be sent to the battlefield. These Japanese are really nothing. Now that there are so many rifles, these students are now either resistance forces or resistance forces. Fang Lang is a bit embarrassed. Kill them. There is no way to do it. If you don't kill them, it will be a hot potato in your hand. After all, before landing in Japan, MacArthur repeatedly issued orders to the Allied soldiers, requiring all soldiers to abide by military discipline and maintain the image of the Allied forces as a just and civilized army. It is impossible to arouse the resistance psychology of the lower class people in Japan. He took a look at the school teachers and students squatting in a group on the playground. Fang Lang shook his head helplessly and said to do it, the commander of the Marine Corps. Old do, this is our base now. You are responsible for setting up camp. I will report to the allied commander. By the way, ask how to deal with these little guys. Yes, sir. Soon, Fang Lang sat in a car and a truck requisitioned by the soldiers from the school and went out to the allied headquarters. As for why he had to bring a truck, the reason is very simple. Because in addition to his adjutant, our Colonel Fang has a whole guard platoon. Although, it is not used when he is on the ship. However, as long as he is on land, the guard platoon will accompany him for protection. After all, it is a wartime period. If the next one is accidentally shot by a little jerk, it will be a big loss of face. The 3rd Cavalry Brigade of the 1st Cavalry Division of the US Army was responsible for occupying Osaka. This division was later sent to Korea. At this time, the base was located in the original barracks of the Japanese Osaka Division. Of course, as a key military unit of the Japanese Army, it was also a key bombing target of the US Army. According to Fang Lang's understanding, the barracks should be in ruins at this time. But when Fang Lang arrived at the garrison by car, he found that the garrison camp was under construction in full swing. Most of the workers were short Japanese, while the American soldiers were holding their weapons and bragging. Seeing this situation, he actually felt that this was very American. After checking at the gate, Fang Lang successfully met Colonel Borko Malik, the commander of the 3rd Cavalry Brigade. Colonel Malik was a brown-haired white man. What impressed people was that his eyebrows were very big, like 2 big brooms. As the supreme commander of the Osaka Occupation Army, Malik welcomed Fang Lang's arrival. Although MacArthur arranged 460,000 people to occupy Japan, there were also many places that needed to be occupied. On average, he had less than 5,000 people in his hands, and it was too busy to control a large city with a population of nearly 1 million. And many of these people were stubborn element who were unwilling to accept surrender. Although Fang Lang only had more than 500 Marines, he was still meat, no matter how small the mosquito legs were. So before Fang Lang saluted, Malik had already stepped forward and grasped Fang Lang's hand. Fang, you are finally here. I'm the commander Colonel Malik. We are all colonels, so you don't have to be polite. Just obey orders and don't care about these empty formalities. The words reminded Fang Lang that, although you are also a colonel, I'm the commander and you must obey my orders. Fang Lang didn't care. He smiled and said, Colonel Malik, don't worry. The Brazilian Expeditionary Force has always been the most steadfast ally of the United States. We are here to support you. If there is anything you need us to do, please tell me directly. I will arrange it immediately. Fang Lang didn't care about this so-called command. It would be best if you were in command and you could take the blame for the trouble we caused. However, if you want to command the Brazilian Expeditionary Force, you must go through yourself. Hearing that Fang Lang was so easy to talk to, Colonel Malik was relieved and said, I heard that you encountered a group of rebels as soon as you landed. Are our people okay? Don't worry. Our people are fine. I came here in such a hurry just to communicate with you about how we should deal with these people. In addition to killing 6 armed rebels, the rest of the people were temporarily detained by us. In addition, we confiscated more than 500 rifles from their warehouse. Fang Lang emphasized the number of rifles with a serious face. Malik was shocked when he heard it. More than 500 rifles are not a small number. He has been organizing soldiers to confiscate weapons for so many days, but he didn't expect that the Japanese had an arsenal under his nose. These damn dwarfs. I will send someone to take pictures and keep evidence. As for how to deal with the personnel, you can decide for yourself. If not, just shoot them. What's the situation? Isn't it said that we should maintain the image of a righteous and civilized army? It's so simple and crude. Aren't you afraid that the Japanese people will riot? Colonel Malik, but I think most of them are still children. Isn't it a bad idea to shoot them? In the end, Fang Lang still resisted the urge to rush over and said hesitantly. Unexpectedly, Colonel Malik asked strangely, Fang, haven't you fought with their child soldiers? This question stunned Fang language. Although he had heard that the Japanese did recruit a large number of miners to participate in the war due to insufficient manpower in the later period, It's a pity that I came too late and missed it. Besides, I'm an AV. Even if I fight against Japanese warships, I don't know whether there are child soldiers in the enemy's troops. Dear book friends, the god of harmony is too powerful, so there are some things I dare not say. Chapter 106 The Order is Poisonous. Regarding Colonel Malik's question, Fang Lang thought about it and shook his head. Colonel, I have never fought with the short Japanese child soldiers. The Japanese are not tall, and adults look like children, no matter where they stand. I really can't tell them apart. Colonel Malik laughed after hearing this. Fang, you are such a humorous guy. I kind of like chatting with you. Okay. Since you haven't dealt with them before, then have someone bring them to me. We'll deal with them. This was originally Fang Lang's plan. If this was a group of Japanese prisoners, especially those who had been to China, as long as you, Malik, dared to say that they should be shot, then don't even think about taking back this order. It will be thoroughly executed. Fang Lang just wanted to try whether the 12.7mm caliber machine gun really had the effect shown in Schwarzenegger's movie. No problem, Colonel. We can settle down today. I wonder what our mission is? After discussing the issue of dealing with the rebels, Fang Lang began to ask about the next task arrangement. The main task of the occupation army now is to maintain local security and order. Today, you have just arrived, so take a rest first. Tomorrow I will arrange to Japanese translators for you, and you will patrol with us then. Malik was very happy when he heard Fang Lang take the initiative to share the task, and he spoke directly. Fang Lang had expected this, and this kind of patrol mission was exactly what Fang Lang needed. He urgently needed to familiarize himself with the situation in Osaka. And the two goals in his mind also needed to be investigated on the spot before they could be started. Japan is now in the most chaotic time, and many things must be completed during this period. Otherwise, when MacArthur accepted Japan's request in October and lifted military control and indirectly ruled Japan through the Japanese emperor and government, it would be inconvenient. So, strictly speaking, Fang Lang's plan can only be implemented in 1 month. No problem, but Mr. Colonel, we are the Marines. We don't have any mechanized equipment, and we even lack transportation. This may require you to help solve it. Some things are just about giving each other face. Since you are ordering others to patrol, of course you have to equip them with relevant vehicles. The US military, which had just occupied Japan, also seized a large number of vehicles from the Japanese, so Colonel Malik said without hesitation, no problem, there are many captured Japanese Type 95 four-wheel drive reconnaissance vehicles parked in our warehouse. You can come and drive them away at any time. This so-called Type 95 four-wheel drive reconnaissance vehicle is actually a Japanese Jeep. About 4,800 vehicles were produced during the war. Not many were used in China, mainly in the Southeast Asian battlefield and the Pacific battlefield. Fang Lang did not have high requirements for this, just needed to have something to drive. So he nodded without any hesitation and said, "Thank you for your support. I will let the soldiers come to collect it when I go back. When you decide on our specific patrol area, notify me and I will arrange for the soldiers to carry it out." In this way, the two quickly reached an agreement and shook hands and said goodbye. After returning to the base, Fang Lang arranged for personnel to send all the captured people to the US military base. He also drove back more than 30 patrol cars, more than 30 trucks, and an S-70 sedan of a senior Japanese officer. According to the soldiers who came back, the sedan was a gift from Colonel Malik to Fang Language. To be honest, Fang Lang was a little bit disappointed with Japanese vehicles. However, he was very interested in the equipment and technology for producing cars. After the war, he was also planning to set up an automobile manufacturing plant in Brazil, but he had already set his sights on the United States and Germany to introduce automobile manufacturing technology. Because Brazil is mostly plateau terrain, the traffic environment is poor. Fang Lang hopes to develop an off-road vehicle suitable for Brazil's national conditions, and the best off-road vehicle of this era is of course the Willys Jeep. The Willys Jeep is basically the ancestor of modern off-road vehicles, and almost all off-road vehicles in later generations were developed on the basis of the Willys Jeep. Of course, in order to develop the economy, trucks are also key models. However, the load capacity of Japanese trucks is only about 1.5 tons, which is really not enough in front of the maximum load capacity of American and German trucks of 6.5 tons. This is also the reason why Fang Lang doesn't think much of Japanese vehicles. Anyway, they are all going to be imported, so why not let his starting point be higher? Don't think that modern Japanese cars are awesome. Japanese cars during World War II were scum. That night, Fang Lang gathered all the Marine Corps officers above the platoon level for a meeting. In the spacious classroom, under the dim light, Fang Lang hung a detailed map of Osaka City, provided by the Allies on the school's blackboard. Gentlemen, from now on we will start to carry out military missions in Japan as an occupation force. Recently, I have heard many people's voices, all of which express their incomprehension of our participation in the war in the Pacific Ocean, and they want to go home like their European brothers. I can understand everyone's expectations, and I also want to go home. However, we are here to build our powerful Brazilian Navy. Without our efforts in the Pacific battlefield, the Americans will not easily agree to let us have powerful warships. Please believe me, I promise to let everyone go home together by the end of October at the latest. But since we have come to Japan, I will not let everyone go home empty-handed. Starting tomorrow, we will go out in batches to carry out patrol missions. During the patrol mission, I hope everyone can be more fierce and tough. Today is September 7th, and I don't care what method you use. I need you to clear 2 roads for me before September 23rd, which are this road and this road. As he said, he used a red pencil to paint the 2 roads red. Everyone listened to Fang Lang's words attentively, and some people even wanted to take out pens to record, but Fang Lang directly stopped them. This operation is top secret, no records are allowed. This map will also be destroyed after tonight. Do you understand? Everyone was shocked and answered in unison, understood, sir. Fang Lang looked at all the officers present with a cold and serious expression. In order to improve everyone's enthusiasm, I can tell you clearly here that the military court will be on vacation within this month. Any behavior outside this military camp during your mission in Japan will not be investigated after you return to Brazil. And I have only one request, that is, the 200-meter range on both sides of these 2 roads must be completely cleared, and no residents on our personnel should be present. Do you understand? The officers below did not react at once, and only a few sporadic understood. Soon, low voices began to be heard from below. After a while, someone finally spoke hesitantly. Sir, what if the soldiers killed innocent civilians outside? After hearing what the officer said, Fang Lang smiled and said, are you sure he is a civilian? Seeing that the officer still didn't understand, a person next to him couldn't stand it anymore, kicked him and said, wouldn't you say he was a rebel? Everyone suddenly realized, with an expression of I see. Someone else wanted to stand up and ask again, but Fang Lang waved his hand to stop him. Some words can only be understood, but not expressed in words. If he still doesn't understand after hearing this, it can only mean that this guy is a fool and is destined to have no future. I ask again, do you understand my mission requirements? This time, everyone responded loudly without hesitation. Understood, sir. Next, Fang Lang began to divide the 2 roads into sections, based on the map and assign them to different squads. When all officers knew the areas they were responsible for, the meeting ended. Although everyone was full of doubts, Fang Lang would not answer their questions, and even this meeting would not form any meeting documents. Even if someone asked, Fang Lang would not admit that he had issued such an order. As for why Fang Lang wanted to clear these 2 roads, of course he had his own reasons. What the officers could not understand the most was that Fang Lang said that he would choose to ignore the soldiers' violations of military discipline outside the barracks. Doesn't Fang Lang understand the consequences of doing so? Fang Lang certainly knew what the consequences would be after such an order was issued. Perhaps many people would think that Fang Lang's purpose was to retaliate against the actions of the Japanese soldiers in his hometown. In fact, this is only one of the reasons. Another reason is that Fang Lang needs to clear these 2 roads. If these soldiers are not untied, the soldiers will be a little restrained, and there may be hidden dangers at that time. The most important reason is that Fang Lang needs to make the Japanese hate Brazilians and hate Brazil. Reducing the situation in which a large number of Japanese immigrants went to Brazil to settle after the war in the original history is part of Fang Lang's population strategy. Of course, this alone is definitely not enough, but it is just a small trick. Fang Lang has other tricks in the bag to make all of Japan hate Brazil. After the meeting, Fang Lang directly burned the marked map and hung up a new one, as if nothing had happened. In the next few days, things really began to develop as Fang Lang expected. First, there were Japanese people who said that Brazilian soldiers abused Japanese women. When the matter was reported to Fang Lang, the soldiers were still quite nervous, fearing that Fang Lang would shoot them. Fang Lang also promised the Japanese people very seriously that he would catch the real culprit and punish him severely. As a result, the soldiers of the guard platoon spread the news. Fang Lang returned to the office and threw it directly to the kitchen team as fuel without even looking at the evidence provided by the Japanese. This news was like pouring a bucket of gasoline on a burning firewood. Chapter 107 On-Site Investigation. Fang Lang burned the Japanese complaint documents just to add fuel to the fire. As for the effect, it was immediate. The Japanese who came to complain were almost endless. At first, they just raped women, but soon they developed into robbing property. But Fang Lang was almost angry when he saw the mess of things these soldiers dragged back. How poor are you? You don't even know what is valuable when you rob. Unexpectedly, officers soon began to take out stolen goods to honor Fang language. Fang Lang made a few remarks with a little disdain, and the soldiers' vision immediately improved. The soldiers no longer dragged back some useless things in large and small bags. Some high-value items began to appear in the things honoring Fang Lang, which made Fang Lang very satisfied. It was not that he was satisfied with the high value of the things he received, but that the soldiers' vision was getting higher and higher. At first, several Japanese translators assigned to the Expeditionary Force tried their best to stop the Brazilian Expeditionary Force from doing this bad behavior. But how could they do such a thing that blocked people's money? Soon, Fang Lang received a report that a Japanese translator was a member of the resistance army. After being discovered by the soldiers, he was shot dead on the spot. Fang Lang just smiled knowingly and handed the report to Colonel Malik, the commander of the Allied occupation forces in Osaka. After receiving it, Colonel Malik simply sent another translator over and nothing happened. After this incident, the attitude of the Japanese translators in the Expeditionary Force immediately changed 180 degrees. Not only did they no longer obstruct the soldiers from making money, but they began to lead the way for the soldiers and told the soldiers that those were rich people. The quality of the soldiers' harvest began to increase exponentially. This stunned all the Brazilian expeditionary soldiers and they didn't understand what kind of brain circuit this was. Fang Lang just smiled after hearing it and didn't express his opinion. This kind of thing is not uncommon in that country, and this kind of Japanese traitor can be seen everywhere in Japan later. Of course, the target of licking is only the Americans, and it's just now. Before dark every day, Fang Lang would patrol along the road he drew under the protection of the guard platoon. Then there was no other action, as if the purpose of clearing the two roads was to facilitate Fang Lang to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the setting sun in the evening. As time went by, the expeditionary soldiers moved more and found more and more rebels. Of course, more found means more killed. However, Fang Lang didn't care about these things. He only cared about one thing, that is, the completion of the task by the soldiers. About a week later, Fang Lang suddenly began to patrol the two roads in the middle of the night. Finally, one time in the middle of the night, Fang Lang's convoy encountered two young people who took advantage of the night to cross the route, to go home on one of the routes. Fang Lang said nothing after seeing it. It was just that before the patrol mission began the next morning, the platoon leader responsible for this section of the clearing mission was shot directly. All the squad leaders of this platoon became privates directly, and all the squad leaders were transferred from other companies. For a while, the expeditionary soldiers' nerves, which had been relaxed because of the indulgence during this period, instantly tightened. I remembered that the prerequisite for the superior to allow indulgence was absolute silence on these two roads. Once this premise is broken, the price will be paid with life. In the next 2 days, the soldiers' depth of road cleaning increased exponentially. Japanese residents on both sides of the road moved away one after another, and factory workers were forced to stop work and evacuate. Soon, this matter attracted the attention of Colonel Malik, who personally went to the camp of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force to inquire about the reason. Fang Lang was well prepared for this and warmly received Colonel Malik. "Hey, Fang, what's going on? Why do your people keep driving these Japanese away? Now these little dwarfs come to bother me every day." Colonel Malik had an annoyed expression on his face, but what he said was not to blame Fang Lang's troops for the corruption of military discipline. Instead, he complained about the Japanese's entanglement with him. Fang Lang smiled, slowly handed over a cigar, lit one for himself, took a puff and then said, "Oh, did these damn dwarfs bother you in the past? Ordinary Japanese are not qualified to see you. I wonder if you could tell me who has such a big face and can find you to come forward." After hearing what Fang Lang said, Colonel Malik did not hide it and said directly, "These damn Japanese dwarfs should all be hanged on the gallows. Of course, the Sumitomo family has such great power in Osaka." Hearing what Colonel Malik said, Fang Lang's heart moved, and he secretly said, "Can't he help it?" But he remained calm and said, "The Sumitomo family, is it the Sumitomo Zaibatsu, one of the so-called 4 generations of Japanese Zaibatsu?" Colonel Malik looked at Fang Lang in surprise and said, "Fang, even you have heard of this family? Through my investigation in Osaka during this period of time, I think this family should be sent to a military court and tried as war criminals. It's a pity that no formal order has been issued from above, and I can't arrest these dwarfs directly. What does it matter? Even if we can't arrest them now, we can directly confiscate all their property. This is enemy capital and should be paid to the Allies as war reparations." Fang Lang approached Colonel Malik and fanned the flames. Colonel Malik shook his head and said angrily, "Fang, I understand what you mean. You don't need to test me. We first landed in Osaka. In addition to taking over military camps and government agencies, we immediately seized the industries of these Japanese chaebols. The Sumitomo family, as the only chaebol family that made its fortune in Osaka and is headquartered in Osaka, must be our primary target. However, after such a long investigation, we have not found any valuable wealth except for fixed assets such as factories. According to these little devils, all their profits were used to build new factories, and the new factories have been bombed by us. Damn it, I don't believe their lies." Fang Lang, who was directly exposed by Malik, was not angry. He smiled and said, "This is not simple. Lock up all the people in their family and torture them severely. I don't believe that there are a few people who can stand it and not tell it." As a result, Malik became even angrier and shook his head. "I want to do the same, but General MacArthur means that the so-called unconditional surrender of the Japanese government is only the unconditional surrender of the army, not the real unconditional surrender like Germany. Otherwise, why do you think this shit Cheyenne Huang has not been arrested and continues to play tricks in the so-called Imperial Palace? What a fucking bastard." Fang Lang, who came from the future, of course knew this situation very clearly. There are at least 3 differences between Japan's unconditional surrender and Germany's unconditional surrender. First, after Japan surrendered, the sovereign emperor system was transformed into a symbolic emperor system, but the core part of Japan's political structure was preserved. This is the political foundation for the Japanese ruling group to rule Japan. Second, after Japan surrendered, the Japanese government became the policy implementation agency of the US occupation forces and continued to operate as a machine for ruling the country, so it did not undergo any substantial changes. This is completely different from Germany, being directly managed by the occupation forces. Third, after the surrender, Japan was occupied by the United States alone, not by 4 countries like Germany, which gave the United States the conditions to rebuild Japan according to its wishes. Fang Lang could only express his emotional support for Malik's complaint. He smiled and comforted him. "These are all tricks of those politicians. We are soldiers and can only follow orders, but it would be best if we could take the opportunity to make a small fortune, right?" Fang Lang said as he stood up and walked behind his desk. He opened the cabinet, took out a wooden box from it, and placed it in front of Malik and said, "Colonel, this is what my soldiers found on the road while on patrol. It looks familiar to me, as if I have seen it in your office. I was going to send it to you, but since you are here today, I will give it to you to take back." Otherwise, if you leave it here, I will lose it again. Malik looked at the wooden box in front of him, and he opened it directly without hesitation, took a look, and quickly closed it. He and Fang Lang looked at each other, and they smiled knowingly, obviously knowing each other. Thank you so much. I was still wondering where my box went. I'm famous for returning lost property. Both of them laughed. After laughing, Colonel Malik said directly, to thank you for returning the lost property, please tell me how I can help you. You're welcome. Fang Lang looked at Colonel Malik with a smile on his face. He really wanted to ask for two Japanese aircraft carriers directly, but Fang Lang knew that Osaka didn't have any, and even if it did, it would not be possible for him to give them to Fang language. Is that so? I saw a few cargo ships parked at the dock in Osaka. I wonder if you can give me two. Colonel Malik waved his hand nonchalantly and said, it's nothing. I'll write a warrant now, and you can send your people to choose tomorrow. Brother, let me remind you again, you can't go back with an empty ship. Don't look at the scorched earth in Osaka now, there are actually some good things preserved. Some things have been sealed by us. If you want, I can make the decision and let you choose some. Then you can ship them directly with the ship. When you arrive in Brazil, you will definitely be able to sell them at a high price. Fang Lang didn't expect that before he could open his mouth, Colonel Malik had already taken the initiative to introduce business. It seems that returning lost property is really an excellent quality. We must continue to maintain it in the future and carry it forward. Chapter 108 Artillery Factory. In Fang Lang's impression, Osaka is actually the headquarters of the Sumitomo Zaibatsu, and the Sumitomo Zaibatsu started out as a metal smelter. The biggest feature of the Sumitomo Zaibatsu during World War II was that it was first a heavy chemical industry center and secondly had no commercial sector. All investments were concentrated in the fields of metal industry, machinery industry, chemical industry, mining, etc. The total capital reached 10 billion yen, which was approximately equivalent to $2 billion according to the US dollar exchange rate at the time. However, with the large-scale bombing of the US military, these factories suffered a devastating blow. Just 2 days after Fang Lang landed in Osaka, Fang Lang heard that the Sumitomo Group closed all factories, leaving only the vehicle factory in Osaka and the pipe factory in Amagasaki. And 100,000 employees were reduced to 5,000. Could it be that Colonel Malik wanted him to empty their vehicle factory? But as far as Fang Lang knew, there was no big car brand under Sumitomo in the future. There is a very famous manufacturer of heavy equipment such as tractors and construction machinery, Kubota. Could it be this factory? But this factory is not even in sight now. It is estimated that there is no technical reserve in this area. Thinking that it would be better to ask Malik directly than racking his brains here, Fang Lang said directly, oh, I wonder what equipment is sealed. It won't have any impact on you if I drag it away. We must have sealed military factories. I wonder if you are interested. Malik's answer was beyond Fang Lang's expectations. It's not that Fang Lang has never thought about developing military factories. After all, Brazil in the future is a world-famous arms sales country. Although they are not high-tech weapons and equipment. However, Fang Lang is a little hesitant about entering the military industry because he is a little worried that it will be nationalized. But now that someone is selling it to him, Fang Lang wants to hear what kind of factory equipment it is, even if it is to satisfy his curiosity. Are there any military factories preserved in Osaka? I don't know what equipment they produce specifically. Malik smiled and didn't hide it. Fang, haven't you heard of Japan's first artillery factory, the Osaka Artillery Factory established in 1870? Could such a large artillery factory be preserved under the bombing of the US military? This doesn't make sense. The equipment for making cannons is all big. If they are moved back to Brazil, they will be taken over by the government. What can he do? Fang Lang is not really interested. The most important thing is that the equipment of such a factory will definitely not be taken away by him. Obviously, this is a business. Since it is a business, it has to be calculated. Such a large cannon factory cannot be built without hundreds of millions. Even if it is second hand, can he take it if he pays millions? It's not that he can't afford it, but after it is shipped back, there will only be equipment, no technology, and even no technicians to teach you how to produce it. What you take back will be just scraps of copper and iron. The more Fang Lang thought about it, the more he felt it was unnecessary, so he said jokingly, "Didn't you flatten such a large artillery factory when you bombed it?" Malik smiled awkwardly and said, "Of course there is no artillery factory left, but these dwarfs secretly built an underground arsenal nearby and moved some important machine tools and equipment into it. We only discovered it after we took over." Fang Lang didn't expect that there was an underground arsenal in Osaka. Looking at Malik's expression, it was obviously not fake, but the production capacity might be limited. But it's normal to think about it. During World War II, Japan had the ability to produce artillery with a maximum caliber of 410mm. I just don't know how much production capacity this so-called underground arsenal has. With the idea of finding out the truth, Fang Lang continued to speak. "You mean, you want to give me a factory with the ability to produce artillery?" Malik began to feel a little embarrassed and hesitated for a while before saying, "Fang, originally, this factory can produce artillery with a maximum caliber of 240mm. After the bombing, the equipment in this underground factory has no problem manufacturing artillery shells. However, according to our engineers, it can only produce artillery and mortars with a caliber of less than 150mm at most." Seeing Malik's expression, Fang Lang thought that there was no artillery production capacity, but it turned out that it could still produce artillery with a caliber of less than 150mm. Now it was Fang Lang's turn to start struggling. This equipment was of course very attractive to Brazil, but Fang Lang himself was a little hesitant. If he really took over this batch of equipment, it might be a hot potato. But seeing Malik's expectant expression, Fang Lang thought again and again and said, "Brother, to be honest, your equipment is a bit hot for me. Our Brazilian military industry has not yet started. If no one takes over after I ship it back, it may be a waste of money." Malik's expectation was immediately dampened. Obviously, he did not expect that he could not sell the good things in his hands. It was not easy to find such a customer. If he did not find a buyer while he was still in power, it would have nothing to do with him after the government took over. Therefore, Malik was unwilling to give up Fang Lang, his only customer. After all, at this time, except for the occupation forces, no one else could move freely in Japan. In the whole of Osaka, except for the American soldiers, there was only the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. It seemed that there was no way to sell this equipment to others except to Brazil. "Fang, we are brothers. I'll tell you the truth. I didn't report the discovery of this factory. If I can't find a buyer to dispose of it before the end of September, I will have to report it. At that time, the right to dispose of the equipment will have nothing to do with me. So, my offer for the equipment of this factory is very low, $100,000. All the equipment and technical data are packed." This price really broke through Fang Lang's bottom line. $100,000. Even if it is sold as scrap metal, it will cost more than this price. And there is also a full set of technical data. As long as the technical staff of this factory are organized, can't we start production directly? The most important thing is that the person in front of him is now the local emperor of Osaka. If he lets him make this money, then the relationship between the two will directly break through to the point of sharing the spoils together. This is one of the 4 irons in life. Even if I can't use it, after I transport it back, I have to take it. As long as I have this relationship, all my actions in Osaka will become unimpeded. What's more, my gains in Osaka this time will be an astronomical figure, and I must not let the other party know. However, since he wanted to take the biggest piece of cake, it didn't make sense to not give the host a chance to have a bite of soup. Thinking of this, Fang Lang said directly, "If that's the case, then I must help you. Don't worry, brother, you are responsible for packing all the technical data and workers. I will find a buyer. If no one takes over, I will let our own factory take over. I will never let you lose all your previous efforts and work in vain." Fang Lang was just being ungrateful. It was obvious that he had made a big profit, but he looked like he was just helping his brother and took it down. However, Malik didn't know Fang Lang's family background. He thought Fang Lang was a soldier like him, even though he said that everyone who took over would eat up their own factory. However, Brazil is a backward country. How big can the so-called own factory be? With just this statement, Fang Lang was simply Timely Rain and Meng Chang in the eyes of Colonel Malik. Of course, he must have never heard of these two nicknames. Malik didn't say anything and directly stood up and gave Fang Lang a big hug. He was so excited that his voice was trembling. "Fang, good brother, thank you so much. I will go back now and organize these Japanese dwarfs to pack all the equipment and technical data. Don't worry about the workers, I will lock them up. You can come and take them away whenever you want." After saying that, he was about to walk out. It seemed that he had completely forgotten the purpose of his special trip. Fang Lang quickly took the initiative to call Colonel Malik and said, "Hey, brother, didn't you come to ask me why I drove the Japanese away?" As a result, Colonel Malik said nonchalantly, "When will it be the turn of these Japanese dwarfs to talk about our occupation army? If you keep talking nonsense, he will arrest you as a rebel." Obviously, after the transaction between the two, their friendship has changed. Fang Lang couldn't let Malik leave directly because Malik's not asking Fang Lang didn't mean that he didn't have any questions if he didn't give him a reasonable reason. Sooner or later, he would have questions and want to know the answers. This is human curiosity, which cannot be avoided. Therefore, Fang Lang must give him a reasonable reason. "Colonel Malik, it's embarrassing to tell others about this, so I didn't report it. But since you came to ask, as an ally, I have the obligation to explain the reason to you. Please follow me." Since Colonel Malik's military rank was called again, it meant that it was an official business. Colonel Malik was also very clear, so he stopped and followed Fang Lang across the playground to the room in the corner of the playground. The guard pushed open the door, and Colonel Malik saw a coffin in the middle of the room with a photo on it. Fang Lang pointed at the coffin and said, "3 days ago, one of my platoon leaders was attacked and killed during a patrol. However, the murderer was not caught. Therefore, the reaction of my brothers was a bit intense." "What? Such a thing actually happened? Do we need to intervene to investigate?" Malik saw the situation in front of him, and his doubts disappeared without saying anything. However, he also found a reason to convince himself. Since Fang Lang did not report it, it was obvious that he wanted to handle it himself. However, as the highest commander, Malik would definitely ask whether the US military needed to intervene in the investigation. "Colonel Malik, this is a problem between our Brazilian Expeditionary Force and the Japanese dwarfs. I hope we can solve it ourselves." Hearing Fang Lang's words, Colonel Malik didn't say much. He just patted Fang Lang on the shoulder, nodded, and turned away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Unexpected Gains. Colonel Malik's special investigation at the expeditionary camp had originally made the expeditionary soldiers somewhat worried, and they were all considering whether to restrain themselves. The Japanese people also thought that things would change after the US military came forward. As a result, on the second day, before the expeditionary soldiers went out for patrol, they found a new notice posted on the bulletin board at the entrance of the camp. When everyone was in a trepidation mood, they simply couldn't laugh or cry after reading the content of the notice. Of course, the content of the notice still made all the soldiers very happy. It turned out that the Japanese government established a comfort station in Osaka to meet the physiological needs of the occupying forces. The so-called comfort station is actually a government-run brothel. Historically, Japan has organized and recruited about 55,000 Japanese women to provide comfort services for the US troops stationed in Japan. The comfort service, priced at 15 yen per time, is indeed not a lot of money for the US military. Therefore, this service has indeed reduced the number of Japanese women being forced by US soldiers. In addition, it has found a source of livelihood for many Japanese women who are not well fed, and has indirectly promoted the recovery of Japan's post-war economy. The soldiers of the Expeditionary Army were very excited at first about the content of this notice, and some soldiers even went there together. However, when they arrived outside the comfort station and saw the long queue outside, many soldiers turned around and went back. As for the matter that Colonel Malik came to investigate, Fang Lang did not explain it, nor did he take any follow-up actions. Everyone understood that without actions and new orders, it meant that the commander had already dealt with the US military. What else is there to say? The songs will continue to be sung, the dances will continue to be performed, and the mission must be completed resolutely. Time passed slowly in the midst of all the complaints of the Japanese. On October 3rd, the weather was clear, and Fang Lang finally waited for his father. As early as the end of July, Fang Lang had notified his father that he would personally set off from Brazil with the fleet to carry the urgently needed supplies to his hometown. Because it took some time to raise supplies and recruit crew members, it was not until around September 20th that they arrived in Shanghai. After arriving in Shanghai, Zinshan unloaded the supplies and handed them over to the personnel in charge of immigration work in the fleet, and then took the recruited crew members to Osaka without stopping. After the fleet arrived in Osaka, it was directed to anchor next to the house. After arranging for the recruited crew to get familiar with the two Japanese cargo ships received from Colonel Malik, Fang Lang and his father were alone in Fang Lang's office in Osaka, and they talked behind closed doors for 3 hours. No one knew the specific content of the discussion. At one time, Fang Lang had a cargo ship brought from Brazil, 2 Japanese cargo ships received, and 2 fleet supply transport ships. A total of 5 transport ships. After dinner that day, Fang Lang went to Colonel Malik's office with the $100,000 in cash, brought by his father. Colonel Malik was already waiting anxiously. "Fang, you are finally here." Yesterday, General MacArthur established 10 management offices responsible for managing various areas of life in the Japanese regime. I expect that they will arrive in Osaka and start work at the latest the morning of the day after tomorrow. We must transfer our equipment immediately, otherwise if they interfere, we will not be able to get it. This is the so-called Allied Headquarters of the United States, referred to as the Allied Headquarters, established on October 2nd, with its headquarters in Tokyo. It consists of 9 bureaus, including the General Staff, Civil Affairs Bureau, Legal Affairs Bureau, Statistics Bureau, Economic Science Bureau, Civil Intelligence Bureau, Civil Communications Bureau, Civil Information Education Bureau, Natural Resources Bureau, and Public Health and Welfare Bureau. It is responsible for deciding and handling relevant matters in Japan, and is responsible for formulating various plans for post-war reforms, and guiding the implementation of various reforms. All management work of the Japanese government is carried out under the guidance of these departments. The so-called Allied General is nominally composed of all the victorious countries against Japan among the Allied powers. But in fact, other countries are now too busy to take care of Japan's situation, and basically the United States is in charge. The first person in charge of this Allied General is the Japanese Emperor General MacArthur. The establishment of the Allied General represents the end of independent military control. This is also the reason why Colonel Malik is anxious. Of course, it is not only Colonel Malik who is anxious. Fang Lang is actually more anxious than Malik. Once the Allied General enters Osaka, Fang Lang will not be able to continue to maintain the vacuum state of the 2 roads. In other words, if Fang Lang wants to do something, he must complete it within these 2 days. Fang Lang patted the military package in his hand and closed the office door. Alas, there is no way. I'm also very anxious. Click it. This is yours. There are 5 ships in the port now. We have been transporting and loading ships day and night these 2 days. I hope it will come quickly. Malik was not polite and directly stretched out his hand to open the package, only to see that it was a bag full of US dollars. Fang Lang watched Malik take out a bundle of US dollars and put it on the table. In fact, at a glance, it was a $100 denomination, 100 bills per bundle, a total of 10 bundles. It can be seen that it is 100,000 US dollars, but Malik counted them one by one very carefully. Fang Lang was not in a hurry. He took out a cigar, lit it, and slowly smoked on the side. He knew that Americans did not mind talking about money, and they would count money in person, and would not avoid it. Fang Lang had not seen the factory equipment that Malik mentioned so far. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried about being cheated. However, everyone is a soldier, and some things do not need to be made too clear. If you want to cheat money from a soldier, then you must be prepared to make money, but not spend it. Don't think that you can rest easy just because you are an American. The rebels are the best shield. Colonel Malik finally counted the money in his hand and extended his hand to Fang Lang with satisfaction. Fang, happy cooperation. I will take you there now. All the equipment has been packed and can be transported at any time. Fang Lang also stood up and shook hands with him and said, "That's good. We will go to inspect the goods now. I will trouble you for transportation." After watching Malik lock the US dollars in the safe behind him, the two went out together and got on a Willys Jeep. Under the protection of a group of US troops and expeditionary convoys, they came to the foot of a small hill near the ancient city of Osaka. There is a large factory at the foot of the hill. Most of the factory buildings have collapsed due to bombing, but Fang Lang saw a large number of trucks parked in the factory. The two got off the car and passed through a factory building built against the mountain. The side against the mountain was not a wall at all, but a huge passage. Fang Lang always knew that the Japanese liked to dig holes, but he didn't expect that there would be such a large project in the city of Osaka. At this time, the deep cave was brightly lit. In addition to the American soldiers on guard with guns, Japanese workers in work clothes were using wooden boxes to pack equipment one by one. Most of the equipment had been packed, and the remaining equipment would be packed tonight. Fang Lang was not polite and walked in front of several equipment to take a closer look. He found that most of the equipment was German. He turned to Colonel Malik and said, "German?" Malik shrugged and said, "As far as I know, more than 65% of the machining equipment is German. There are also 20% American products. The rest are Japanese. But as far as I know, the quality of Japanese products is very poor." This is really an unexpected surprise. If Fang Lang had known that there were so many German and American products, he would not have hesitated whether to take action to take over this batch of equipment. Even if he did not produce artillery, Fang Lang could use these equipment to produce many things. Fang Lang knew very well that the Japanese machine tool industry in later generations was very developed, basically on par with Germany and Switzerland. But Japanese machine tools during World War II were synonymous with poor quality. Take the Japanese officer's sidearm, the turtle box, for example. It was basically a copy of the German Luger P08. However, due to the unqualified processing technology and material technology, the Japanese officers would jam when using it to commit suicide. Everyone can see the Japanese machine tool processing technology. So Fang Lang thought that this so-called artillery factory also used Japanese machinery. If the price was not so low, Fang Lang might not be willing to take it over. Now seeing so many German and American machine tools, Fang Lang's mood is exactly the same as picking up a bargain. Fang Lang just randomly checked a few packaged equipment and didn't say anything more. He directly said that he could start loading. It's dark now, but time is tight and the task is heavy. The darkness can also provide a good cover for this shady business. Colonel Malik also ordered without hesitation that everyone started loading and transporting to the dock. Fang Lang did not stay here to wait, but left the factory directly with Colonel Malik. He ordered the soldiers of the Marine Corps Company to escort the vehicle. This is also considered as using public property for private purposes. However, the Marines had no complaints. Because Fang Lang was also the boss who paid them allowances, it was only natural that whoever paid should work for him. However, Fang Lang deliberately ordered the soldiers of the first company that all vehicles must pass through the 2 streets they had cleared. Moreover, if there were other vehicles joining on the way, they were not allowed to mention it to anyone. It was only necessary to ensure that all the materials were transported to the ship smoothly. After returning to the Brazilian Expeditionary Force station, Fang Lang was not idle. He directly organized the soldiers of the second company and the guard platoon in the camp and went out in the dark night by car. No one knew the destination of this trip. Fang Lang, who was sitting in the first car, guided the convoy and went along one of the 2 roads cleared by the expeditionary soldiers. Soon, all the vehicles came to a dilapidated factory with a very long history. The whole factory is a brick and stone structure, a 2-story building, about 10 meters high, about 35 meters long, and less than 20 meters wide. An independent factory building. Under the lights of the car, you can see that the walls are covered with moss, telling you that this factory has a long history. Chapter 110 Sumitomo Copper Blowing Institute. In the dark night, a convoy of more than 30 trucks stopped in the devastated urban area of Osaka, in an old factory that seemed somewhat out of tune with the surrounding buildings. Compared with the large factories commonly seen in Japan, this factory building is pitifully small and can only be barely called a workshop. So why can this shabby factory, which is obviously no longer engaged in any production operations, be completely preserved during the rapid expansion of Japan? You can find a Japanese passerby on the street and ask, and you will get the answer. This is the Sumitomo copper blowing plant, the ancestral business of the Sumitomo Group of Japan. The first copper smelting plant of the Sumitomo Group is here. Starting from this copper smelting plant, the Sumitomo family began to enter the metal smelting industry and soon became the leading metal smelting enterprise in Japan. Then it developed into the later Sumitomo Zaibatsu. Needless to say, this convoy is the Brazilian Expeditionary Force led by Fang Lang. As for why Fang Lang came to such a small ancient factory ruins, this has to say about the shrewdness of these Japanese chaebols. In later generations, everyone was studying the Japanese chaebols. Why did they become such a behemoth again, after being split up and reorganized by the Americans and their factories were destroyed so badly? Everyone had a consensus that the Japanese chaebols had hidden all their wealth before they knew that Japan was going to lose the war. The Americans dug 3 feet into the ground, but couldn't find it. This matter was also confirmed by Colonel Malik. The US military did seal up the assets of the consortium at the first time, but found nothing. However, Fang Lang passed by Osaka in later generations and experienced the customs services of Osaka Custom Street. No, I was wrong, and came back to experience the scenery of Osaka Scenic Street. He heard a statement from several drunk Japanese drinkers sitting next to him. As soon as Fang Lang arrived in Osaka, he quietly came to the site of the Sumitomo copper blowing house, the ancestral property of the Japanese Sumitomo consortium, to confirm the authenticity of the news. Next, Fang Lang issued an order that puzzled all the soldiers of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. They were required to clear all the people within 200 meters of the 2 streets. Well, today is obviously the time for Fang Lang to seize the fruits of victory. Fang Lang, holding a flashlight, walked into the ruins of the dilapidated factory that didn't even have a locked door. He came directly to a huge metal smelting furnace standing against the wall, opened a rusty iron door about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, and walked directly into the smelting furnace. Inside looked like some waste slag. Fang Lang dug up the slag on the ground, found a cover, and lifted it up. A dark hole was revealed on the ground. The flashlight shone down and found a basement that was larger than the building area above. Walking down the basement, Fang Lang saw a row of neat copper bars on the left. Yes, copper bars. They are copper bars made of pure copper that we commonly use in industry. On the right hand side were densely packed bronze artifacts, and the number was definitely more than 2,000. Kikingshin and others who followed Fang Lang in were stunned. They didn't know the value of these bronze artifacts, but they were shocked by the huge number. Objects with different shapes and full of copper rust are obviously more eye-catching than industrial copper. Fang Lang didn't waste any words and waved his hand directly, saying, "Move it for me, move all the things here, leave nothing behind." "Yes, sir." Then the soldiers of the second company of the Expeditionary Army began the work of porters. Fang Lang was on the side carefully directing everyone to pack and pack. All the bronzes were put into the wooden boxes that had been prepared long ago, stuffed with straw, cotton wool and other things to prevent collisions. If there were Chinese historians present, they would be stunned, because there are at least more than 500 Chinese bronzes and ancient bronze mirrors. There are Kui Shen drums from the Shang dynasty, tiger-eating man-eating jars from the Shang dynasty, sacrificial head squares and from the late Shang dynasty, Bayan clan chime bells from the Warring States period, Jingjishi jars from the middle of the Western Zhou dynasty, and Chuan square tripods from the Spring and Autumn period. Each piece is a national treasure of China. In modern society, all these cultural relics are collected in the Izumiyama Museum of the Sumitomo family, and the Chinese can only watch them from a distance through the glass cabinets. Although most of the soldiers did not understand what these things were. However, since the superiors attached so much importance to them, they must have taken them seriously. After counting and counting during the packing, it was finally confirmed that the number of bronze artifacts reached more than 3,200 pieces. Everyone had a clear division of labor. Some were packing, some were carrying, and some were responsible for transportation. Finally, the transportation was completed at dawn. However, Fang Lang did not stop. As if he said casually, "Don't leave the copper materials to the Japanese, take them all away." The price of copper during this period was as high as $3,514 per ton, and the copper bars here were at least hundreds of tons, which were worth $300,000 or $400,000 at a time. This is not a small amount. Of course, if it was just for these copper materials, it would definitely not be worth Fang Lang's trouble to clear 2 streets. According to the news that Fang Lang heard, these are not copper materials, but copper wrapped in gold. This is also the capital for the Sumitomo family, to rise rapidly after the war and quickly recover to its pre-war strength. The Sumitomo family was very smart. They stored all the family's wealth in the basement of this dilapidated ancestral property with a history of hundreds of years. Everyone believed that the Sumitomo family deliberately preserved this place in order to commemorate the family's first copper smelting plant. Even only 2 old men were arranged to guard it, which was basically equivalent to being undefended. And all Japanese knew that this was the ancestral property of the Sumitomo family, and the commemorative significance was greater than the practical significance. All members of the Sumitomo family almost selectively forgot about this place and would not easily mention it. This place is also not on the list of Sumitomo's production factories. The US military searched according to the company structure of the Sumitomo family and did not find this factory, because it was indeed not a factory for a long time. It was this inconspicuous and dilapidated factory that preserved the wealth of the Sumitomo family and provided sufficient financial support for the Sumitomo family to rise rapidly again after the war. Unfortunately, now because of the direct intervention of Butterfly Fang Lang from the future, all the wealth hidden by the Sumitomo family was quietly transferred directly. In fact, the Sumitomo family had doubts about Fang Lang's abnormal behavior and found Colonel Malik to complain about the misconduct of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. However, they obviously forgot their status as a defeated country, and there is no room for bargaining for a defeated country. As a big Japanese chibo, the US government is trying every means to investigate your war crimes and has included the current head of the Sumitomo chibo on the list of war criminals. How could they embarrass their allies for you? Therefore, their complaints did not achieve the effect they wanted, but instead made the soldiers of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force even worse. This made the personnel who could have been paying attention to their ancestral property from a distance and were directly driven out of the observable range. Maybe this is what is called shooting oneself in the foot. Seeing that the sky was already bright, although they were not afraid of the Sumitomo family finding out. But there was definitely no way to hide it from the US military patrol. And if the US military discovered his behavior of eating alone, it would obviously cause Colonel Malik to have a grudge against him. This is not what Fang Lang wants to see. Therefore, after 3 considerations, Fang Lang decided to take the initiative to explain to Colonel Malik that at most he would share the copper price with him. Fang Lang, who hadn't slept all night, drove directly to the US military base and saw Colonel Malik, who was in high spirits. Obviously, Colonel Malik was relieved and in a good mood. He no longer had to worry about these equipment falling on his hands or being discovered by the Allied general that he was hiding Japanese assets. Sleeping with $100,000 as a pillow, he really slept soundly. Looking at Fang Lang, whose face was full of oil and whose spirit was obviously abnormally excited, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Fang, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep all night? Why are you worried about this batch of equipment?" As he said that, he stepped forward and patted Fang Lang's arm and said, "Don't worry. All the equipment will be loaded on your ship before the Allied general's personnel arrive. You don't have to worry about the news of this factory not spreading." Fang Lang noticed that when Colonel Malik said this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel cold in his heart, thinking that this old guy was going to kill him. But thinking about it, it was not right. After all, Fang Lang and he were accomplices. If they really wanted to be investigated, they were both guilty of the same crime. and Fang Lang didn't feel any hostility from him. That meant that he wasn't the one he wanted to kill. Who else could it be? Without thinking too much, Fang Lang immediately understood his plan. It was obvious that the workers in this factory might be in danger. Although this might be a bit cruel, Fang Lang had no mercy at all. This was a cannon factory. The cannons produced had brought so much harm to his hometown and the people of the world, so Fang Lang wanted to help applaud and cheer. However, Fang Lang did not come here today because of this matter, so he said directly, "Why should I worry about what you do, Malik? I have seen the situation, and it should be transported this morning. After the goods are loaded on board, our ship will set off directly. When the people from the Alliance arrive tomorrow morning, there will be no trace left." Malik also showed a satisfied smile and said with a double meaning, "Yes, nothing will be left. I came here today to share a good news with you. My people just found a batch of Japanese copper bars. You just provided a batch of equipment for making cannons, and soon there will be equipment for making artillery shells. This is really icing on the cake. Although these copper materials have not found a buyer yet, I have inquired about the current copper price and estimated that this batch of goods is worth at least 200,000. Brother, we are going to make a fortune again." Chapter 111 Immigration Issues. Colonel Malik looked at Fang Lang in front of him with a surprised look on his face. He was actually a little touched. He didn't forget to take him with him, even when he got rich. He was indeed a good brother. "Fang, why did you tell me about this? You can eat it yourself. I didn't participate." After hearing Malik's words, Fang Lang directly stretched out his hand to interrupt him. "Brother, what are you talking about? You took me with you when you had good business. I did it secretly when I had good business. Do you think I'm such an ungrateful person?" Seeing that Malik was about to say something else, Fang Lang directly interrupted him. "This time, the equipment of the artillery factory is considered to be a big advantage of you. We will calculate this batch of copper materials based on the total value of 250,000. You get 150,000, and I get 100,000. Fang, listen to me, this is you. Okay, it's true that I'm too greedy. Then how about this? You get 200,000, and I get 50,000. Is that okay?" Malik was about to refuse when Fang Lang stretched out his hand to interrupt him, as if he understood that Malik thought it was too little. This made Malik very anxious. "Fang, listen to me, that's not what I meant. I mean, these things were found by you, and they have nothing to do with me, so I can't have them." But Fang Lang directly retorted, "What do you mean, what I found has nothing to do with you? You are my direct superior, the commander-in-chief of the Osaka Occupation Army. What happens in Osaka has nothing to do with you. And, given our relationship, if I find something good and don't share it with you, then my reputation will be ruined if it gets out." Some people may wonder why Fang Lang must reveal the matter of this batch of copper materials to Malik. First of all, as the commander-in-chief of the Osaka Occupation Army, Fang Lang's actions could not be hidden from Malik. If Malik was dissatisfied and went to investigate directly, he might find something fishy. Secondly, these things are the wealth of the Sumitomo family. After the Sumitomo family found that this batch of copper materials was lost, they would definitely investigate and look for them. Although, they certainly dare not tell the secret of the copper materials. However, in the end, it will definitely be found on Fang Lang's head. Although Fang Lang is not afraid, it will also leave a very bad impression on the US military, and someone may come to collect it. Finally, Fang Lang made it clear that he was looking for a buyer to sell it, which was equivalent to reporting to the US military in advance that he was just making a profit. If the US military really discovered the secret of this batch of copper materials, Fang Lang directly said that he had sold it. Although he could not completely get rid of suspicion, he certainly did not deliberately conceal it. It was not that Fang Lang was afraid of the US military. It was really difficult for him to completely get rid of the influence of the Americans in South America. At least on the surface, Fang Lang had to maintain a close relationship with the United States. Of course, if Fang Lang could become the local emperor of Brazil, the Americans might be a little bit afraid of the consequences. But at most, it was just a little bit. With the American world policeman's style of doing things, at most, if they couldn't solve the trouble, they would solve the troublemaker. Therefore, Fang Lang took the initiative to report this matter to Malik. As for how Malik would deal with it, it was not difficult to guess. He was able to smooth out such a large artillery factory for 100,000 yuan, so Fang Lang believed that, as long as the price was right, this batch of copper materials would not be a problem. Malik felt a little ashamed when he saw Fang Lang's sincere eyes. After a while, he nodded and said, "Okay, Fang, thank you for sharing. I accept it. But I don't want that much. I didn't do any work. I'll just take 3 layers." Seeing Malik let go, Fang Lang breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "You are the superior. You take 70% and I take 3 layers." Malik saw that Fang Lang's expression was a little helpless. He didn't expect that there would be a day when he would push away the money that was delivered to him. However, for a simple good brother like Fang Lang, Malik finally decided to take a step back. "Fang, you have to remember that we are brothers, not superiors and subordinates. So, the most I can accept is a split of half." Seeing that Malik had obviously made up his mind, Fang Lang didn't continue to dwell on this matter. He said directly, "Okay, then it's settled. We are still looking for a seller for the goods now. However, your identity is more sensitive than mine. Let's do this. I will calculate it directly, based on the current international copper price of $3,514 per ton. This batch of goods is worth about $250,000, which is $125,000 in half. I will send it to you when I go back later." Although Malik didn't know what the current international copper price was, he believed that Fang Lang would not lie to him about this matter. He waved his hand casually and said, "Okay, you can do it yourself. You don't have to send it immediately. We still have plenty of time." Fang Lang was just saying this. After all, it would be later that he could prove his difficulty in raising money temporarily. As soon as the deal was made, Fang Lang immediately took out more than $100,000 from his pocket and gave it to him. No matter who it was, his heart would be full of doubts. Moreover, there was another place that was not so important to go to later, so he could report it later when he sent the money. "Okay, then I'll go back to raise money first, and I'll take you to see the quality of this batch of copper materials." As he said this, he was going to take Malik to the scene to see the situation. Of course, this was just Fang Lang's trick. He certainly didn't want Malik to go to the scene. It wasn't because he was afraid that he would notice the abnormality of the copper rod, but because he was worried that he would find it unusual that the basement was so large and only stored copper rods. He told him that he was going to raise money and said that he would take him to see the copper materials. With Malik's personality, it must be more important to raise money for him as soon as possible than to see the copper materials. After all, the people from the Alliance General will be here soon. Sure enough, Malik waved his hand and said, "You go and do your own thing. What's so good about copper materials?" Seeing his attitude, Fang Lang remained calm and said in a hurry, "Okay, I'll go raise money first, and I'll come to you when I raise the money." After that, he took a car and left the US military base. Fang Lang did not go back to rest after leaving the US military camp. Instead, he drove to the dock and saw that the dock was a busy scene. Many Japanese were working as loaders at the dock. The soldiers of the Expeditionary Force were monitoring the situation on the side. As for why the Japanese were recruited to load and unload, this was also a helpless move. After all, the time was tight and the task was heavy. It would take half a month for the Brazilian Expeditionary Forces to complete the loading and unloading of all the things. It just so happened that the Japanese could not even solve the basic food and clothing problem, and 2 meals could recruit a lot of people. All the things were sealed in wooden boxes, and Fang Lang was not afraid that they would find anything unusual. It was a routine operation for the occupation army to dismantle mechanical equipment. What would happen if they knew? Fang Lang quickly found his father at the dock and asked about the loading of the goods, emphasizing that not all eggs should be put in the same basket. As a result, Fang Lang had just finished talking about the problem of loading the goods, but his father Fang Xinshan handed him a telegram saying that it was sent by Fang Xinshu from Shanghai. Now Fang Xinshu is the general manager of the Brazilian Labor Dispatch Company, and all immigration work is his responsibility. This business was originally negotiated by him and the hangman. Therefore, it is natural for him to carry out the specific implementation. Fang Lang took the telegram casually, and his brows began to frown unconsciously as he looked at it. It turned out that Fang Xinshu discovered that many of the immigrants sent to them were Japanese, and they were mistaken for Chinese, and sent to the immigration ship by the local gangs. At first, because these people could speak simple Chinese, they were not discovered. Later, these Japanese and Chinese had a conflict on the ship and were discovered. He knew the real purpose of this so-called labor dispatch very well, but he was tricked by the local gangs, which made him furious. He almost had a firefight with the local gangs, but fortunately everyone endured it for the sake of long-term business. The overseas hangman came forward to negotiate and sent all the Japanese back. However, after a lesson learned, Fang Xinshu began to be extra careful and conducted a detailed background check on every immigrant on the ship. As a result, it would have been better if he hadn't investigated, but once he investigated, he found a problem. Most of these Chinese who wanted to work abroad were traitors. This made Fang Xinshu a little unsure about how to deal with it. It was not right to accept them, and it was not right not to accept them. So, he simply sent a telegram to Fang Xinshu and let Fang Xinshu and Fang Lang decide. Fang Lang glanced at his father and said, "Dad, what do you think about this?" Fang Xinshu raised his brows, glared, and said directly, "What's there to say about this? Definitely not. These people have no nationality in their eyes, only their own interests. They are a group of selfish and shameless villains. If they go to Brazil, they will rely on those white people and sell out our Chinese interests. We won't have anywhere to cry." Looking at his father's angry expression, Fang Lang couldn't help but pat him on the back and comforted him. "Dad, calm down and don't be excited. We can't get ourselves angry for irrelevant people. I tell you, we must not bring these traitors back to Brazil. I would rather have fewer Chinese people than more of these bastards. I heard that these dogs are more hateful than the Japs. The people harmed by them are more than the Japs." Fang Lang knew very well that what Fang Xinshu said was true. In fact, Fang Lang knows more about the situation of traitors than Fang Xinshu. After all, later history has settled accounts with these people. Some people in later generations are blasting everywhere, saying that China is the only country in the world in World War II where the number of puppet troops is several times more than the invaders, which shows that the Chinese are servile. This is definitely wrong. According to the detailed statistics of later experts, the total number of Japanese troops invading China was about 2.9 million, and the number of puppet troops was 2.64 million. From this, it can be seen that the number of puppet troops is obviously not as large as that of the Japanese army. You can check this data yourself. Of course, there are also many people who will say that 2.64 million is not a small number. Students who know history actually know that the largest part of these people are actually helpless. Before the great traitor Wang surrendered, the number of puppet troops was 780,000, and these people were mainly prisoners of war. Many of them were soldiers who shed blood for the country, but some officials were greedy for life and feared death, so they directly ordered surrender. Being a traitor is not the subjective will of these people, which can be clearly seen from the combat effectiveness of the puppet army. Most of the puppet troops even fired into the air when fighting. As for the puppet troops brought over by the traitor Wang, the situation was basically the same. In fact, the most fundamental reason for this situation was that the people at that time were basically illiterate, and their national consciousness had just begun to awaken. These could be changed through education. Of course, Fang Lang would not be polite to those traitors who took the initiative to surrender to the Japanese and bear blood debts. Chapter 112, The Magical Farce of the Japanese. Fang Xinshu looked at Fang Lang with a thoughtful expression and couldn't help but feel anxious. He said quickly, "Langja, you can't be confused." Fang Lang looked at Fang Xinshu and smiled, saying, "Dad, don't worry. I'm thinking about how to squeeze out the money from the traitors. Some big traitors are worth a lot. Don't think about getting away with the crimes they committed in their hometowns." In Fang Lang's impression, the real big traitors are all wealthy, but with the nature of the government, these people's wealth should have been squeezed dry long ago. Some big traitors even reached a deal with government officials before the Japanese surrendered and turned into government officials. It's not Fang Lang's turn to pick up the leaks. Most of the so-called traitors who were sold as piglets should be small traitors who are vassals of the big traitors. After thinking again and again, Fang Lang still felt that he couldn't kill people with one stick. He had to distinguish these people and treat them according to different policies. Therefore, he set 3 principles. First, all the big traitors who were responsible for the bloodbaths would have all their property confiscated and be sunk into the sea. Second, all the traitors who had no bloodbaths and whose property came from improper sources would have all their property confiscated and be transported to Brazil for labor reform for 10 to 20 years. Third, ordinary people who had no bloodbaths and no property but were just vassals of traitors would be transported to Brazil for labor reform for 3 to 5 years. As for the ideological education work during the labor reform, it would also be unremitting, and everyone must be made aware of the unforgivable crimes they had committed against the country and the nation. Let them live with a mentality of atonement and become teaching materials for other people. Let everyone understand that, as long as they did something that was sorry for the country and the nation, they would not escape punishment, even if they went abroad. Further strengthen the immigrant's sense of national identity. After Fang Lang expressed his ideas, Fang Xinshan thought for a long time before agreeing and calling Fang Xinshu back. On the way back to the base from the dock, Fang Lang was still thinking in his heart that most of these puppet soldiers had been incorporated by the National Army. These national soldiers would not be sent directly in batches. Then the number of national troops will be significantly reduced. Will his immigration action indirectly accelerate the demise of the national government? But Fang Lang did not want to accept too many traitors. If the entire Brazilian Chinese were dominated by traitors, what would happen? Thinking about it, Fang Lang felt that he should give priority to building schools among immigrants. While training everyone's work skills, he should also firmly grasp everyone's ideological dynamics and strengthen everyone's national consciousness. There must be no more traitors. Of course, Fang Lang also knew that he could not completely eliminate them. However, in Brazil, where he was unfamiliar with the place and did not speak the language, it was actually very suitable for Fang Lang to carry out ideological education. Fang Lang did not have time to rest after returning to the station. He had to seize the time and transport the wealth. At the same time, he had to pay close attention to the political situation in Brazil. After all, he knew that the time for the new presidential election was coming soon. The current Brazilian president Vargas was a dictator who came to power through a coup. Although he was also learning American-style democracy, he could only choose him in a democratic election. Unfortunately, he overestimated his position in the hearts of the Brazilian people. When the election began, the situation began to get out of his control. When he saw that the situation was not right, President Vargas began to use his power to manipulate the election, trying to make his newly formed Labour Party win directly. This behavior immediately caused dissatisfaction among other domestic parties, and also caused dissatisfaction among the expeditionary soldiers, who had just withdrawn from Italy to Brazil. After all, these soldiers had been trained in the United States for 2 years, and accepted American-style democratic ideas. What happened next was natural. Of course, these things were all learned by Fang Lang in the process of communicating with friends in Brazil during this period of time. Fang Lang, who came from a later generation, knew that President Vargas would be overthrown by the army in October, but he did not know the specific time and reason. However, when he was in the Expeditionary Army, he had already seen clues from some things in the army. As a trusted figure in the Brazilian Expeditionary Force that President Vargas personally formed against all odds, when President Vargas's confidants were gradually marginalized, it can be seen that the Brazilian Expeditionary Force is no longer the Expeditionary Force that was loyal to President Vargas. With Fang Lang's current identity, he can't help but pay attention to the domestic political situation at all times. Today, he finally got a name from Colonel Teach at the Rio de Janeiro Naval Base, Eurico Gaspar Dutra, the Minister of the Army of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force, currently also a Major General. Recently, the Brazilian Social Democratic Party and the Brazilian Labour Party have begun to frequently contact General Dutra because of the obstruction of democratic elections. From the information Fang Lang has collected now, this person should be the one who launched a coup and overthrew Vargas. It is not known whether President Vargas is too confident or does not pay enough attention to intelligence work. Now even Fang Lang, who is on the expedition to Japan, has seen the tension of the political situation. And Vargas, who is on the presidential throne, is still confident that he can really manipulate the election and continue to be re-elected. It can only be said that several years of re-election and the constitution specially issued for his own dictatorship have indeed paralyzed Vargas's nerves. These things are actually not surprising to Fang language. After all, he knows history. What really surprised Fang Lang was the news about Japanese immigrants in Brazil that Colonel Teach revealed to Fang language. Almost all of Fang Lang's friends knew that Fang Lang had destroyed a Japanese spy organization in Sao Paulo. As Fang Lang's friends, they also generally began to have a scrutiny and guard against Japanese Brazilians, especially after the Expeditionary Force participated in the Pacific battlefield. Brazil, especially the military, began to be wary of Japanese Brazilians. Colonel Teach was also paying close attention to the Japanese movements in Rio de Janeiro. As a result, after Japan announced its surrender, Colonel Teach discovered that the Japanese newspapers in Brazil had published several very fantastic news for several consecutive days. Fang Lang now remembered Colonel Teach's teasing tone, and he still felt a little amused. "Hey Fang, do you know? The Japanese newspapers in Brazil had published several heavyweight news. Do you want to see it? I have newspapers here." Fang Lang didn't understand what heavyweight news Japan could have at this time, and couldn't help asking curiously, "Oh, I'm in Japan now. I haven't heard of any heavyweight news." As a result, Colonel Teach laughed, and couldn't stop at all. Fang Lang was afraid that she would laugh until she choked. After a while, he heard Colonel Teach say, "Don't you know? The Japanese newspapers in Brazil said Japan used an atomic bomb with amazing destructive power to destroy the British and American coalition forces. Japan's atomic bomb attacked the US mainland, causing more than 30 million American casualties. The Soviet Union and China surrendered unconditionally. MacArthur became a prisoner. Japan occupied Hawaii. The United States surrendered, and the president was appointed by the Japanese. These are all big news. Aren't you in Japan? You don't even know these." Such news can be regarded as refreshing Fang Lang's three views. It feels like a fairy tale. Incredible. He even suspected that Colonel Teach was joking with him. "Are you serious? Do you want to change your career and write novels?" Haha. "Fang, I don't have such imagination. These are all published in these Japanese newspapers. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a few newspapers to see." Hearing Colonel Teach's confident tone, Fang Lang had to believe it. Then how will the government deal with it? What else can they do? Seize newspapers and arrest rumormongers? But these Japanese believe them even more, and even think that we are spreading false propaganda and deliberately undermining their fighting spirit. They even organized a grand celebration. I once doubted that the news of Japan's surrender that I received was false. If you were not in Japan now, I would have believed them. This is also full of magical realism. But Fang Lang knew it in his heart. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the Japanese in Brazil. It has something to do with their living environment in Brazil. Except for a few wealthy people who own plantations, most Japanese immigrants are hired farmers, or engaged in low-level jobs such as laundry. Most of them do not understand Portuguese and hardly communicate with local Brazilians. The Japanese circle is the only one they will contact. As Brazil joined the Allied camp, Japan withdrew all diplomats and resident employees of Japanese companies, including Brazilian ambassador Ishiira Ishitaro. The Brazilian government also began to restrict the activities of Japanese in Brazil and even forced the Japanese to use Portuguese. The Japanese expatriates in Brazil also almost lost contact with their homeland. The Japanese, who knew nothing about the news from their homeland, felt isolated from the world. The Japanese began to huddle together for warmth, especially after the Sao Paulo city government took a series of blockade measures because it suspected that the Japanese were engaged in espionage activities, which made the Japanese collectively panic. At this time, the only source of information for them was Japanese newspapers. They did not understand Portuguese, and most of them lived in two different worlds in the same country as ordinary Brazilians. The Japanese newspapers told them that Japan had won, and they naturally believed it, and began crazy celebrations. There were even some fanatics who began to advocate that the Japanese in Brazil take the initiative to contribute to their motherland and provide help. Therefore, in July 1945, the Japanese in Brazil established a Chendeo alliance to support the Japanese war and insist on victory in the war. The number of members soon expanded to nearly 120,000. Almost all the Japanese joined in, which made the Brazilian government very vigilant. Major Blackwell's intelligence agency is now focusing on these crazy Japanese. Fang Lang learned more from Major Blackwell. According to Major Blackwell's intelligence, the Japanese Chendeo alliance has now had differences and has begun to attack each other. The reason for the differences is naturally that some Japanese who can speak Portuguese have learned through Brazilian newspapers and radio that Japan has actually surrendered. These people spread this news among the Japanese, which naturally caused dissatisfaction among the Chendeo alliance, which insisted that Japan would win. Therefore, the Chendeo alliance quickly split into a winner group and a loser group. Historically, because the Japanese in Brazil belonged to different groups, there were constant conflicts, and many terrorist attacks occurred between them, with casualties from time to time. It was not until 1973 that 3 Japanese immigrants, who were called the last winner group by the Brazilian media, flew back to Japan after decades away. Looking at Japan, which was in a period of rapid economic development and extremely prosperous, they said to the large number of reporters who came to watch, "Look, Japan is so prosperous, we obviously won. This farce was finally over." The fantastic operation of the Japanese in Brazil is a real historical event. Interested friends can check the relevant historical data. If I say too much, readers will blame me for watering down the word count. If I don't say it, it will affect the development of the plot later, so please forgive me. Chapter 113. Haku Brewery. Fang Lang didn't care about the fast staged by the Brazilian Japanese in Brazil. He even felt a little gloating and wanted to add fuel to the fire. When Fang Lang finished dealing with the matters at hand at the base, it was already completely dark. Fang Lang took the agreed $125,000 again and went to the US military base to find Colonel Malik, but he didn't find him. Later, he learned through the car radio that Colonel Malik was preparing to finish the underground arsenal. Fang Lang didn't hesitate and drove directly to visit. When Fang Lang arrived, he saw American soldiers driving a group of Japanese workers into the underground factory. From time to time, Japanese workers resisted and were knocked down by American soldiers. Fang Lang found Malik, who was leaning against the jeep smoking a cigar, and casually hung the package in his hand on Malik's hand and said, "Have you finished moving all my things?" Malik looked at the package that Fang Lang stuffed in his hand, raised his eyebrows and said, "I'll do it, don't worry. The things have just been moved, and the remaining people are no longer useful." Looking at the workers who were being driven away, Fang Lang also took out a cigar, sniffed it under his nose, and casually said, "The people I want are still there." Malik knew that Fang Lang was talking about the workers who promised to provide Fang Lang with the equipment to reinstall and complete the production. "Don't worry. The people you want are not these ordinary workers. Those are engineers, and they are now locked up in the cells of the garrison. After dealing with this, I will arrange for someone to escort them to you." In fact, Fang Lang was not worried about this problem. Even if there were no these people, he could pay to hire talents who could restart the production line in Europe and the United States. He just didn't want to be so troublesome and didn't want too many people to know that this production line was taken away by him. While trimming the cigar neatly with a cigar cutter, Fang Lang raised his chin towards the workers who were being driven out and said, "What should we do with these people? Do you need my help?" Colonel Malik smiled and shook his head to refuse, then asked curiously, "Oh, what do you want to do?" Seeing Colonel Malik's curious eyes, Fang Lang didn't care and said, "Isn't this simple? If you are not afraid of any noise, just send a few heavy machine guns and solve it with a burst of gunfire. If you don't want any gunshots, put some napalm bombs inside, lock the door and detonate them, and it will soon be quiet." Unexpectedly, Colonel Malik said with disgust, "Fang, you are too cruel. We are a civilized army. How can we treat civilians like this? Fang Lang didn't expect that he would be disliked, and he didn't care. He picked up the lead cigar, took a deep puff, and gently exhaled the smoke before saying, "Oh, are you going to keep them? Aren't you afraid that they will leak the news here?" Colonel Malik looked at the casual Fang Lang, and it was obvious that they both knew each other tacitly. He looked at the gate of the underground factory that had been closed by the American soldiers, smiled and said, "Okay, there's going to be a landslide here soon. Let's get away." After that, he patted Fang Lang on the shoulder and motioned him to get in the car with him. Fang Lang naturally didn't care. He smiled and showed an admiring expression and gave Colonel Malik a thumbs up. The two of them understood each other and said no more. The jeep drove forward about 200 meters and stopped. There was a muffled bang behind him. Fang Lang felt that it was similar to the sound of lighting firecrackers and throwing them into a rat hole when he was a child, but the sound was countless times louder. Fang Lang could clearly see that the entire ground seemed to be thrown up and then pulled down by the gravity of the earth, and then there was dust flying all over the sky. He gave Malik a thumbs up again and said, "Man, how much explosives have you put? It's about to cause an earthquake." Malik smiled mysteriously and said, "I don't carry any explosives. We are here to carry out the occupation mission, not to cause destruction. It seems that the Japanese use their own explosives." Fang Lang stopped paying attention to this place and said directly, "My people found a brewery with a lot of good wine. Do you want to go and have a look?" Malik looked at Fang Lang with disdain and said, "I say, Fang, how good can Japanese sake be? It's not strong enough. If you want to drink whiskey. I don't have any. When I finish this, let's go to my office to drink some and celebrate. Isn't this place finished yet? How else do we need to deal with it? Haha. You don't understand this. The factory collapsed, but the traces are too new. We need to use napalm bombs and bake them to make it look like it was bombed by an airplane. Do you understand? You still have napalm bombs. Isn't this thing dropped by airplanes? Just modify it with a mortar." Fang Lang didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. After arriving in Japan, Fang Lang has always had an attack target that he wants to attack, but he has never thought of a suitable way. Unexpectedly, he encountered napalm bombs that can be fired by mortars here in Malik today. What else can he say? He must find a way to get a batch of them. "Brother, what's the caliber of the napalm bomb for your mortar? Can you get me some 81mm caliber mortar shells? How many do you want?" Malik didn't care. Obviously, with Fang Lang's relationship with him, providing some mortar shells was not a big deal. "Give me 400 or 500 rounds. The number Fang Lang reported scared Malik. "Why do you want so many?" Fang Lang didn't answer the question directly, but said, "I want 50 81mm mortars and 500 rounds of napalm. Can you help me get them?" Seeing that Fang Lang didn't answer his question, Malik knew that this batch of things must not be used openly. After thinking for a while, Malik said directly, "I have confiscated Japanese Type 97 mortars. 50 of them are no problem. The caliber is 81mm, and the ammunition is the same as the American one." Fang Lang did not wait for Malik to continue, and said directly, "I will take $5,000. However, this matter needs to be kept secret." Colonel Malik was obviously a little hesitant, and after a long while, he said with a stiff upper lip, "Fang, you won't use him to kill MacArthur, right?" Hearing Malik's words, Fang Lang was almost choked to death by a puff of smoke. Just when Fang Lang wanted to say something, the American soldiers not far away began to pour shells on the factory ruins, where the dust had not yet settled. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the mortars firing kept ringing, but the sound of the bombs exploding was very dull. However, the burning effect of the napalm bomb was visible to the naked eye, and almost in an instant, the entire ground began to burn with a raging fire. The dominance of napalm is unreasonable. No matter if the ground is soil, trees, or steel, as long as the napalm sticks to the place, whether there is combustible or not, it can burn. It is said that it can produce a high temperature of 1000 degrees and stick to the object for a long time. Fang Lang didn't quite understand why this weapon was banned later, but now seeing the scene in front of him, Fang Lang finally understood. Finally, the sound of mortars stopped. Fang Lang looked at the purgatory-like scene in front of him. Instead of feeling scared, his eyes were shining. After confirming the look in his eyes, this is what he wants. He turned his head and looked at Malik and was about to answer his question. As a result, Malik spoke first. Okay, Fang, I don't care where you use it. You don't have to answer my questions or give me money. I will arrange 2 trucks to deliver what you want to your barracks. I just lost the shells. I don't know anything else, and I don't want to know. Fang Lang looked at Malik with a playful look. What does this mean? Do you want me to kill MacArthur or not? However, since Malik said he didn't want to know anything and took the initiative to distance himself from the matter, it was the best thing for Fang language. Fang Lang smiled and nodded to Malik, saying, okay, then I won't be polite. Now that we've finished things here, shall we go to the winery that my people found? Seeing that Fang Lang was going to invite him to the winery again, Malik refused without a second thought. What's so good about a Japanese winery? Let's go to my office for a drink. But Fang Lang smiled and shook his head, saying, I don't want to drink. I want to make a fortune. Wine can be sold for money. Don't you know that the older the wine, the more valuable it is? Malik looked at Fang Lang speechlessly and said, brother, you are too hungry for food. How much can Japanese wine be bought for? I'm not interested. Instead of going to see the winery with you, I might as well go back and accompany the girl the Japanese gave me. Brother, don't regret it if you don't go. I see. Is it because these damn Japanese dwarfs didn't arrange a girl for you? They made you so bored and you have to go to see some damn winery at night. Fang Lang heard what Malik said and could only shake his head helplessly. Originally, he wanted to make a little fortune with Malik. However, since others have repeatedly refused, there is no need to force it. As for the Japanese girls that Malik mentioned, this is indeed a comfort policy of the Japanese government. Ordinary soldiers have comfort stations. The officers can't always line up with the soldiers. Therefore, the Japanese began to take the initiative to arrange 2 or 3 Japanese women to take care of daily life for every American school level officer. As for Fang Lang, I don't know if it's because the Japanese look down on the identity of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force or because of his Chinese identity. Anyway, when the girls were assigned, Fang Lang was omitted. Fang Lang didn't mind. After all, some of the things he was doing couldn't be known to others. If the woman sent over was a Japanese spy, it would be a big trouble. I still like to find Japanese girls myself. Since you don't care about this little money, I'll send you 2 cars tomorrow morning. You can do it yourself. After saying that, he jumped off Malik's jeep. He got in his own car and said to the driver, go to Bay Brewery. Chapter 114 Tenergy Temple. The so-called Hakatsuyoru Brewery is actually a brewery with the brand name Hakatsuyoru. This brewery is not actually located in Osaka, but in Kobe, next to Osaka. It is no more than 15 kilometers away from the Brazilian Expeditionary Force's base. Fang Lang's eyes are naturally not on the Hakatsuyoru Brewery. Fang Lang, who came from the future, once visited a place called Hakatsuyoru Art Museum. This art museum was established in 1934 and is a very niche art museum. And Fang Lang obviously didn't see how many paintings were hidden in the art museum, but those Chinese bronzes and porcelains that were completely unrelated to the name of the so-called art museum. Compared with the huge number of other museums, the Hakatsuyoru Museum can only be regarded as pediatrics, but this inconspicuous small art museum has these 2 Chinese antiques that are called national treasures by the Japanese. When Fang Lang visited this museum, he was disgusted by the shameless behavior of the Japanese, but he could do nothing about it. However, now that God has given me this opportunity, I certainly can't let it go. So why didn't Fang Lang go directly to the Hakatsuyoru Art Museum, but to Hakatsuyoru Brewery? The reason is very simple. The Hakatsuyoru Art Museum was founded by the 7th generation of Hakatsuyoru Brewery, Kanojibi. With Japan's defeat, the Americans are about to land and become the occupying forces. Anyone with a little bit of brains will definitely move these important cultural relics. Fang Lang doesn't know where Kanojibi will move these treasures, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't know, as long as someone knows. As for why Fang Lang was generous enough to bring Colonel Malik, it was because the collections in this art museum were not many. Fang Lang's target was only the Chinese antiques in the middle. As for the others, he didn't feel bad about sharing them with Malik. Therefore, Fang Lang directly surrounded the Hikachitsuru brewery, which is known as the #1 brand of Japanese sake. When Fang Lang arrived at Bay Brewery, the adjutant Kikingshin was already waiting at the door. Before Fang Lang got out of the car, Kikingshin came up to him and said, "Boss, I have already interrogated him. Jibui Kano is not at the brewery or at home. He has been in Tenergy for more than a year. Eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures? Is it a joke that someone in the Kano family would eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures?" Fang Lang didn't know whether others would eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures, but Fang Lang really didn't believe that people in the Kano family would eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures. Jibui Kano was not a very famous person, and Fang Lang didn't know him well, but Fang Lang had heard of his brother Jigoro Kano. This name should have been heard by people who knew about Japanese judo. Jigoro Kano was the founder of modern judo, and was known as the father of judo. Jigoro Kano was also very famous in Brazil, because his apprentice Mitsuo Iomida brought judo to Brazil, and accepted several sons of his good friend Caster Gracie as apprentices. The world famous Gracie Jiu-Jitsu originated from this. At the same time, the Kano family is actually a member of the important Kansei Zaibatsu in Japan, the Kano Zaibatsu. It's just that this Zaibatsu is not very famous in later generations, so most people have not heard of it. Kikingshin also said with a strange look on his face, "It is said that Kano Jibui, feeling that the Japanese army has brought great harm to the Asian people, took the initiative to go to Japan's first Buddhist temple, Tenergy, to pray for the Asian people." Fang Lang heard this, and he unconsciously had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping through his heart. At this time, Japanese temples all supported Japan's invasion. There were even many monks joining the army, and many Japanese soldiers would have Japanese monks come to bless them before joining the army. If you say you go to pray for Japanese soldiers, Fang Lang will believe it, but if you say you pray for the Asian people, you are fooling ghosts. Suddenly, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck Fang Language. A flash of inspiration came to his mind, and Fang Lang quickly asked, "What temple did you just say?" Kikingshin heard Fang Lang's question and answered directly, "Xianwan Temple." Fang Lang suddenly slapped his forehead when he heard the name, and cursed in his heart that he almost lost the watermelon by picking up sesame seeds. How could he forget this famous Xianwan Temple? "Everyone gather, surround this Xianwan Temple for me, detain all the people, and kill them if they resist." After the order was given, all the personnel began to gather immediately. When everyone got back on the car, Fang Lang winked at Kikingshin and set off with the convoy. Kikingshin understood and took the soldiers of the guard platoon back to Bay Brewery. When Kikingshin and others caught up with the convoy, Fang Lang casually glanced at the flames rising into the sky in the distance and said nothing. Tenergy Temple in Osaka is located at the south gate of Osaka. Later, Tenergy Park was built, and the Osaka Museum of Art and Shitenergy Temple are located together. There are many treasures in the temple, and the Bingzi Jiaolin sword of the Sui dynasty is enshrined by the Japanese as a national treasure. The sword is actually a Sui straight sword, or ring-headed sword, cast in a place called Jiaolin in the Bingzi year. Tenergy Temple is very large. In order to block it, the expeditionary army almost came out in full force. Fang Lang stayed at the gate of Tenergy Temple and did not go in immediately. Instead, he waited quietly until the temple was completely surrounded and then waved his hand slowly. Because it was already midnight, it was pitch black all around. The movement of the expeditionary convoy surrounding Tenergy Temple still woke up the monks in the room. Before the expeditionary soldiers came forward to smash the door, 2 monks opened the gate of the temple. Looking at the densely packed soldiers outside the temple, they were obviously scared. Since the gate was already open, there was no need to be polite. Without Fang Lang's command, the soldiers began to rush in. The 2 monks who opened the door put their hands together, ready to ask the soldiers about their purpose. Unfortunately, the soldiers did not give them a chance to speak, and directly smashed them with the butt of their rifles, ignoring the monks' shouts. Anyway, they could not understand what they were shouting, and the order they received was to detain all the people inside. Fang Lang was very satisfied with the soldier's behavior because Fang Lang had seen too many movies in which both sides had to talk harshly or fight for a long time before doing anything. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with these people here, as if he was a villain. Of course, in the eyes of the Japanese at this moment, he was indeed a villain, but Fang Lang himself never thought so. As the embodiment of justice, how could he be regarded as a villain to collect a little insignificant interest from evil on behalf of justice? The chaos in the temple did not last long, because there were not many monks in the temple at this time. After all, during the war, Japan was short of soldiers, so how could the government allow so many adult men to continue to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha in the temple? Fang Lang walked in a square step, holding a cigar in his mouth, and walked slowly into this very famous temple in Japan, surrounded by the guard platoon. For some reason, Fang Lang felt that at this time, it should be accompanied by the BGM of the god of gamblers to appear more imposing. Soon, Fang Lang came to the room where the soldiers held the monks. At a glance, he found that there were only about 40 monks, and there were more than 20 other people, including 5 or 6 Japanese girls in kimonos. Seeing this situation, Fang Lang couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the Japanese translator next to him and said, "What's the situation? Can you let women stay in your Japanese temples? Are you practicing joyful Zen?" When the translator next to him heard it, Fang Lang took the initiative to ask him questions today. "This is really a blessing from heaven," he immediately said with a flattering look on his face. "Dear Colonel, I have just learned that these women are all here to seek refuge with their families. The gentlemen and ladies hiding here are all prominent nobles in Osaka City. If, Colonel, you want to experience our Japanese joy Zen, please leave it to me. Tonight I will persuade these noble ladies to meditate and gain enlightenment with you. It will be an honor for them." Fang Lang did not expect that this Japanese translator would be so knowledgeable. He patted his shoulder with great satisfaction and said, "Soga, you are very good. After you finish dealing with things here, ask them to come over. I want to pick 2 beautiful ones to come and practice Japanese joy Zen with me. Now, bring the host here up to me first." The Japanese translator actually heard Fang Lang's praise and was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed 90 degrees, said hi, and turned around and chatted to the crowd. Soon, an old monk wearing a gorgeous black monk robe and with a hunched figure came out. Fang Lang could tell from the age spots on his face that the presiding monk was at least 70 years old. The presiding monk put his hands together and talked to Fang language. Unfortunately, Fang Lang didn't speak Japanese. But looking at the old monk's expression, it was obvious that he was questioning Fang Lang and his friend's purpose of breaking into the temple in the middle of the night. The Japanese translator was about to translate when Fang Lang waved his hand to interrupt him. He was not interested in listening to what the Japanese old monk said. Now this is his territory, and he must be the one in charge. Only others listen to him. When will it be their turn to ask him what to do? Since we know that he is the leader of these monks, it's enough. Fang Lang directly said to the Japanese translator, "Tell this old monk that I don't have time to talk nonsense with him here. Let him take me to the treasure room in the temple. If you say one more word, I will drag you out and shoot you." The Japanese translator's eyes jumped when he heard Fang Lang's words. He didn't expect this officer to be so simple and rude. He quickly turned around and said to the old monk. After hearing this, the old monk's face turned pale, and he kept talking to the translator. After hearing this, the translator looked at Fang Lang anxiously and said, "Colonel, the host master said that he cannot accept Yarama's behavior." Fang Lang glanced at the translator and knew that the old monk must not be so polite. Because although Fang Lang didn't understand what the old monk said specifically, he knew from the tone of the old monk's speech and body language that the old monk didn't say anything good. Chapter 115, Bingzi Jiro Linjian. Fang Lang had expected the old monk's behavior. He smiled and asked the translator, "How many words did he say just now?" The translator was stunned by the question. His face was a little nervous, and he slowly stretched out 2 fingers. Fang Lang didn't care whether the translator's answer was true or false. Since he stretched out 2 fingers, Fang Lang would just treat it as 2 words. In this case, all the Japanese looked at the two fingers stretched out by the translator, and then Fang Lang said to the back, since a host said two nonsense words, let's drag two people out. Soon 4 soldiers came forward and dragged 2 monks out of the crowd. They made the 2 monks kneel facing the wall, and without any nonsense, they took out their pistols and fired 2 bangs. The room was in chaos, and the screams of the women almost broke Fang Lang's eardrums. The soldiers around all raised their guns in their hands. Facing the black muzzles of the guns, everyone quickly learned to shut up. Fang Lang even saw several Japanese women desperately covering their mouths with their hands to prevent themselves from making any sounds, but their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Fang Lang said to the translator again, ask again, please tell this host, this time 2 people will be dragged out for saying nonsense. The translator's eyes were a little evasive at this time, and he felt that the person standing in front of him was simply a devil. However, he did not dare to refuse the devil's request. With a slightly trembling voice, he once again spoke to the host monk and grunted. This time the old monk learned his lesson. He actually closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and stood quietly in place, with the momentum of going to die generously. Seeing this scene in front of him, Fang Lang unconsciously felt that the old monk opposite was the embodiment of justice, while he was an unforgivable robber. If it was a person who was not mentally firm, he might really be defeated at this time. Unfortunately, Fang Lang is a person who has not only received historical education in modern society, he is also a Brazilian expeditionary soldier who has been oppressed by the Japanese in Brazil. Soldiers who are used to life and death will not have any mercy on these vested interest groups in the Japanese invasion of China. These people here actually committed no fewer crimes than the soldiers on the battlefield. First of all, the so-called nobles hiding here are the driving forces behind the war, and they are also the vested interest groups who can reap the fruits of victory without risking their lives in the war. And these monks are the culprits who sent some Japanese young people to the battlefield with just 1 or 2 blessings and a talisman. Compared with what the devils did in his hometown, Fang Lang felt that he was simply a gentleman. Since he had the opportunity to avenge the people in his hometown, he would never be soft-hearted and would not choose to forgive the dead on his own initiative. Fang Lang believes in blood for blood and tooth for tooth. Some time ago, Fang Lang had been hiding behind and encouraging the soldiers of the Expeditionary Force not to be too restrained. However, as time went on, Fang Lang knew that everyone would be recalled to Brazil soon. The political storm in Brazil was about to break out, and Fang Lang himself hoped to return to Brazil to stabilize the situation and protect his family. Therefore, he had to hurry up and complete everything he wanted to do in Japan. Fang Lang looked at the old monk who seemed to be emitting a sacred aura, smiled and said, since the host has chosen to remain silent, then kill them all, and we will go find them ourselves. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. When the soldiers heard Fang Lang's words, they pulled the bolts of their guns and prepared to shoot. The translator beside him trembled with fear and knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Colonel, please give me a chance. I will definitely be able to convince them. Fang Lang glanced at the translator meaningfully. What does it mean? He wants to be a hero. But Fang Lang didn't mind fulfilling his wish. After all, he said that he would help him arrange to practice Happy Zen. For this kind of thoughtful service, Fang Lang had to give him a little face. Looking at the translator kneeling on the ground, Fang Lang said coldly, you have 1 minute. After that, he walked out of the room without looking back and said to the expeditionary platoon leader who was guarding the Japanese, after 1 minute, if no one is willing to come out to lead the way, kill them all. The platoon leader said without hesitation, yes, sir. In fact, sometimes Fang Lang felt that Brazilian soldiers were still very useful. Perhaps it was because most of the soldiers had no culture. In addition, Brazil had a short history and jumped directly from a colonial society closed to a slave society to a capitalist society. Most of the lower class people still had some feudal remnants, so the grassroots soldiers were very obedient, and the soldiers executed the orders without compromise. Therefore, Brazil in this era was actually very easy to form warlords, and what Fang Lang was doing now was basically equivalent to a small warlord. Fang Lang walked out of the house and looked at the dark night sky, and he had already started thinking about the next move. Since the management staff of the Alliance headquarters will arrive tomorrow, if I continue to stay in Osaka, I can only be a police-like occupying force, and this job is meaningless. The right thing to do is to hurry up and jump out. Fang Lang had just thought of the beginning when the translator came out with the abbot, who looked at him. Looking at the Japanese translator, who ran over and nodded to him, Fang Lang showed him a fake smile, which scared the Japanese translator. He quickly said, "Mr. Colonel, the abbot has realized his mistake and has also obtained the consent of several social leaders. Now I will take you to the treasure room of Tenergy." Fang Lang heard this and thought, what social leaders are there? It seems that the treasure room now contains not only the treasures of Tenergy. Who knows, the treasures of the White Crane Art Museum are also here. Oh. From what you said, this treasure room also contains other people's collections. What else can Fang Lang be dissatisfied with for such an opportunity to take everything in one go? As he spoke, he waved his hand, signaling the two to lead the way. The presiding abbot had a sad face throughout the whole process and didn't say a word. It was unknown whether it was because he was afraid of saying something wrong and causing a fatal disaster, or he was unwilling to have any communication with Fang language. On the way, the Japanese translator also explained that the current treasure room of Xianwang Temple does contain many family collections of nobles, which is also their behavior to avoid risks. Unexpectedly, it directly fulfilled Fang Lang's wish and gave him the opportunity to wipe it out in one go. Soon, several people followed the presiding abbot through several Buddhist halls and came to a 5-story tower. Fang Lang knew that this was the famous Wazalao of Xianwang Temple. He didn't expect that the treasure room of Xianwang Temple would be in such a conspicuous position. As the abbot opened the door on the first floor and pushed the door in, there was a circular shelf with various antiques and cultural relics neatly arranged in categories. Even behind the shelf, Fang Lang could see unopened wooden boxes with some family crests painted on them. Obviously, they were family collections of various nobles. What else can I say? Fang Lang didn't even bother to look at it and directly ordered Kikingshan behind him to pack and box. The expeditionary soldiers obviously had experience, and they divided the work and cooperated and began to pack all the items in an orderly manner. Although the presiding abbot had expected it. However, when it really came to this moment, he saw the actions of these soldiers and sat down on the ground. His eyes were grey. Fang Lang didn't care, patted Kikingshan's shoulder, pointed upstairs, and motioned him to go upstairs to take a look. He said to the Japanese translator, "I heard that there is an ancient Chinese Bingzi Jiaolin sword here. Let him take me to see it." The translator hurriedly muttered to the presiding abbot. Hearing the Japanese translator's words, the presiding abbot stood up from the ground and angrily sprayed at the Japanese translator. Fang Lang didn't even bother to look at him twice, but looked at the collections on the first floor seriously, and from time to time he also told the soldiers to handle it with care. Finally, the Japanese translator finished communicating with the presiding abbot and came over and whispered to Fang Lang, "Colonel, the abbot said that there is no Bingzi Jiaolin sword here, only the sword of Prince Shitoku. Haha. Since our abbot is so stubborn, let him be. What I want is the things, not the win or loss. Because we have already won, right?" Hearing the words of the Japanese translator, Fang Lang felt it was really ridiculous. Just because the things from China were worn by your shitty prince, you directly denied his history. After hearing Fang Lang's words, the Japanese translator immediately showed a flattering smile on his face, and he echoed, "Yes, Colonel, the Allies have won. This damn old monk is really ungrateful. Please don't bother with him." Fang Lang felt that this Japanese translator was more and more interesting. No matter how you look at it, it seems that he has the meaning of bearing humiliation and burdens. I wonder if he will do something like sleeping on straw and tasting gall when he is on the side. He nodded in different voices and motioned the Japanese translator to lead the way. Led by the abbot, the group went up to the top floor of the 5-story building. The abbot was about to take out the knife, but was stopped by Kikingshan, who followed him. Kikingshan stepped forward and glared at the abbot fiercely, then pushed the old man away, took a knife box in his own hands, and handed it to Fang language. Fang Lang was not polite and directly opened the knife box. He saw a handleless straight knife lying quietly on the silk lining of the knife box. Fang Lang looked at the luster on the blade and couldn't help saying, "This is obviously the style of the SUIN Tang straight knife, which is completely different from the slightly upturned blade of the Japanese samurai sword. I don't know how these Japanese have the nerve to say that this is a national treasure of Japan." Putting on gloves, Fang Lang gently stroked the words Bingzi Jiaolin on the blade, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. This can be regarded as a national treasure returning to the hands of the Chinese. Gently closing the knife box and signaling Kikingshan to keep it well, Fang Lang looked at the presiding abbot and said, "I heard that there are also many treasure rooms in Tennoji Temple in Tokyo." The Japanese translator quickly translated Fang Lang's words to the presiding abbot. As a result, the abbot's face changed drastically after hearing it, and his eyes were terrified, as if he had seen a devil. He actually jumped down from the 5th floor of the 5-story building without hesitation. Fang Lang didn't expect that the abbot would have such a fierce reaction. Originally, he just wanted to blast the abbot. Unexpectedly, the abbot was so tough that he didn't give Fang Lang any chance and chose to silence himself. Doesn't he understand that his reaction is equivalent to telling Fang Lang directly that what you said is right? Should we say that you have a brain or that you don't have a brain? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. Big Events. On the night of October 4th, 1945, Fang Lang stood on the 5th floor of the 5-story building of Tennoji Temple in Osaka, looking at the body of the abbot on the ground, and he couldn't help but start to murmur in his heart. Originally, he just knew that there was a Tennoji Temple in Tokyo, Japan. So he casually bumped the abbot, but the abbot didn't know what he was thinking, and jumped from the 5th floor. At such an old age, jumping from here basically doesn't need to consider the problem of rescue. From this point of view, the Tennoji Temple in Osaka is really connected with the Tennoji Temple in Tokyo. Judging from the abbot's resolute self-destruction, the treasures in Tennoji Temple in Tokyo should be much more than those in Osaka. What can I do? There is no stop at Tennoji Temple in Tokyo on my trip to Tokyo. Looking at the soldiers who were busy moving the collection downstairs, Fang Lang began to fall into deep thought. It was not until a soldier came to report that the US military had transported 2 trucks of ammunition to the garrison that Fang Lang came back to his senses. Going downstairs, looking at the 5-story building that was almost emptied, Fang Lang smiled with satisfaction. With what he had gained tonight, his trip to Osaka was not in vain. After coming downstairs, Fang Lang found the messenger and asked him to notify the artillery platoon to take 2 napalm bombs that had just been delivered to see the effect. Soon, the soldiers of the artillery platoon came with the Japanese 97 Type 81mm mortar. Fang Lang pulled Kikingshan over and whispered a series of orders in his ear. After seeing Kikingshan express his understanding, Fang Lang did not say anything more. He had not had a good rest for 2 consecutive nights, and now the work in Osaka has been basically completed. Fang Lang wanted to take advantage of his father's time to have a good chat with his father, and for the safety of the fleet, Fang Lang had ordered De La Tour's Hope submarine to escort the fleet throughout the journey. The fleet was about to set off after dawn, so Fang Lang, who left Tennoji, went directly to the dock, talked with Fang Xinshan for a while, and then explained to De La Tour. Although Fang Lang believed that the political storm far away in Brazil should not affect himself and his family, it was right to be cautious. Therefore, Fang Lang specifically asked De La Tour not to go ashore directly after returning to Brazil, but to wait for Fang Lang's order in the sea outside Santasport and be ready to pick up his family at any time. Fang Lang knew that when Fang Xinshan and the Hope returned to Brazil, October would have been over and President Vargas would have been overthrown. However, Fang Lang was worried that President Vargas had been a dictator for so many years and would definitely have his own people. Although he did not participate in the overthrow of Vargas as an openly pro-American faction in Brazil, when his family was targeted and attacked by Vargas supporters, Fang Lang would have no place to cry. Shortly after Fang Lang left Xianwang Temple, Qi Qingshan brought two Japanese translators who were with the team back to the house where the monks were imprisoned in Xianwang Temple. The Japanese translator thought that he was going to select a noble girl for Fang Lang, so he went in happily. Next, Qi Qingshan directly ordered to lock the door and lock all the Japanese in the house, and the Japanese in the house immediately began to scream. The Japanese translator who had been following Fang Lang fell to the ground. He understood his fate the moment Qi Qingshan closed the door. He was going to be silenced. It was a pity that he thought he could win favor by selecting noble girls for Fang language. However, in Fang Lang's eyes, how could the so-called Japanese noble girls be more important than keeping a secret? Fang Lang did not want to keep this secret forever, which was unrealistic. Fang Lang just wanted to keep this secret until Fang Lang could safely transport all the collections back to Brazil. After Qi Qingshan left, the mortars of the artillery platoon fired 2 napalm bombs, and the whole house was directly engulfed in flames. During the whole process, Fang Lang did not even pay attention to who the nobles imprisoned in this house were. If the Japanese translator was smart enough, he should have thought that they would definitely be silenced. Unfortunately, whether he was compromising or sleeping on straw and tasting gall, it was meaningless to Fang language. The next day, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the messenger sent by Colonel Malik came to inform Fang Lang of the meeting, the scene he saw was that except for the necessary staff on duty, there were no people. The entire Brazilian expeditionary camp was filled with snoring, and everyone was fast asleep. The 2 consecutive days and nights of intense work had really exhausted the expeditionary soldiers, and it also made Fang Lang very rich. At about 8 o'clock yesterday morning, Fang Lang watched his father lead the harvest from Osaka to leave. The fleet that left this time included 3 cargo ships, a supply ship, and a submarine. The house and another supply ship were left behind to serve Fang language. When Fang Lang arrived at Colonel Malik's office, he saw Colonel Malik sitting at his desk looking at a document, with a wisp of smoke wafting from his cigar. When he saw Fang Lang, Colonel Malik was not polite and spoke directly. Fang, this morning, the Allied officials from Tokyo have arrived in Osaka and convened a meeting of the original Osaka officials at the Osaka City Hall and asked me to attend. From now on, there will be no days when we can make decisions directly. In addition, I have also received an order from the military. Starting from October, we will start a large-scale disarmament operation. And I heard that this time the plan is to reduce the number of 11 million US soldiers to 1.7 million by the end of 1948. I will also be ready to retire soon. Hearing Colonel Malik's words, Fang Lang was also shocked. Fang Lang had been prepared for the Allied's management of the Japanese government, but he did not expect that the US military's disarmament action would come so quickly. And the intensity of the reduction is so large, reducing 9 million troops in 3 years, which is a bit scary. However, Fang Lang thought it was normal. If it were not for this situation, how could the Americans agree to provide warships to Brazil to form the First Fleet? Now is a good opportunity to take over American arms. It must be a large quantity and sufficient supply. It's a pity that I can't take over these equipment. I can't buy them and leave them to rust in Brazil. If I sell them to other countries, I can't sell them better than the Americans themselves. But in addition to arms, I still need other materials. For example, jeeps, trucks and the like can be resold to China. In addition, it must be no problem to get to American transport planes as my own special planes. It's not that Fang Lang doesn't want to buy a few more planes to start an airline, but there is really no such a big market for opening an airline in Brazil now. Ordinary people have no money who would take a plane. There is still a chance to make a fortune by opening an airline in the United States. But the United States is the territory of several major aviation giants of Pan Am. If you go in, you will be swallowed up without leaving any residue. Malik, you are now the Japanese occupation army. If you want to disband, you should first disband the army without any tasks. How can you disband the army that is still carrying out the occupation mission? Don't worry. If you are disbanded now, I will hire you to work in Brazil. After hearing Fang Lang's words, Malik laughed and stretched out his hand to Fang language. I called you here today to remind you that we should restrain ourselves from now on. If there are any unfinished things, we should clean them up quickly. Once these damn Japanese start to participate in management work again, they will definitely cause trouble for us everywhere. Malik's words reminded Fang Lang that he should send a few napalm bombs to Sumitomo Copper Blowing Institute after returning. After thinking about his own arrangements, Fang Lang took the initiative to talk to Malik. Brother Malik, the situation in Brazil has been very chaotic recently. Our Brazilian Navy sent a telegram a few days ago, ordering us to withdraw to Brazil. Really? Your government is unwilling to participate in the occupation of Japan? In fact, the order I received was to assist the US military in participating in the Pacific War, and I was not ordered to participate in the occupation of Japan. I came to Osaka on my own initiative and applied to General Clark. Now that I appear in the Japanese occupation army, some officials in the country are very dissatisfied and are putting pressure on the Navy Department, so I may have to withdraw soon. Fang Lang did not lie about this matter. There are indeed some politicians in Brazil who, for their own votes, have expressed dissatisfaction with the Brazilian Expeditionary Force's participation in the occupation army. Unfortunately, Fang Lang pushed back with a statement that he was obeying the orders of the US military. They could not ask the US military whether Fang Lang took the initiative to participate in the occupation army. However, withdrawing to Brazil now is also in line with Fang Lang's wishes, so he has also contacted Major General Crook of the Navy Department. Major General Crook was waiting for the promised warships from the US military to arrive, but judging from the situation, he would soon receive an order to withdraw to Brazil. That's such a pity. I thought you would always accompany me to make a fortune in Osaka. Hey, with those allied leaders here, we can't go too far, so I might as well go home and spend time with my family. Yeah, I haven't been home for a long time. Speaking of his home, Colonel Malik actually showed a warm smile. Malik, I want to apply to take my troops to Tokyo to have a look. I wonder if it's possible. Hearing Fang Lang's words, Malik was startled. He looked at Fang Lang seriously and said, "Brother, I just gave you 2 trucks of dangerous goods. You are going to Tokyo now. You are not going to do anything earth-shattering, are you?" Fang Lang looked at Malik's expression, smiled and said, "Malik, I'm an allied soldier. I will never do anything to hurt the allies. Please rest assured. However, as a Chinese, I do have some accounts to settle with the Japanese." Hearing that Fang Lang was going to settle accounts with the Japanese, Malik was relieved, and his face quickly returned to normal. We can settle accounts with the Japanese in Osaka. Why go to Tokyo? Chapter 117. Recruiting people. Colonel Malik fully understood Fang Lang's Chinese identity and his desire to settle accounts with the Japanese, but he didn't understand why he had to go to Tokyo. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he stood up again in fear. "Fang, you are not going to throw these dangerous goods into the Japanese Imperial Palace, are you?" After thinking for a while, he sat down again and patted Fang Lang on the shoulder and said, "Fang, there is no chance. The Japanese Imperial Palace is heavily guarded. We Americans are responsible for the defense work. We will never give you a chance to attack the palace." A few days ago, there were Japanese officers who refused to surrender and wanted to rush into the palace and hijack Xianhuang, but they were all killed by the defenders. Fang Lang really had this idea, but Fang Lang gave up after thinking about it. It was not because he was afraid of the American defenders. The main consideration was that if he really attacked the Japanese Xianhuang, he would probably not be able to return to Brazil. Even if he returned to Brazil, he would probably be caught. It was not worth it to sacrifice himself for a Xianhuang. Fang Lang didn't know if Malik really cared about him, but Fang Lang still wanted to appreciate it, so he smiled and said, "Brother, don't worry. I'm not that stupid. It's not worth it to sacrifice myself for a shitty Xianhuang. Don't worry. I'm still young. I won't do stupid things. But, after all, I'm now under the management of your Osaka occupation army. Do you have any way for me to take my brothers to Tokyo?" Malik looked at Fang Lang deeply, as if he wanted to see clearly whether what Fang Lang said was true or false. After a long while, he said leisurely, "Fang, since you know that you are now under the management of my Osaka occupation army, you should know that everything you do is related to me. Once the responsibility is investigated, both of us will be arrested. So, do you think, if you were me, you would agree to let me mess around? It seems that Fang Lang really thought things were too simple. He was just a small colonel of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. On the American territory, he was indeed powerless in many things. However, Fang Lang felt unwilling to give up so easily. Suddenly, Fang Lang suddenly remembered the old monk who jumped off the 5-story pagoda, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Malik, if you retire, have you considered what to do? Seeing Fang Lang, who originally had a grim face, actually smiled and changed the subject to ask about his future plans. He was stunned and looked at Fang Lang suspiciously and said, I should go back to join my family's construction company. Why? Do you have any good recommendations? I didn't expect that Malik's family actually ran a construction company. It seems that he is a rich man. Since he is a rich man, how could he not see the value of the machinery and equipment in the artillery factory? This made Fang Lang a little strange, and he couldn't help but continue to ask, I didn't expect that your family actually has a construction company. It seems that you are a rich man. Who knew that? Malik's face became a little ugly after hearing Fang Lang's words, and he said with a slightly angry tone, I'm not a rich man. Although this company was founded by my father. However, he has made a will, and all the shares of the company are left to my half-brother. And I just have an opportunity to work in the company. Unexpectedly, Fang Lang's casual words actually led to a family ethics drama. No wonder Malik has such a great interest in money and heirs, to take such a big risk, to swallow up an artillery factory. Brother, don't be sad. Your father will regret his decision. Now there is an opportunity to make a fortune. I wonder if you dare to try it. Although Malik is short of money, he is not stupid. How can a stupid person become the brigade commander of the 1st Cavalry Division of the US Army? So, after hearing Fang Lang's words, Malik looked at Fang Lang with an expression of looking at a fool, as if to say, do you look at me stupidly? Fang Lang looked at Malik's expression, and said with a smile, Malik, do you know if the occupation forces in Tokyo have gained any treasures from the Tokyo Museum? Malik became interested when he mentioned the museum, and he obviously knew the value of antiques and other works of art. After thinking for a while, Malik said, the orders we received do not allow us to take action against such units. However, from what I know, the Japanese are on guard against us, so the things in the museum are obviously worthless. They have hidden all the good things. Oh, then I wonder if we can confiscate the cultural relics that are not in the museum. Looking at Fang Lang's confident expression, Malik's expression finally began to show a greedy smile. Fang, you mean, you know where the museum's collections were moved by these dwarfs, right? Fang Lang smiled without comment and said nothing. Malik immediately understood what Fang Lang meant and said directly, Fang, there are some things that we can't do openly. However, as long as we can ensure that we are not discovered, there is still room for maneuver. However, we all have to be honest. Hearing Malik's words, Fang Lang still didn't understand what he meant. He smiled and said, I did hear that the Japanese had carried out a large-scale transfer of cultural relics from the Tokyo Museum before you landed, and I also know where they were hiding. Fang, tell me your conditions. Malik was very direct, which made Fang Lang a little surprised. It seems that getting rich is really attractive to Malik. Fang Lang didn't say much and said directly, there are too many things for the two of us to eat. Colonel Jason, the commander of the Tokyo Occupation Army, is my comrade in arms. We can get him to join us, so that we will be safe. But these things are not my main goal. Now that Malik's interest has come up, it's up to Fang Lang to put forward his own requirements. Tell me what you want to do in Tokyo, and how we can cooperate. How about this? I will make an appointment with Jason to talk first. If he is also interested, then we can do this together. How about it? Seeing Malik's eager expression, Fang Lang would naturally not refuse. This is his only chance to enter Tokyo. If he can't complete it within October, he will have no chance when the country orders him to withdraw. Fang Lang nodded without hesitation. Malik directly grabbed the phone in front of him and dialed it in front of Fang language. These words are definitely not convenient to say directly on the phone, but it can be seen that Malik and the other party have a very good relationship. After the two reminisced about the past, the other party heard Malik's hint and directly said that he would fly over to meet with him tomorrow morning. This really made Fang Lang envious. He didn't know when he would have such a plane flying back and forth. Since it would be better to come to meet with him tomorrow morning, it must be clear together. So Fang Lang quickly said goodbye to Malik and returned to his base. As soon as Fang Lang returned to the base, he ordered the artillery platoon to bomb the Sumitomo copper blowing house with napalm. Even if Sumitomo wanted to cause trouble, he would destroy the body and the evidence. The next morning, before Fang Lang set out to find Colonel Malik, he saw Colonel Malik and another short and strong middle-aged white colonel riding a jeep and rushing directly to Fang Lang's office. After Malik introduced the two, Fang Lang led them to his office and held a closed-door meeting. Without waiting for Fang Lang to speak, Colonel Jason took out a Tokyo map from his briefcase and spread it on the desk and said, "Fang, Malik has made it clear to me that Malik and I are brothers, and you and Malik are also good brothers. The purpose of our coming here today is also very clear. Tell me what you want to do, what we need to do, and how to distribute the things we get. How about we be open and honest?" Fang Lang looked at Colonel Jason in front of him and couldn't help but secretly said that he was amazing. Just the first time they met, he wanted to have the right to speak. Fang Lang must not follow his rhythm. He said directly, "I wonder what Colonel Jason can do." Jason was stunned after hearing Fang Lang's words and looked at Colonel Malik. Malik nodded to him without saying anything, but there was obviously a tacit understanding between the two. Seeing Malik nod, Jason did not hide it and said directly, "Fang, except for the general's guards, the Tokyo occupation forces are all under my control. If you want to start somewhere, I can assure you that there will be no people who should not appear in places where they should not appear." It seems that Colonel Jason really wants to get the specific address from him. Unfortunately, Fang Lang is not a child, and it is impossible for him to be fooled so easily. Instead, he said leisurely, "I don't know if Colonel Malik told you that he gave me 50 Japanese Type 97 mortars and 500 napalm bombs. If I want to go to Tokyo and dump all these things in one place, can you cover it?" Fang Lang's words obviously scared Colonel Jason a lot. His eyes almost popped out of his sockets, and he looked at Malik with horror. Malik shrugged his shoulders and nodded with a wry smile. Colonel Jason swallowed hard and said, "Are you crazy? If you do this, we will all be court-martialed." Malik saw Jason's expression and obviously knew what he was thinking of, and quickly said, "Jason, don't worry, Fang said he won't blow up anything." Then the two of them looked at Fang Lang, obviously wanting Fang Lang to tell them his real goal, so that they could assess the risk. Fang Lang smiled, looked at the map of Tokyo, pointed to the location they were worried about and said, "Are you afraid that I will blow up that old Huangba's house directly?" The two nodded repeatedly, obviously telling Fang Lang that if he wanted to blow up something, they would not play anymore and couldn't afford it. Chapter 118 Burning Ghosts Operation. Fang Lang looked at the two powerful American colonels in front of him with a nervous expression and couldn't help but reveal a playful smile and said, "In fact, I think as long as Colonel Jason cooperates well, even if this place is blown up, it won't have any impact." After hearing Fang Lang's words, the two people's hearts were directly raised to their throats. Colonel Jason even stared at Colonel Malik on the side with dissatisfaction and kept complaining in his heart, "You son of a bitch, Malik, this is not a good thing to make a fortune. This is simply fatal. Meta lunatic." In fact, Fang Lang was also testing the two of them. After all, he was not familiar with Colonel Jason. When he arrived in Tokyo, he was just about to start a big move. He had already known it in advance, and he caught him in a jar. What if he caught him in a trap? Our equipment is all Japanese. After the launch, we can just capture a few Japanese soldiers to take the blame, right? What do you have to be afraid of? Now it was Malik's turn to be anxious, and he quickly advised, "Fang, we are brothers. You said you wanted equipment, and I got it for you without saying a word. You can't cheat me like this. The Japanese can't get napalm bombs. You can fool the Japanese with this, but it's a joke to fool the American military police. I will be sent to a military prison as soon as you finish the bombing." Colonel Jason next to him also said with a serious face, "Fang, this matter is too big, I can't handle it. If it really doesn't work, why don't we disperse first? Seeing that the two really didn't dare to do such a bold thing, Fang Lang could only shake his head helplessly and said, alas. In this case, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll change my target. As he said that, his finger moved up a little and tapped it heavily twice with his finger and said, then I'll burn this place. I won't let you go to the military court, will I? The two looked in the direction of Fang Lang's finger. Seeing that it was not an important military target or a government agency, they couldn't help but feel a little strange. Colonel Jason asked doubtfully, Fang, it seems that this place is not an important unit, except that it is close to the palace. Hearing Colonel Jason's question, Fang Lang smiled and said, didn't you say that you can't afford to attack a target that is too important? Then can you afford to attack here? Seeing that Fang Lang and Malik were both looking at him, Colonel Jason hesitated and said, Fang, this place is very close to the palace. You won't tell us not to attack the palace and then just change the angle and blow up the palace. Colonel Malik was a little worried when he heard Jason's words and quickly looked at Fang Language. Fang Lang met the two's gazes calmly, smiled and said, if you two are worried, I will hand over the equipment to you. You help me blow this place flat, and my people will be responsible for transporting the treasure. How about it? Malik still had some trust in Fang Lang, but Colonel Jason was cooperating with Fang Lang for the first time. Before Malik could speak, he said directly, Fang, if you are sure that your target is here, I will tell you clearly that, as long as your shells do not fly in the wrong direction, I will finish this matter for you and guarantee that no one will suspect you. As for the treasure, I think it is better for us to do it together. Malik also nodded quickly and said, Fang, I know what you mean. You want to use a big fire to attract the attention of the defenders. Then, go to the treasure place and take out the treasure, right? This is a good idea, I support it, and Jason will definitely be able to cooperate with you perfectly. But it is better for us to open the treasure together. This is fair to everyone. What do you think? Hearing what the two said, Fang Lang smiled and said, I really want to lure the tiger away from the mountain, but now the situation is that, if the tiger is our own, we don't have to worry about this problem at all, right? In addition, you don't have to pick me out of this matter. If you can make ordinary Japanese people believe that this matter was done by the Brazilian Expeditionary Force after I returned to Brazil, it doesn't matter. As for the treasure, it's okay if you want to open it together, but I think it's better for us to allocate our respective proportions first. Malik and Jason were both happy, and they looked at each other. Malik said, Fang, the treasure you are talking about is definitely the collection of the Tokyo Museum, right? I don't know if you know how much it is worth. Fang Lang has only guessed until now. After all, the old monk of Tenergy jumped off the building without saying anything. However, if he wants to go to Tokyo to carry out his plan, he must have the cooperation of the two people in front of him, so Fang Lang must get their support. After thinking for a while, Fang Lang decided to tell the truth. According to the information I received, this is the case. However, I don't know the exact value. It depends on the situation on the scene. After saying this, the two of them were obviously a little hesitant. After all, whether it is worth taking such a big risk for an unknown fortune is a question that needs to be carefully considered. Seeing that the two did not speak, Fang Lang smiled and said, I wonder if you have any channels to sell this kind of goods. If not, maybe we can try another way of cooperation. The eyes of the two were focused on him. Fang Lang smiled and said, if you don't have a sales channel, I can directly bid for it. We can split it equally among the three of us, based on the total value of $600,000. How about I give you $200,000 each? The two's eyes lit up, and after looking at each other, Malik said, Fang, do you really not know the value of the goods? What if the total value is less than $600,000? Shrugging, Fang Lang said indifferently, I really don't know how many collections there are. If it's like what you said, I can only admit the loss and think of it as me paying for it myself and asking the two brothers for a favor. In fact, Fang Lang had an expectation for this batch of collections in his mind. He was sure that it would definitely be higher than the collections he moved from Tenergy, especially when he just found out on the map brought by Colonel Jason, that the straight line distance between Tokyo Tenergy and Tokyo Museum was less than 3 kilometers. He had a strong premonition in his heart that he might really make a fortune. However, he actually gave the two people room for bargaining when he quoted this price. His own price in mind was to give them both $500,000 each. Colonel Jason had obviously seen big scenes before, and he spoke directly. "Fang, I agree with your plan, but I want 300,000 per person. I assure you that all your actions in Tokyo will have my full support." Fang Lang thought about it, but did not agree directly. Instead, he said, "Two brothers, I know you have to take great risks in this matter. However, the risk I have to take is also not small. If the value of the treasure is less than 600,000, my work will be in vain. Let's see if this will work. After the things are in hand, I will pay you 100,000 US dollars each. If the statistical value is less than 600,000, I will give you an additional 100,000 US dollars. If the value exceeds 600,000 US dollars, no matter how much it exceeds, I will calculate it as 900,000 US dollars and pay you 200,000 US dollars each. How about it?" After listening to Fang Lang's words, Colonel Jason obviously wanted to say something else, but Colonel Malik had already spoken directly. "Okay, just do as you say. We are brothers, and I believe in you." Since Malik had agreed, Colonel Jason didn't say anything else. Next, Fang Lang began to reveal his entire plan, but he hid the address of the treasure. Malik and Jason also participated in improving the plan. After a discussion among the three colonels, a bold plan gradually took shape. Several people soon began to implement it separately according to the plan. First, Malik arranged for his soldiers to gradually take over the patrol areas that were originally responsible for the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. 3 days later, all the Marines of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force were divided into 4 groups and took 100 trucks to Tokyo by land. In order not to attract the attention of other personnel, after they arrived in Tokyo, they were secretly arranged to 10 locations by Colonel Jason. In the base in Osaka, Fang Lang mobilized some sailors from the house, and together with the soldiers, arranged by Colonel Malik, they were responsible for defense training at the expeditionary base. Let everyone think that the expeditionary force is still in place, and Fang Lang even occasionally takes the officer's car given to him by Malik to patrol everywhere. The purpose of doing this is definitely to conceal the truth. In addition to not wanting to be seen by the Japanese, the main purpose is to avoid the attention of the Allied general. After about a week of preparation, the various artillery units far away in Tokyo said that they had already marked the firing parameters near the target, and they were just waiting for the order from the superiors to start the implementation of the code-named Burning Ghost operation plan. Finally, the time came to the afternoon of October 12th, and Fang Lang and Colonel Malik flew directly to Tokyo on a US military transport plane. Just when the plane arrived over Tokyo, Fang Lang specifically asked the pilot to rotate the plane around Tokyo. Looking at the city of Tokyo below, Fang Lang wished that the plane under him was a B-29 bomber, so that he could drop 9 tons of bombs directly on the heads of the Japanese. Not to mention how many casualties would be caused. The key is that the feeling of being able to shit on the heads of the Japanese is really too good. Unfortunately, these can only be thought of. The plane soon landed at the US military airport. Colonel Jason, who greeted them, did not take a Willys Jeep, but drove an Nissan 70 sedan with curtains. Colonel Jason, who picked up the two, did not stop at all. Instead, he took Fang Lang directly to an observation position he selected. While it was still light, Fang Lang could see from afar through the telescope the complex that countless Chinese people in later generations wanted to burn to the ground. The entire complex was L-shaped, and the straight line distance from the Japanese Imperial Palace was 1.29 kilometers. Chapter 119, Bombarding the God's Toilet. Fang Lang looked at the buildings not far away. He knew very well that many war criminals in World War II had not been enshrined there yet. However, this was the only place in Japan dedicated to enshrining soldiers who died in the war. All Japanese soldiers who died in the war were enshrined here. Since he had the opportunity to come here, how could he watch him continue to stay here safely? Fang Lang raised his watch and looked at the time. It was less than 10 minutes before the start of the plan. He turned to Malik and Jason beside him and said, "Are you sure that 20 mortars are enough?" Malik looked at Fang Lang's obviously distrustful expression and said angrily, "Fang, you have to believe in our professionalism. The buildings in this place are all wooden structures. We use our napalm bombs, and each mortar has 10 shells. I guarantee that the Japanese will not even have a chance to put out the fire." Jason also said on the side, "Don't worry. With me, the Japanese will not have a chance to put out the fire. I promise you that, if it cannot be completely burned, I will help you do it again." That's right. Fang Lang's target is the Jingoro Shenkei in Tokyo, Japan. In the future countless people want to burn this place clean, but although a Chinese compatriot Chiang Jie successfully implemented it in 2013, it was discovered by the Japanese. Today, Fang Lang can launch an artillery attack without scruples with the cooperation of the US military and directly raze this evil place to the ground. No one understands why Fang Lang has to pay such a high price to attack such a place that has no value at all. But Fang Lang feels that the price he paid is worth it. Now he leads the Brazilian Expeditionary Force to directly destroy the faith of Japanese soldiers. What he paid can not only vent his emotions, it can also create a rift in the relationship between Japan and Brazil. When he returns to China, he will use some means against the Japanese in Brazil. I don't believe that Brazil will become the second home of many Japanese in the future. The waiting time always makes people feel very long. Fang Lang has been holding the telescope in his hand and staring at his target. Finally, Colonel Jason's calm voice came from the side. "Time is up." Then, Fang Lang found that more than a dozen places around the target suddenly heard dang-dang sounds, and the small black dots flying from different directions all flew to the same target. Soon, sporadic flames began to appear in the target range. Because of the distance, Fang Lang's telescope looked like some sparks. However, soon more and more small black dots rushed to the place where the fire was lit like moths to a flame. Fang Lang began to hear noisy noises from a distance. Obviously, the Japanese nearby discovered something unusual. From a distance, Fang Lang saw many people rushing to the source of the fire with tools, trying to put out the fire. Fang Lang smiled disdainfully. This was not an ordinary fire. The domineering napalm bomb could not be put out by fire. In the telescope, Fang Lang could see that after someone poured a bucket of water on it, the fire began to follow the water flow and further expanded the scope of the burning. It was also seen that someone seemed to be beating the flames with branches. The flames were carried by the branches and splashed everywhere. The people who put out the fire and the people around them were also ignited by the flames. The fire began to expand further, and more people joined the ranks of firefighting. The monks in the shrine were also running around in a hurry. Some wanted to put out the fire, and some wanted to escape. For a while, the Jingo toilet was in chaos, and the American soldiers stationed nearby seemed to have fallen asleep early, and there was no movement. The mortar shells in the distance finally stopped firing. Each mortar had only 10 shells, and a well-trained soldier could fire 10 rounds at a rapid rate. The entire firing time took less than a minute. The soldiers who had completed the firing began to evacuate in an orderly manner, and the tools used in the crime were left in place. These tools would become evidence for Colonel Jason to solve the case. A column of black smoke rose from the Jingo toilet, and the entire Tokyo city could clearly see the strange scene in the sky. At this time, all Japanese people could see this horrific scene from their homes. Japanese people who were farther away thought that the imperial palace was attacked, and many people began to gather in the direction of the smoke column. At this time, the Jingo toilet had turned into a sea of fire. People within 2 or 3 kilometers could see that this huge fire was taking over the afterglow of the setting sun to perform lighting work. People nearby were still pouring in from all directions to join the firefighting team, but their efforts were doomed to fail. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, and it was even beginning to spread to the palace. Colonel Jason glanced at Fang Lang and said, "Okay, I'm going to organize the soldiers to build a quarantine zone. The rest is up to you. Don't worry, I will transfer all the soldiers to the vicinity to maintain order. No soldiers will disturb your work until tomorrow morning." Fang Lang and Malik both nodded to Colonel Jason, indicating that they understood. Slowly, the sky became completely dark, but the area near the Jingo god's toilet was as bright as day. The flames that shot up into the sky burned the night sky of Tokyo red. Fang Lang, who was several kilometers away, could feel the scorching air waves. Through the telescope, Fang Lang could clearly see that many buildings near the god's toilet had been set on fire, and the fire was faintly out of control. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Fang Lang's mouth, and this smile made the people nearby shiver all over. After a long while, Fang Lang finally said, "Okay, it's our turn to work now. The target is Tenergy. Let's go." After saying that, he walked downstairs without looking back, and everyone followed him. It is said that a real man never looks back to watch the explosion, but Fang Lang really wants to move a reclining chair, put out melon seeds and beer, and sit on the roof to watch this grand bonfire party. Alas. Unfortunately, there is still a treasure waiting for Fang Lang to discover, so Fang Lang had to give up watching. After walking downstairs, Fang Lang got into the car parked on the side of the road and left this best viewing point directly. Along the way, they could see that there was still a steady stream of people on the road converging in the direction of Jingoro Shenlair. If it weren't for the soldiers of the guard platoon in front using military vehicles to open the way, it is estimated that the vehicles would be blocked on the road and unable to move forward. The Marines hidden in various parts of Tokyo have been notified by the radio to gather from all directions to Tenergy, Tokyo. Tokyo Tenergy Temple is less than 10 kilometers away from Jingoro Shenkei. When Fang Lang and his team arrived at their destination, a large number of soldiers had already gathered in the square outside Tenergy Temple in military vehicles. After Fang Lang got off the car, he took a look at the temple in front of him, which has a history of more than 300 years and is located on Tokyo Hugo Mountain. He smiled from the bottom of his heart. I didn't expect that I would enter a temple with the same name in 2 different cities during this trip to Japan. I hope that this grand temple in front of me will not disappoint me. Without waiting for everyone to arrive, Fang Lang waved his hand, and the soldiers rushed forward and poured into the temple door that was not closed. I don't know if the monks in the temple also went to Jingoro Shenkei to join in the fun. There are very few monks in the whole temple. After the soldiers entered, they finally found an old monk whose legs and feet were not very convenient, but he turned out to be a deaf mute. Unlike Osaka Tenergy Temple, which was built on flat ground, Tokyo Tenergy Temple was built on a mountain. Fang Lang, who entered Tenergy Temple, was not annoyed when he saw that he couldn't find a monk. Looking up, he found a building that was almost exactly the same as the 5-story pagoda of Tenergy Temple in Osaka. What else is there to say? Fang Lang's first thought was to go straight to the tower. When he got closer, Fang Lang found that, although this tower also had 5 floors, it was obviously much larger than the 5-story pagoda in Osaka. There was also a 5-story pagoda on the plaque of the tower. Fang Lang didn't want to know whether all temples in Japan would have such a building. He waved to the soldiers behind him, and the soldiers went forward to smash the lock on the door and broke in. Soon a soldier came out of the tower and reported to Fang Lang. "Report to the commander, the tower is safe." Fang Lang nodded and said to Malik beside him, "Brother, shall we go in and take a look together?" Malik, who had been impatient for a long time, would never be polite to Fang Lang and walked directly inside with big strides. Walking into the tower, I saw that the entire first floor was basically filled with crates, leaving only a corridor in the middle that was more than 1 person wide, so I could walk inside. Seeing this, Malik stepped out and looked at Fang Lang and said, "What the hell are we looking at here? They are all packed in crates. Do we have to open them one by one?" Fang Lang was also stunned when he heard his words. He walked forward and took a look and felt an indescribable shock in his heart. How many treasures are there? It was so full that there was no place for people to stand. Each crate was also labeled with the words Tokyo National Museum. Seeing this scene in front of him, Fang Lang knew that he had guessed right. This 5-story tower was the treasure of the Tokyo National Museum 5 kilometers away. Without stopping, Fang Lang walked directly along the narrow corridor and saw the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. The situation on the 2nd floor was basically the same as the 1st floor, except that the size of the wooden boxes was slightly smaller. Continuing to the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, and the 1st floor were all filled to the brim. The higher you go, the smaller the packaging is. There are even more bundles of scrolls on the top floor. Unpacking a cloth bag, you can clearly see the material of the scroll. Some are cotton, some are silk. Fang Lang pulled out a scroll and saw that it was a calligraphy. Looking at the yellowed paper, the seals on it, and the Chinese characters on the scroll, especially the 3 characters "Darn Kitchen" clearly visible in the lower left corner, needless to say, every single one of them is a Chinese cultural relic. Looking at this 5-story building, there are so many cultural relics that were looted from China. What else is there to say? He went downstairs and gritted his teeth to the soldiers. Move. The soldiers who had already assembled and were on standby said nothing, rolled up their sleeves, and started to move out. Malik looked at Fang Lang, who had a grim expression on his face, and said, "Brother, what's wrong? Don't you have anything good? Why do you look so grim?" Hearing Malik's words, Fang Lang let out a wry smile and said, "I just picked one and took a look. I just robbed it from my hometown." Then he added with a grim expression, "From now on, if anyone dares to say that I robbed these things, I will shoot him in the head. I'm F***king taking back my own ancestors' things. If anyone F***king dares to say that I robbed them, I will let him know what robbing is." Chapter 120, Secret Pass. The fire in the Jingo Divine Toilet in the distance was still very hot, and outside the 5-story tower of the Cheyenne Wang Temple on Hugo Mountain, Fang Lang was venting his dissatisfaction to Malik. Unfortunately, as an American, Malik could not understand Fang Lang's mood at the moment. Malik shrugged and said, "Fang, did you make a profit or a loss?" Seeing Malik's expression, Fang Lang knew that he was talking at cross purposes. Malik was obviously only concerned about whether the value of this collection exceeded $600,000. Fang Lang could only shake his head helplessly and said, "The specific value cannot be determined now. We need to transport them all away first. However, it seems that most of the collections here are from my hometown. Judging from the current market price, the price of these collections is not high. Don't worry, I will follow our agreement. After the goods arrive safely in Brazil, we will arrange for the appraisal personnel to value them together, and I will pay you in cash according to the actual value." Hearing Fang Lang's judgment that the value of these collections was not high, Malik was slightly disappointed. This was not Fang Lang's deception. After all, there was no capital to speculate in the current Chinese collectibles market. Although many people collected Chinese cultural relics, the prices were indeed not high. Chinese collections had to wait until the reform and opening up, when the people became wealthy, before they began to be hyped up by foreigners to seize China's wealth. And in Fang Lang's mind, these collections were originally his own treasures. It was fine to give to some hard work fees, but it was impossible for Malik and Jason to squeeze too much wealth from him. Malik was relieved when he heard Fang Lang said that he would pay them in cash as agreed. No matter how much the valuation was at that time, he could at least get a guaranteed share of $200,000. Such a large amount of money was already very satisfactory to Malik. As for distributing all the collections in proportion, Malik had never thought about it. What he wanted was cash and main, not this damn pile of junk. Of course, he knew very well in his heart that these things would definitely appreciate in value after being collected for a period of time, but he couldn't wait. Once he retired and returned home, he would have to consider his livelihood. Would he really let him work in the construction company left by his father to his half-brother? Originally, he should have a share in the company, but now his father has left it all to his younger brother. What can he do? His biological mother died early, and now his stepmother is the boss of the family. Leaving him a job in the company is the biggest gift from his stepmother. Therefore, Malik's wish now is to get a lot of money as soon as possible and start his own business after he retires. He has even decided to work in the construction industry. Sooner or later, he will defeat his younger brother and let his father see how stupid it is to hand over the company to his younger brother. That's good. Let's hurry up. Has your cargo ship arrived in Tokyo Bay? Don't wait until the goods arrive at the dock, but there is no ship to transport them. Don't worry. My supply ship has already arrived in Tokyo Bay before we boarded the plane. Are you going to use your supply ship to transport these supplies directly? They won't be detained by your Brazilian military. These goods are not mine alone. Do you think anyone in Brazil dares to say anything about the goods of the three of us. Malik originally thought that Fang Lang used the army supply ship to transport these goods to guard against himself and Jason, and he was a little unhappy. But now that he heard Fang Lang say that these were the goods of the three of them, he felt much more comfortable. He stepped forward and patted Fang Lang on the shoulder and said, "You are right. If there is anyone who dares to make trouble for our brothers, I will let the gun on my waist teach him a lesson. The quantity of goods is very large." Fortunately, Fang Lang was well prepared. He insisted on asking Malik to arrange a full 100 trucks. Now it was clear how wise the original decision was. When all the goods were loaded onto the trucks, more than 70 trucks were fully loaded. Of course, this was also related to the poor load capacity of trucks in this era. When all the goods were loaded onto the trucks, the sky had begun to brighten, and all the soldiers were exhausted. After all, there were no loading tools such as forklifts in later generations. Moreover, Tennoji Temple in Tokyo was on a mountain, and it was not as easy to carry as on flat ground. When all the goods were loaded onto the trucks, Fang Lang finally climbed to the 5th floor of the 5-story pagoda. Standing on the 5th floor, he could clearly see the Jingo Divine Toilet in the distance. The fire that had been burning all night without any sign of weakening made the faint white of the fish belly in the eastern sky look eclipsed. Fang Lang looked at this spectacular scene, and his heart was filled with heroic spirit. He felt that, if he did not compose a poem, it would be a bit sorry for such a durable wood. However, after standing on the top of the 5-story tower for more than a minute, he finally managed to say, "You did a damn good job." This made the adjutant Kikingshan and Colonel Malik standing beside him look puzzled. But Fang Lang had already expressed all his talent in his heart and went downstairs without looking back. Looking at the two Marines on the 1st floor, who were using 2 candles to set up a delayed ignition device, he said, "Is your stuff reliable? Can't we use some high-tech timing equipment that suits our status? Even an alarm clock is fine." As a result, the two soldiers said to Fang Lang in embarrassment, "Report to the commander, we don't know what you said." Fang Lang waved his hand helplessly and said, "Okay, you guys can do whatever you want. Anyway, this broken tower will catch fire sooner or later, and it doesn't matter whether it catches fire today or not." After saying that, he walked out directly, thinking in his heart that it seems that the cultural level of the soldiers in the army needs to be further improved. How can they not even make a basic time bomb? Although, he himself can't do it. However, Fang Lang attached great importance to the Marine Corps under his command. Not to mention training them all to be as powerful as the Navy SEALs of the United States in the future. At least they should train a small special operations team. In fact, it didn't matter to Fang Lang whether the 5-story building burned down or not. Even if the Japanese knew that he had emptied the place, what could they do? If they asked him for it, he would have to sue them. How many of these things were Japan's own, and how many were others? At worst, he would donate the things to his hometown and everyone would go their separate ways. Anyway, Fang Lang didn't think he would lose out. In fact, the 5-story building in Tennoji, Tokyo, was also burned down in 1957, and Japan did not rebuild the 5-story building in Tokyo later. As for the cause of the fire, it was unknown. After leaving the 5-story building, everyone got on the truck and lined up in a long convoy, very ostentatiously, and left Tennoji under the guidance of the guide car arranged by Colonel Jason. Fang Lang, who was sitting in the car, was actually very nervous. Although Colonel Jason repeatedly assured him that he would be able to take his gains and leave Tokyo safely. However, Tokyo still has a Japanese emperor, MacArthur, as well as the Allied general and the Japanese government. It is extremely difficult to lead such a large convoy to leave Tokyo under the eyes of so many major forces and smoothly load all the goods. Once discovered, not to mention going to a military court, at least the possibility of the three of them dividing the goods will be small. Along the way, Fang Lang slowly discovered the problem. Although the sky was not completely bright, it had begun to show a fish belly white. That is, it was in a state of being bright but not bright. And along the way, Fang Lang saw only the sentries set up by the US military and did not see a single Japanese. He was a little worried that Jason would rob him and take the wealth alone after killing him. Malik on the side had a nonchalant expression, looking very relaxed and comfortable, and even had time to share with Fang Lang his views on the Tokyo buildings on the road. It seemed like he had entered the construction industry in advance. Although Fang Lang's sixth sense did not indicate any danger, Fang Lang could not help but said to Malik beside him, "Malik, we are walking through Tokyo in such a swagger. Are you sure we will not be discovered by others?" Malik looked at Fang Lang with a puzzled look and said, "We are the American army. Do we have to sneak through the city of Tokyo instead of walking in a swagger?" Fang Lang was a little confused by this, but after thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. Looking at Fang Lang's expression, Malik seemed to understand Fang Lang's worries and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Fang, a big fire near the palace is enough for Jason to apply for martial law. Didn't you see the roadblocks set up by soldiers at every intersection? Now, except for our US military, no one can move freely in Tokyo, so you can put your heart in your stomach. No one can stop us from making a fortune." Malik's confident expression also infected Fang language. It must be said that it was indeed a wise decision to recruit Colonel Jason into the group. If it weren't for the help of this local snake, let alone bombarding the Jingoro Shenlao, it is estimated that even people could not be sent to Tokyo. Even if they were sent in, they might not be able to withdraw. After all, they were not Americans. Fang Lang was still aware of this. In this way, while Fang Lang was worried, the convoy passed through most of Tokyo City without any danger and arrived at the Tokyo Bay dock. Under the guidance of the garrison, the convoy drove directly to the dock, and the loading and unloading workers who were found from nowhere immediately began the loading and unloading work. This made Fang Lang sigh again. It was really too convenient to embezzle. Looking at the Japanese workers on the dock, they methodically loaded the goods unloaded from the truck with the seal of the Tokyo National Museum onto the ship. Fang Lang could already imagine the fate of these workers. According to his estimation, the possibility of these workers being silenced was as high as 80%, and Fang Lang had no objection to this. Chapter 121 Preparing to Run Away. The fire in Tokyo burned for 2 days and 3 nights before it was completely extinguished. As for the specific losses caused, Fang Lang did not worry about it, and it was not his turn to worry about it. The supply ship loaded with goods had safely left the port on the night of October 13th, taking away half of the Marines, and the remaining soldiers had already returned to Osaka by land in a truck. Fang Lang stayed in Tokyo with his adjutant and guard platoon. Of course, this was not a detention or anything. Instead, the Brazilian government's Navy Department had officially ordered Fang Lang to lead his troops to evacuate Japan and return to Brazil. Fang Lang had already prepared for this order, so it was not surprising. The reason why Fang Lang stayed in Tokyo was also very simple. The warships that the US government agreed to sell to the Brazilian Navy's first fleet at a low price would be delivered at Yokosuka Naval Port. The Navy Department's order required Fang Lang to return home directly after receiving the warships. These included a Cleveland-class cruiser, 2 Fletcher-class destroyers, and a Shark-class submarine. There were also 2 tank landing ships donated by the Americans. These warships were all meritorious warships that had participated in the Pacific War. In other words, they were second-hand goods. However, Fang Lang did not mind using second-hand goods, as long as they were useful. What Fang Lang could not understand the most was why the Americans sent 2 tank landing ships to Brazil. Didn't they know that Brazil had no tanks at all except for a few tanks of the Expeditionary Force? Sending a tank landing ship without a tank is like giving a set of bowls and chopsticks without food. However, these were the results of negotiations between government officials and the US government. Fang Lang could not say much. At most, they could use it as a training ship. Anyway, they didn't have to pay for it themselves. On October 14th, the crew members arranged by the Brazilian Navy flew from Brazil to Tokyo on a US military transport aircraft. Yes, you read it right. It was a transport aircraft group, because there were too many people coming, and the Navy Department was obviously worried that the night would be long and there would be more dreams. I don't know what price it paid to let the United States arrange nearly 30 transport planes to directly transport nearly 1,300 crew members from Brazil to report to Fang language. Fang Lang knew the reason why the Brazilian Navy was so anxious. It was obvious that the domestic political situation had become very delicate. Fang Lang had been living in the hotel arranged by Colonel Jason, and he was enjoying it very much. Because this place happened to be able to see the orange-red fire scene of the Jingo God's toilet in the distance. Although there was an unpleasant smell in the air, Fang Lang felt that this smell was more refreshing than cigars. Looking at the secret crowd kneeling outside the Jingo God's toilet, Fang Lang wanted to do it again, but it was a pity that he could only think about it. However, looking at the people crying in front of the God's toilet, Fang Lang felt unprecedented satisfaction in his heart. As the fire in the God's toilet gradually went out, Fang Lang had to pick up his mood and go to the US Yokosuka Naval Port to see the specific situation of the warship first. After all, it was not appropriate to leave more than 1,300 crew members under his commanding Colonel Jason's barracks and concentrate on enjoying a bonfire party. On the morning of October 15th, a light rain washed down the black ash in the sky, making the air, which had been very bad for several days, smell of grass ash and earth, making the air particularly fresh. Under the protection of a group of fully armed guards, Fang Lang boarded the car and headed to the Yokosuka Naval Base in Tokyo Bay. Yokosuka was originally the headquarters of the Japanese Navy. At the same time as the first landing point for the United States to land in Japan, a large number of warships of the US Pacific Fleet were docked nearby. Therefore, American soldiers can be seen everywhere on the streets of Yokosuka City. It may be that Fang Lang and his team set off early. When Fang Lang arrived in Yokosuka City, Fang Lang could see some American soldiers saying goodbye to Japanese girls in the houses on the side of the road from time to time. Obviously, these were American soldiers who did not return home at night. There were also some soldiers who were obviously not sober yet and were staggering towards the military camp. It was basically difficult to see Japanese men on the street, which made Fang Lang feel as if the whole city was serving American soldiers. But this is none of Fang Lang's business. What he wants most now is to seize the time and return to Brazil as soon as possible, after completing the handover to consolidate his foundation. Soon Fang Lang's motorcade stopped in front of a reinforced concrete office building, which is now the US Navy headquarters in Japan. The first person Fang Lang saw after getting off the car was John, which made him very confused. After all, John was a lieutenant colonel officer of the Logistics Department of the US 5th Aircraft Carrier Fleet. However, the 5th Aircraft Carrier Fleet should have returned to the Hawaiian military port, so how could it appear in the US Navy headquarters in Japan? Before Fang Lang could ask his doubts, John had already stepped forward and gave Fang Lang a big hug. Haha. Fang, isn't it a surprise? John, why are you here? Fang Lang was of course very happy to see his old friend, so he hugged John tightly. I'm now transferred to the US Navy headquarters in Japan. John tilted his neck with a proud look on his face. Fang Lang thought his neck was not feeling well, but he followed John's gaze and took a closer look and found that the oak leaf on John's military uniform armband had been replaced with an eagle logo. Wow. John, you are already a naval captain? Congratulations. Seeing that Fang Lang finally discovered the changes in himself, John's smile became even bigger and his proud expression was beyond words. It's just so. Don't expect me to salute you next time we meet. Fang Lang laughed out loud at this, and he didn't expect John to care so much about this. But thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, when the two separated, John was a major and Fang Lang was only a second lieutenant. When the two met in the Pacific battlefield, Fang Lang was already a colonel, and John was only a lieutenant colonel, which made John a little embarrassed. Now that everyone's military ranks are finally the same, John will of course be very proud. It is naturally inappropriate for two senior officers to laugh and make noise at the door of the US Navy headquarters in Japan. So, John stopped laughing first and said to Fang Lang, "Let's go. Let's talk while walking." Fang Lang came here for business today, so he definitely couldn't just reminisce with his old friend. He could only say awkwardly, "John, you may have to wait for me. I have to go to the headquarters to do some official business first. When I'm done with my work, I'll treat you to a good meal." As a result, John laughed and raised the briefcase in his hand and said, "Of course, a big meal is indispensable, otherwise you can't do your work smoothly." Seeing John's actions, Fang Lang didn't understand that John was the person in charge of arranging the warships with him. This is really a big surprise. If an unfamiliar person was responsible for this work, Fang Lang might have to take out some American specialties to pave the way for the strength of his fleet. However, with the relationship between Fang Lang and John, Fang Lang believed that, even if he didn't say anything, the warships he got would definitely not be bad. Haha. So you are the person responsible for connecting with me. What are you waiting for? Let's set off quickly. I tell you, if the warships you give me are not good stuff, I won't forgive you. As he said that, he directly pulled John into his car. John looked at Fang Lang's guard platoon and couldn't help but say with some envy, "Why do you have a guard platoon when everyone is a colonel, but I don't even have a guard?" Fang Lang really couldn't answer this question because he didn't know much about the situation of the US military and didn't know what the situation of a colonel in the US Navy should be. But after thinking about it, he still said, "Isn't it easy to have no guards? Can't you just pay for a beautiful secretary yourself?" As a result, John looked at Fang Lang in surprise and said, "How did you know I have a female secretary?" Now it was Fang Lang's turn to envy. American officers could actually have beautiful secretaries. Are you sure this won't affect the combat effectiveness of the army? You already have a beautiful secretary, then why don't you bring her out for me to see? Don't be so stingy. Don't worry, our Chinese tradition is that friends' wives should not be bullied. I will never do anything to your secretary. Don't worry, you don't have a chance. She was recommended by my father and is already the mother of 2 children. Are you sure you want to meet her?" Upon hearing this, Fang Lang's enthusiasm disappeared instantly. "You Americans are so inhumane. How can you let the mother of 2 children continue to work for you? Only young and beautiful women can improve combat effectiveness." John also nodded in agreement and said, "I have the same idea as you, but unfortunately I can't make the decision. He used to be one of my father's secretaries, and now my father recommended him to work here. What's going on? A US Navy Rear Admiral gave his capable secretary to his son?" Fang Lang quickly thought of a possibility. "Is General Clark also on the list of disarmament? He is a major general. I didn't expect you to be so well informed that you actually knew that the United States was going to disarm. My father is indeed preparing to retire, but he took the initiative to apply for it. After all, the war has been won. He wants to go back to accompany his mother, go fishing, and live a leisurely life. Then have you decided to continue working in the Navy? The war is over. Don't you want to live more relaxed life? I also want to live more relaxed life, but my father talked to me, and he suggested that I continue to work in the army. In fact, I know very well that he doesn't really want to retire, but as a minority, he has no room for promotion. If he continues to stay in the army, he should retire from the combat unit. Leaving now can keep a decent for myself. After he retires, I will not be directly dismissed, so that our family can continue to have a certain influence in the US military. So, you know." Hearing John say this so bluntly, Fang Lang also understood why John was transferred to the US Navy Command in Japan to work. This is obviously a layout in advance. It seems that General Clark is really not a simple person. Chapter 122 Return. On the way from the US Navy headquarters in Japan to the military port, a fully armed convoy led by 2 Willys jeeps, followed by a Nissan Type 70 officer sedan, and followed by 2 trucks. Although all the soldiers were equipped with American equipment, they had a cobra armband with a pipe in its mouth on their arms. Yes, this was the convoy Fang Lang was in. Fang Lang in the car heard what John said and couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder and said, "I didn't expect you to make such a big move. You don't have to be sad. I believe that there must be more than one general who retired. Since he chose to retire at the peak of his career, he must have his own considerations. I think it's actually a good thing. Think about it. Who is more powerful, a major general in an army of more than 10 million people, or a colonel in an army of more than 1 million people? I think your father is really a smart man. He is using his retirement to send you to a higher position. You must not let him down." John looked Fang Lang up and down before saying, "Fang, chatting with you always allows me to discover problems from different angles. I have to say that your analysis makes a lot of sense. I feel much better now." Fang Lang didn't want to continue discussing the matter of General Clark's retirement. After all, it was not a happy thing. Then now, shouldn't you let me see the warships you prepared for me? John smiled when he heard Fang Lang's words and took out a file bag from his briefcase and said, according to the retirement plan, there are quite a few warships to be retired in the first batch. But you also have to understand that the newest and best condition warships will definitely not be retired now. Therefore, I can only find the best warships for you among these first batch of retired warships. I hope you can understand. Fang Lang had expected this situation. The first to be eliminated must be the worst. Choosing the best from the worst is definitely like picking a general from a group of dwarfs. No problem, I believe in your vision. Today I come here only with my eyes. I will look at the ship you let me look at. Fang Lang said this, not that he really completely let John's arrangements go, but based on his understanding of John. The more he expressed his trust in John, the less John would let him suffer. He would never really make decisions for Fang language. After all, this was not a private matter between two people, but a major event between two countries. According to normal procedures, Fang Lang would not be able to directly decide which warship to take for such a big matter. Instead, he should send a large inspection team to conduct a detailed inspection of each warship. Then, after a long discussion, the target warship can be finally determined. However, in this special period, domestic affairs are too busy. The Navy Department is obviously not in the mood to delay this matter for too long. The most important thing is to cut the Gordian knot and drive the warship back. The US military obviously knows the current situation, and the relationship between Fang Lang and John must be clear. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental to arrange John to connect with Fang Lang? In fact, according to Fang Lang's idea, he hopes to wait until the domestic situation is clear before taking over the warship. Because General Dutra, who overthrew President Vargas, is also a pro-American figure. Once it is determined that General Dutra will govern Brazil, the strength of US support for Brazil will definitely be different from now. Judging from the fact that the United States was able to promote Brazil to become the fourth permanent member of the United Nations Security Council in addition to the United States, the Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom after General Dutra came to power, the United States should treat Brazil as its own son. Of course, this proposal was not passed in the end. Just think about how ridiculous this proposal is. Not to mention whether Britain would agree. Brazil is obviously a younger brother of the United States and has no corresponding political status at all. The Soviet Union's position at the time could not give this matter a glimmer of hope. Maybe some people wonder if there are not 5 permanent members. How come there are only 3? The reason is that after the United States proposed Brazil and was opposed by 2 votes from Britain and the Soviet Union, Britain proposed France to serve as the 4th permanent member for the benefit of Europe. At that time, Charles de Gaulle of France was very anti-American, so the Soviet Union directly voted in favor, so that there were 4 permanent members. It is obviously easy for the 4 countries to have the same number of votes when voting. This is why we have the current 5 permanent members. Of course, this is a long way off. From this, we can see that the relationship between the United States and Brazil was very good during the administration of General Dutra. Of course, the reason why the Brazilian military wants to receive the warships as soon as possible is that the military is not sure that General Dutra will succeed. As a later person, Fang Lang knows history, but he can't say that he knows that the military is about to succeed in the coup. Therefore, he can only follow the order of the Navy Department and come to receive the warships. As Fang Lang expected, John took out 2 documents from the file bag and said, I have already selected the other warships for you, but there are 5 Cleveland-class cruisers retired this time. I'm a little hesitant between the 2 warships. You should take a look and make a decision yourself. After hearing John's words, Fang Lang was not polite and directly picked up the 2 documents to check them. After all, this is his future flagship and he can't be careless. Although the American Cleveland-class cruiser is a light cruiser, its displacement reaches 12,000 tons, even exceeding many heavy cruisers. The ship is 180 meters long, 20 meters wide, and has a maximum speed of 32.5 knots. During the war, due to the lack of aircraft carriers, the US military directly converted the 9 Cleveland-class cruisers that were not completed on the slipway into Independence-class light aircraft carriers. From this, it can be seen that the Cleveland-class cruiser is a big guy. And the reason why John asked Fang Lang to make his own decision is also very simple. 2 Cleveland-class cruisers. One was built in the early batch. Because it was experimental, the warship had many defects. But it was very lucky during the war and did not receive any damage. It was a lucky warship. The other one was the latest one built, and many of the early defects have been improved. Unfortunately, it was hit by a kamikaze plane during the Pacific War. Fortunately, the injury was very minor. After returning to the factory for repair, it just returned to the army, and the war was over. Seeing these 2 warships, Fang Lang hesitated. In fact, the Navy is still superstitious. The lucky attribute of the first warship is very pleasing. But the defects of the warships made Fang Lang very entangled. Fang Lang looked at the 2 documents again and again, and finally chose the latest one. Although it was slightly injured, fortunately the location of the injury was not important. And it has been completely repaired without any impact. Fang Lang really wants to learn about the American shipbuilding ideas on this warship. Seeing Fang Lang choose his target, John was relieved and didn't have to worry about it anymore. In this way, before the 2 arrived at the port, they had basically determined the warships to be used by the Brazilian Navy's first fleet in the future. The rest of the things were basically just a formality. After the 2 of them visited several warships, John dragged Fang Lang to see several other warships that were not selected by him. He also commented and analyzed each warship. After all, he was born in a naval family, and the warships John selected for Fang Lang were indeed generals from among the dwarfs. In order to express his gratitude, he did not return to Tokyo that night, but under John's guidance, he experienced the Japanese izakaya culture in Yokosuka. This was a completely different style from what Fang Lang experienced in his previous life. When Fang Lang walked into the private room of the izakaya under the guidance of a petite Japanese girl wearing a kimono, 2 Japanese girls who were also wearing kimonos and standing by the sliding door knelt on the ground, motioned Fang Lang to lift his feet, and gently held Fang Lang's legs in their arms, and took off his military boots. Looking at the other side, John had a calm expression, which was obviously not like Fang Lang who had never seen the world. "Hey, John, you should have brought me here earlier, you know? Don't you already have Lilith? Why do you want to come here? Didn't you invite me to drink? What's the matter? But you just told me that you won't go home tonight. I'm here, so I must listen to your arrangements. Where else can I go? Fang, you are very shameless like me. An upright person like me can't be corrupted by beauty. If you don't believe me, you can call more to test me." Both of them laughed. In such an occasion, they would definitely not talk about business. As good brothers, it was the first time for them to come to such a place together. Fang Lang unconsciously felt that his relationship with John had taken a step forward. No wonder people say that there are 4 irons in life. It really makes sense. In the early morning of October 16th, the mist in Tokyo Bay had not yet dissipated, and the first fleet of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force led by Fang Lang had already set off from the Yokosuka Naval Base. They needed to first join the house departing from Osaka and the supply ship full of spoils, take the Marines to Hawaii, and then return to Brazil. As for the reason for going to Hawaii, Fang Lang wanted to join the first batch of immigrant ships departing from his hometown. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Immigration. On the Pacific Ocean in the Far East, an ocean-going cargo ship was sailing from Shanghai. Wantizu, a farmer born in Baoding Prefecture, was riding on such a huge ship for the first time. After the initial novelty, there was only endless pain. Yes, as a person who had never been on a ship, he was seasick. The first meal, after boarding the ship, was too rich for Wantizu, so he let go of his stomach and ate happily. Unfortunately, soon after going out to sea, He vomited all the food that had not been digested. Although it was very uncomfortable, Wang Tizhu still felt that he was a big spender because there was beef in his food today, but he vomited it all out. Looking at the long row of companions lying on the side of the ship and vomiting, Wang Tizhu felt that the labor company should not let them eat so well. How much food would be wasted? He finally stopped the urge to vomit, but Dashuanzi, who was not far away, vomited a mouthful of yellow water. The unpleasant smell made the vomiting feeling that had just been suppressed come again. The voice of the cultural instructor of the labor service company came from behind. Hold on a little longer. Seasickness is a normal physiological phenomenon, and you will get used to it slowly. There is mouthwash for everyone at the back. Brothers who are feeling better, please come over here and rest. Sir, I'm dying. Can you let me go back? Haha. Don't worry. You won't die. We are nearly 200 nautical miles away from Shanghai. Are you going to swim back? Also, everyone should remember that you are no longer soldiers, and I'm not a commander. I'm just your cultural instructor. You can call me Wang Zihao or Mr. Wang. I'm responsible for teaching you some things you need to pay attention to in Brazil before you arrive. When we arrive in Brazil, we will all be Chinese compatriots. We must help each other and work together like we are on the ship now. This way we will not be bullied by foreigners. Most of the first batch of immigrants on the ship had a common experience, that is, they had served as puppet soldiers. Wang Tizhu was one of them. He was originally a farmer who farmed in the countryside of Baoding Prefecture. He also heard about the Dangayang incident, but he felt that it had nothing to do with him. He just needed to farm his own land. As a tenant of Wang Yaokei's family, a wealthy family in the village, even if something happened, it would be Wang Yaokei's concern. Suddenly one day, Wang Yaokei's second son Wang Mingshu, who was a small military officer in Baoding City, returned to the village and said that he wanted to recruit people from the village to eat royal food with him. Originally, Wang Tizhu was not interested, but Wang Mingshu, who was wandering around the village, took a fancy to Wang Tizhu at first sight, who made him tall and strong, and at first glance, he was a good material for blocking bullets. In this way, Wang Yaokei gave his father 5 oceans of resettlement expenses, and Wang Tizhu became a soldier under Wang Mingshu, and followed Wang Mingshu to Baoding City. Wang Tizhu met Xiao Dangayang for the first time, and watched Wang Mingshu fawning on Xiao Dangayang, who was as short as a chicken, like a slave. The name Dogleg popped up in his mind involuntarily. However, this had nothing to do with him. He was just a soldier who ate food. He would work for whoever paid him. This was the truth told to him by the veterans in the team. He also agreed with this. Then he followed Wang Mingshu from Baoding Prefecture all the way south. Although he had not undergone any rigorous training, he had fought several favorable battles. Although he did not understand why he had to follow Xiao Dangayang to fight his own people, since he had taken the salary from the boss, he had to listen to the boss. This job was not as tiring as farm work, but it was also very dangerous. Fortunately, Wang Tizhu could barely make a living. In this way, a few years passed in a muddle. Suddenly one day, Xiao Dangayang surrendered, and Wang Mingshu, as Xiao Dangayang's lackey, also surrendered. After surrendering, Wang Mingshu was very scared and moved around, giving away many of the good things he had collected in the past few years. Wang Tizhu was very happy, because surrendering meant that he didn't have to fight anymore, and he didn't have to run around anymore. He could finally go home, to be with his parents. Maybe he could find a wife when he went home, and continue to farm for Wang Yaokei. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. No one knew how Wang Mingshu found connections, but he actually wanted to send all these soldiers to work as laborers. Wang Mingshu himself was relieved and could return to his hometown in Baoding to continue to be a local rich man. At first, Wang Tizhu was very nervous, worried that he would be sold as a piglet as the old people in the village said. After boarding the big ship, he found that it was completely different from what he imagined. Not only was there food and accommodation here, but there were also clothes, and the food was better than when he was a puppet soldier. The people here spoke nicely and were polite to others. I heard that they were going to teach everyone to read and write, which made Wang Tizhu very happy. The 3 generations of the old Wang family were illiterate. He actually had the opportunity to read and write, which was a right for cultural talents. Wan Tizu immediately put aside all his concerns and stayed on the ship with peace of mind. As a result, he saw the power of the sea. Just after he went out to sea, the conversations that came from time to time in his ears also made his uncomfortable body cheer up a little, and he asked weakly, "Are all the foreigners Mr. Wang mentioned as bad as Xiaodonggyang? There are many kinds of foreigners, and the Xiaodonggyang you mentioned is just one of them. There are good people and bad people among these people. But you don't have to worry when you arrive in Brazil, because we have a backer in Brazil. Our backer is Mr. Fang Lang, who is now a powerful figure in the Brazilian Navy. He is a powerful figure with his own fleet. After we go to Brazil, we will mainly work in Mr. Fang's factory. After you make money, you can buy land and settle down in Brazil with the help of our local Chinese organization and start a new life. But what if we don't speak foreign languages? Don't worry, we will live together most of the time after we arrive in Brazil, so there is no need to worry about language communication becoming an obstacle. After living in Brazil for a few years, everyone will naturally be able to learn some simple foreign languages. Even if everyone can't learn it, it doesn't matter. We can always live in our own Chinese community. Can we really buy land and settle down in Brazil? How long do we have to work to save money to buy land? Of course you can. I have my own land in Brazil. Brazil is vast and sparsely populated, and the price of land is very cheap. As for how long it will take to buy land, it depends on whether you can endure hardship at that time. Working in Mr. Fang's factory is more work, more pay. As long as you are diligent, the more you work, the more money you earn. If you have special skills, you can earn more. For example, some of you have worked in a factory and can repair machinery and equipment. Such people can get high wages in the factory. But what if I only know how to farm? Yes, I only know how to farm. I used to be a bricklayer at home. Does it count as a skill? I know how to make wine. Does it count? Is it blacksmithing? My family has inherited the woodworking skill. Everyone began to talk about their skills, obviously hoping that they could quickly live a good life in a foreign country. Wan Tizu didn't know whether he had vomited everything or heard good news and began to look forward to a better life in the future. Even the symptoms of seasickness improved a lot. In this way, everyone was chatting on the boat, listening to the teacher's preparations for a bright future. Unconsciously, the teachers began to bring in some stories about the experiences of Chinese people abroad, the unfair treatment they received, and why Fang Lang organized everyone to go to Brazil. After more than a week of long voyage, everyone met the fleet led by Mr. Fang, who was constantly mentioned by the teachers in the waters of Hawaii. When they saw Mr. Fang's majestic and huge warships passing by the immigrant ship, everyone's sense of security instantly exploded, and their vision of a better future became more firm, and they began to thank Mr. Fang involuntarily. The idea of uniting with Mr. Fang and creating a new world in Brazil became more and more firm. What everyone on the boat didn't know was that Fang Lang, who had just passed by them, was not in such a good mood. It turned out that just now, Fang Lang's friend Major Blackwell, who worked in the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau, told him a very bad news. In the Brazilian parliament, some members proposed to nationalize the shipyard that Fang Lang was going to build in Sao Paulo. Obviously, this was a very dangerous signal. The current parliament is actually President Vargas's faction, so it can be predicted that this is a test by President Vargas to Fang Lang or the entire pro-American faction. However, Fang Lang felt that he was innocent. Although he was indeed a representative of the pro-American faction on the surface, a small fry like him was not qualified to participate in such a big thing as launching a coup. This means that you think I'm easy to bully. Since you force me to choose a side, I will not be polite. Others choose sides to take political risks, but I stand by the future through the mist of history. It turns out that I have always been concerned that Vargas will be re-elected president in 1951. Therefore, I don't want to make the relationship with him too stiff. But this kind of behavior of treating him as a soft specimen is not something he can tolerate. Hello, General Moraes. Hello, Colonel Fang. I heard that you have completed the formation of the First Fleet and are returning home, right? General Moraes' voice was very calm, and there was no emotional fluctuation at all. Yes, General, I just arrived in Hawaii. Now I have something to consult you about. I wonder if it is convenient. Of course, go ahead. I heard that a congressman proposed to nationalize a shipyard that our family is building, right? Fang, you are well informed. But don't worry, this will not happen. I promised you that, as long as the shipyard is established in Brazil, I will escort it. I will never let any force affect its development. Chapter 124 Admission. Fang Lang felt relieved after hearing General Maurice's assurance. Although Fang Lang didn't understand why the person who organized the coup was not Maurice, the expeditionary marshal, but the expeditionary army minister. But Fang Lang knew that General Maurice was definitely not from the president's faction. Fang Lang took the initiative to contact General Maurice just to test the general's attitude towards this matter. He now chose to stand on the side, and what he needed to do was to make his position clear to General Dutra. This matter obviously couldn't be done through General Maurice. Now in Brazil, as far as Fang Lang knew, the one who clearly belonged to General Dutra's faction was Colonel Teach, the commander of the Rio de Janeiro naval base. Therefore, he contacted Colonel Teach without hesitation. Fang, I heard that you are ready to return to Brazil? Brother Teach, I didn't expect everyone to be so concerned about my whereabouts. How come I didn't know I was so important? Haha. Fang, you have to understand that in this special period, if the balance of power on any side is broken, it will cause a violent reaction. Oh. Which side do you all assign me to? Which side you belong to, only you know. It's not up to us to decide. Then which side do you think I should belong to? I think you belong to your own side. Haha Brother Titch, do you know? I just received news that someone wants to get involved in my shipyard. I heard about it, but don't worry, this proposal was not passed. Oh. Has it been rejected? I haven't received this news yet. Yes, the Social Democratic Party and the National Alliance in Parliament both voted against it. It seems that after returning home, I have to express my gratitude to the members of the two parties. Why do I have to wait until I return home? Colonel Titch's question made Fang Lang stunned. Yes. Why should I wait until I return home? Although his father has not returned to Brazil, there are still uncles at home who can be responsible for expressing goodwill to the two parties. Doesn't his uncle Yang Zhang's eldest son Yang Qian work in the Sao Paulo city government? This may be an opportunity to support his own political spokesperson. Brother Titch, you are right. I will have someone come to express my gratitude on my behalf. I have another thing to ask you today. I hope you can help me. Fang, we are brothers. Please speak directly if you need anything. Please help me tell General Dutra that I have served under him and I'm still serving under him. Fang, are you serious? Of course, I won't joke about this kind of thing. Welcome to join the brothers. Hearing Colonel Titch's words, Fang Lang smiled, and he was officially on the team. Originally, Fang Lang thought that this matter had come to an end with his statement. As a result, that night, Fang Lang received a personal call from General Dutra. This made Fang Lang flattered, and the two sides cordially exchanged opinions on the current situation during the telephone conference. Fang Lang expressed his desire for democratic politics, which received a warm response from General Dutra. At the same time, General Dutra consulted Fang Lang on the chaotic situation of the Japanese in Brazil. Fang Lang also expressed his opinion on the matter. He also made a detailed report to General Dutra on his plan to immigrate from his hometown to Brazil on a large scale, which received the general's clear support and highly praised the excellent performance of the Chinese soldiers on the battlefield. General Dutra also stated that he would give full support to Fang Lang's family's investment in Brazil. The two ended the call in a cordial and friendly atmosphere. This call made Fang Lang's originally gloomy mood suddenly turn from cloudy to sunny. It seems that this is the first time that he has intervened in the domestic political situation in Brazil, and the investment is small and the profit is big. In the final analysis, it is still necessary to have money and power. As the commander of Brazil's newest and largest ocean-going fleet, Fang Lang now has a certain political influence in the country. At the same time, the family's investment in the country and its close relationship with American capital also give the domestic pro-American political group National Alliance a natural sense of closeness. Since he had chosen to take sides, he could not just express his support verbally, but had to make more substantial moves. Although his current army was not strong, with only a 500-man Marine battalion, Fang Lang believed that his battalion's combat effectiveness would easily surpass a regiment of Brazilian troops. Therefore, Fang Lang contacted General Clark, who was in Hawaii, and used 10 transport planes to transport 500 Marines from his fleet to Natal, the base of the 1st Fleet in Brazil. Fang Lang naturally flew directly to Natal with the team. Natal is the closest continent to Africa in northeastern Brazil, with a hot and dry climate. When the US military leased this city from the Brazilian government, it was just a small city with a population of less than 80,000. Since the North African campaign began, the United States has transported supplies from the United States to Natal, and then directly transported them to North Africa by air. This route has greatly shortened the material turnover journey. Therefore, the US military has built a complete military airport, naval port and logistics warehouse here. The population of this city also increased rapidly to 120,000 people. Yes, you read it right, 120,000 people, which is less than the population of a town in our modern times. With the end of the war, the US troops in Natal are about to withdraw, and the Brazilian Navy stationed Fang Lang's 1st Fleet here, naturally for the perfect facilities here. When Fang Lang's plane landed at Natal Airport, it was already late at night on October 24th. Only the Air Force and ground crew of the 1st Fleet greeted Fang Lang at the airport. As for the guards of the base, they had to wait until Fang Lang officially took over the base before they could start to move in. Because the North African campaign had already ended, this base had actually been out of use for some time. Most of the personnel had already evacuated, making this huge base look a little deserted, and even the lights were very few. Fang Lang, who got off the plane, was not familiar with the Air Force and ground crew of the base, but all the soldiers knew that the young colonel in front of them was their superior. So everyone took the initiative to step forward and warmly welcomed Fang Lang. Although Fang Lang was very tired, he still talked to each pilot very cordially and matched them with the personnel list in the information he saw. The next morning, Major Mike of the US military base took the initiative to find Fang Lang, who had just woken up and couldn't wait to pull Fang Lang to hand over the entire base. This base, which seemed deserted because of the departure of the US military, made Fang Lang see the wealth of the US military. Tall reinforced concrete office buildings, officers and soldiers' dormitories, hangars, aircraft maintenance workshops, huge warehouses, jeeps and trucks parked on the open ground, anti-aircraft artillery positions, coastal defense artillery positions, etc. The dock can park nearly 300,000-ton ships at the same time, and there are actually 4 docks and corresponding equipment next to the dock that are specifically responsible for repairing ships. 5 spacious concrete airport runways, and the aircraft maintenance workshop also has 2 suspected C-46 transport aircraft waiting for maintenance. Major Mike, are you sure you won't take all the supplies here? Looking at Fang Lang's surprised expression, he had never seen the world. Major Mike smiled and said, "Yes, Colonel, including some supplies in the warehouse. They are all yours. Here is the list." He handed over a list. Fang Lang did not wait to open it to check, for fear that he would burst out laughing. "Mike, I saw that there seemed to be 2 C-46 aircraft waiting for repair in the aircraft maintenance workshop. I wonder if they still have a chance to fly into the sky. Of course, all the parts have been transported to the warehouse, but you may need to find a mechanic yourself." Major Mike shrugged. "Mike, if I say I need 10 C-46 aircraft, I wonder if you can help me get them." "Didn't you come here on a transport plane last night?" "This is one I borrowed from the Hawaii Naval Base, and they are returning today." Major Mike looked at Fang Lang with suspicion, not understanding what he was up to. Since he had the ability to borrow a transport plane from the US military, why did he ask for his help? Fang Lang saw Mike's doubts and whispered, "What I mean is, I want to buy 10 C-46s privately. I wonder if you have any connections." "Private purchase?" "Yes, delivery within 2 days. C-46 that can be put into use immediately. What price can you offer?" Fang Lang originally just asked with a trite attitude, but he didn't expect the other party to actually ask what price he could offer. Obviously, this can be obtained. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Fang Lang gritted his teeth and said, $8,000 apiece. To low, at least 12,000, and it will arrive tomorrow morning. Mike's straightforwardness was unexpected. Fang Lang knew that 12,000 a C-46 transport aircraft was of course very cheap, but he couldn't agree to it so straightforwardly. Mike, this is my personal money, so can it be cheaper? I can accept $10,000 per plane. Colonel Fang, although this is the first time we meet, I can tell you the truth. I can get the plane, but I need to get through a lot of connections and go through a lot of procedures, all of which cost money. I think you should understand that a large transport plane like the C-46, the price of $12,000 is really a very favorable price. I think it would be difficult to get it in such a short time for less than this price. Hearing Major Mike's words, Fang Lang had to start looking at him with a new eye. This man obviously had a complete arms sales channel in his hands. Mike, I want to know, besides the C-46, what else can you get? Seeing Major Mike's face begin to reveal a vigilant look, Fang Lang hurriedly explained, don't get me wrong, I mean, maybe we can cooperate for a long time, because if the price of buying equipment from you is lower than the price from the government, maybe I can directly purchase a lot of my equipment from you in the future. Fang Lang's words obviously made Major Mike's eyes light up. I don't know what kind of equipment Colonel Fang wants. I work in the General Logistics Department of the US Army. As long as you tell me your needs, I will give you a quote, based on the situation. What this means is that as long as you want it, I can get it for you. Of course, the premise is that you can afford it. Chapter 125 News. Looking at Major Mike's confident expression, Fang Lang knew that he was not joking. After thinking for a while, he tried to test him. Aircraft carrier? Originally, he thought that Major Mike would directly say that he was powerless. Unexpectedly, Major Mike shook his head and said, this won't work. Even if I give it to you, you can't use it. Are you sure that you are just a major, and this is the confidence a major should have? It's not that you can't get an aircraft carrier, but you can't use it, even if you get it. However, since Major Mike has such confidence, what else can he say? Can B-29 be obtained? Major Mike still said calmly, how much do you want? Now it was Fang Lang's turn to be a little confused. It seems that it can really be obtained. I don't know what the unit price is. There are many types of B-29 now, and the prices are different. The lowest unit price of a bomber with a longer service life cannot be more than $300,000. The latest reconnaissance aircraft model requires $700,000 apiece. Fang Lang couldn't help but take a breath when he heard the price. Although Fang Lang knew that this was the latest strategic bomber of the United States, the price must be not cheap. However, this offer still scared Fang Language. He shook his head and thought that he couldn't afford it. Let's talk about C-46 first. Does the minimum price of C-46 have to be $12,000? I never make random offers. Let's put it this way. I believe we will definitely have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. I will also give you 5 Pratt & Whitney R-2800-51 C-46 equipped with 5 double-row cylinder, radial air-cooled piston engines. Let you make inventory parts. In addition, I will arrange 10 flight instructors for you to stay here and teach your 10 pilots how to fly C-46. Fang Lang no longer hesitated and stretched out his right hand. Happy cooperation. Mike finally smiled. Happy cooperation. Hello. This is the Brazilian branch of Global Trade Co. Limited. May I ask how I can help you? Fang Lang listened to the sweet goddess coming from the receiver and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It seems that the Brazilian branch is developing well. I'm looking for manager Radar Redondo. Tell him my name is Fang Language. Radar Redondo is the head of the Brazilian branch of Global Trade. He is a tall and thin Italian. Fang Lang didn't have much contact with him, but Redondo knew very well who the boss of Global Trade was. Okay, wait a moment. Sure enough, Redondo's slightly excited voice soon came from the receiver. Hello. Is this Mr. Fang? I'm Radar Redondo. Fang Lang didn't say any polite words to his employees, but gave orders himself. Yes, I'm Fang Language. Is it convenient for you to talk now? listening to the voice coming from the receiver. Although it was a little distorted, Redondo still immediately recognized who the owner of the voice was. Wait a moment. Soon, Redondo's voice came from the receiver. Mr. Fang, it's convenient now. Please go ahead. I need you to find a way to spread a message to a specific group of people. It must be kept secret and no one can find out about us. Can you do it? Just spread the message? No problem. Very good. Listen carefully. Although the news Fang Lang said on the phone was a little confusing to him, Redondo still listened to Fang Lang's words very patiently and repeatedly asked about the things he was unsure about. Hurry up. You only have 3 days. Understand? Mr. Fang, I understand. Arrange it right away. Fang Lang hung up the phone, picked up the cigar next to him, and took a deep puff. In the smoke, Fang Lang's eyes were a little erratic, making it difficult to understand. Soon, a piece of news began to spread among the Japanese in Brazil, and the winners and losers of the entire Chandao League organization quarreled. You idiots, didn't you swear that the British and American devils had won? Look, now the president of Brazil wants to surrender to the great empire. This news is absolutely false. The war is over, and Japan has surrendered. How could President Vargas surrender to the Axis powers at this time? The great empire will never be defeated. All of you surrenderists should die. This news is definitely a conspiracy. Please stay calm. We need to analyze why such news has come when the empire has already been defeated and surrendered. You idiots, bastards, are you still believing in the so-called news that Japan has been defeated? This news only further proves the empire's invincible strength. If the empire has won, I can understand President Vargas wanting to surrender. But why does the news say that the Brazilian military will refuse to surrender? They even want to launch a military coup and refuse to accept surrender. This doesn't make sense at all. The empire has won, and the whole country should agree to surrender. These military personnel who refused to surrender were obviously trained by the British and American devils. They must be on the side of the British and American devils. You are stupid, but you are unwilling to admit it. You are really bastards. Since you think the empire has won, why did the Brazilian Expeditionary Force return home victoriously? You are some stubborn bastards. How do you know that they returned home victoriously, not defeated and fled back? Do you believe everything they say? This is obviously the war propaganda of the British and American devils. You idiots. The two sides argued fiercely, and the winner group was obviously more willing to believe that the news was true. The loser group wanted to persuade everyone to calm down, suspecting that there was some ulterior conspiracy in this matter. But no one could convince anyone. Soon everyone went their separate ways, and the winners with the same views organized a separate rally again to celebrate the great victory of the empire. In the loser group, some people began to waver, not sure whether they were really misled by the propaganda. After 2 days of fermentation, the news was known to almost all Brazilian Japanese, even to the ears of other Brazilians. Most Brazilians scoffed at the news that the Japanese said President Vargas was ready to surrender to Japan. They thought that the paranoia of Brazilian Japanese had started to act up again. This made many Brazilians begin to feel that these Japanese were simply unreasonable. However, some Brazilian intellectuals and politicians saw a different meaning in this news. The recent political situation is so turbulent, and President Vargas's interference in the election has become more and more blatant. The voices of the opposition have become louder and louder. Under this seemingly calm lake, is there really a military coup brewing? After receiving this news, some Labour Party members reported it to President Vargas. You mean, these Japanese think I want to surrender to Japan? Mr. President, we all know that the war is over. We can't surrender to a country that has already surrendered. However, the news that the army may launch a coup in this news needs our attention. As the parties to this news, we can see at a glance that this is fake news, and there is no need to be nervous. My rights are granted by the Constitution. I promoted the army, so how could they launch a coup to overthrow me? These are all conspiracies of the Social Democratic Party and the National Alliance to alienate us from the army. Don't take it seriously. Although this news may not be true. However, I think it's better for us to be cautious. What you said makes sense, so let's order Rio Police Chief Amicus Lecter to monitor the military's movements. Similarly, as the other party to this news, the Brazilian military, to be precise, General Dutra, of course, also received the news. When he first heard the news, he also thought it was funny, but then he broke out in a cold sweat. The Japanese actually predicted that he would launch a coup. Although the reason was very ridiculous, the result was the same. This made him very angry, and he began to speed up the pace of deployment. After 2 consecutive days of discussion, the Japanese Brazilian winners finally came up with a resolution. That is to fully support President Vargas's surrender to Japan. As Japanese, even if they are far away overseas, they must bear the responsibilities of imperial subjects. In order to thwart the Brazilian military and oppose the military coup of surrender, the Japanese expatriates should take the initiative to protect the safety of President Vargas. For this reason, the Japanese winners began to organize all personnel, and all of them carried weapons, shouting slogans to protect the safety of President Vargas, and concentrated in Rio de Janeiro, the capital of Brazil. This made Rio de Janeiro Police Chief Lechner, who had just received a call to monitor the military's movements, very angry. A large number of police forces had to be arranged in the capital for this order. Time unknowingly came to October 29th, and there were more than 40,000 Japanese gunmen gathered in Rio, and most of the Japanese men basically joined in. Among them, there were also some fanatical Japanese women mixed in. No matter how the Rio police tried to drive them away, the Japanese gunmen remained unmoved and confronted the police, and several exchanges of fire took place. Because they suspected that the police and the military were in cahoots, and the so-called protection of the presidential palace was actually to put the president under house arrest, preventing the president from surrendering to Japan as he wished. At the same time, Fang Lang, who was far away in Natal, was communicating with Colonel Teach through an encrypted phone. Brother Teach, in order to support General Dutra, I have returned to Natal. My 500 Marines are ready to go, and can be put into battle at any time. Haha, Fang, Natal is a small town, and will not have any impact on the overall situation in Rio. You can just wait for the good news of our victory. Of course I know that Natal is insignificant, but with my 500 people joining, it will definitely provide some support for your actions, right? Oh. How do you want to support us? You are far away in Natal. When your warship arrives in Rio, everything will be settled. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.